All right, what's up, everybody? Good morning. Welcome. It's a new day. I'm your host, Justin Langshaw. Oh, I did not mean to put my last name out there. I really don't even care. Anyway, um, let's shit. This is streaming, folks. It is what it is. I fucking suck at it, but it is what it is. We're here to make money anyway. All right, so the mic's working. Let's check that. All right, we're good. What's up, guys? Hit that like button for me. Subscribe. We're on our way to 1,000 subscribers. Let's hurry up and get our ass there. Get it over with. That's all we ask for. If you make money with us today, there's a link in the description for you to continue to keep this stream for free. I don't have sponsors. I don't have the views. If you appreciate my time, the things that I do for you guys, the education, my trade ideas, giving you guys my trades, and frankly, just taking the time to do that, and also taking this where I would like to take it. I do have an end game here. Maybe one day, maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't. But listen, you this year, 2025, is get money year and get what you want out of life year. If you can get one thing, two things, three things out of 10 to work, even just one out of the 10, not everything's going to work. But get out there and start doing. All right, let's get into it. Yesterday was an awesome day. All right, I didn't trade any. I did trade Fubo, and I still have an open position on Fubo. All right, now this position that I have today, the only position I have open is a very small position on puts, but we're above $5. I do not plan on making money from this, but yesterday, the $3 puts, they went down to it's like 3 to 5 cents. They were like 5 to 6 cents. They hit 3 to 4. I just grabbed a small piece for the break of $5 in case later on this week something happens. We have jobs data this week. We have a lot going on. So I'm going to tell you guys right now, Fubo right now is still holding. I don't think this deal and this whole thing that's going on with Fubo is not worth what this thing is pricing in. But that doesn't mean that there can't be a gamma squeeze. That doesn't mean that this thing can't, continue to skyrocket. I'm going to tell you guys right now, we are above $5. And if you see us open above $5 and hold, we at least have this previous high up here at $6 still left to go. All right. You may run into a little bit of a liquidity issue because you have Shutterstock and Getty making a deal right now. So you're seeing, let's go here to recent. So you might have more, this is really where traders are at right as we speak. Right here at Getty, that's a nice little lower high, double top there. Pulling back the VWAP. Keep an eye, if you are watching this, keep an eye on this previous high here. That's what I would do. And what do we say? Watch that 15-minute chart. All right, watch that 15-minute chart. Look at your trade line. It's way down here. So if this thing consolidates, what's that going to do? That's going to bring your trade line up here to where? Right up here at this previous high. So you need, I don't like that VWAP is so high right there because that tells me a pullback into this 420, 430 zone, you're below VWAP. But a consolidation to bring that trade line up to VWAP, bang, you could see another buy trigger. You've spent a decent amount of time up here already, though, so that's just a little quick lesson there. Just as it looks, it's not something I'm bullish right now. So Shutterstock and Getty right now, it's kind of what's going on pre-market. Semiconductors, Micron, Nvidia, Jensen Huang spoke last night. He actually made a funny joke leading into the new RTXs. Starting price at, was it like $550? $550, right? For the max, it was like 1,000, something like that. So he joked about having a $10,000 rig, the water cooled, this setup, and then he led into that. It was pretty cool because the market actually sold off yesterday leading into that. Right here, guys. So it started to sell off, but you started to see Nvidia start to creep down as he was making that joke. Bang, release the price, and then that's when you got that nice wick tail there last night. I knew the market was going to bounce there because that's sales. Making a good product affordable, what's that going to lead to? Money. All right. So back to what I was saying. The only position I have right now open, okay, is Fubo. I traded this both ways yesterday, and I had to, at the end of the day, I had to buy a little bit, a small position of puts on this. I had to. I'm not planning on making money with it. I need you to understand that. But if we break down, I don't think there's any way if we break down by Wednesday that I don't make money on that position. It's paid for on the long side. So, all right. So that's that. Let's get right into it. So the SPY yesterday, all we did was float between the 50 and 20-day moving average. I actually didn't watch the SPY that much yesterday, and I did not see this massive sell-off yesterday. I came in this morning. I was a little tired yesterday. I didn't get much sleep. I ended up falling asleep too late, got up early, and so we got above the 20. We could not hold it. All right, so what I'm going to look for is this consolidation in this range. And what I'm going to keep my eyes on is 595. 595. 595, we continue to hold it. Look for that move back up to prior day's high or that 20-day. I think we have, we have jobs data coming up here. We have some jobs data, and we still have some more things later on this week. Let me refresh this real quick. Boom. All right, so you see there we have balance of trade, imports, exports, ISM services, PMI, JOLTS job openings. All right, sorry about that, guys. I had to turn that heat down because hopefully gets this snow to melt, but it was getting a little bit hot in here. All right, so 10 o'clock, we'll see what the markets do, see if we bounce, and what happens at 10 o'clock. Tomorrow, we also have initial jobless claims. No, wait, why is it on Wednesday? So, okay, because the markets closed Thursday for the death of the prior president. So that's why initial jobless claims tomorrow. ADP employment. So keep these on your watch. You do have FOMC minutes, 30-year. I'm not really worried about the FOMC minutes. I mean, we already kind of know where they stand. Looks like they're trying to pause and just give things more time right now to see where the labor market goes or where inflation goes. I'm going to be honest with you guys, and we're going to go into charts. I'm not worried about inflation too much, but we forgot that the union port deal is, they still got to extend that. So they got to come to an agreement that could bring a halt on goods. So yeah. All right. So again, SPY, we're up at 595. All right. We're watching this 595 zone. Really, guys, just keep your eye on that 20-day and 50-day moving average. Another thing, the Dow yesterday, it just feels like the Dow is still not getting up off of its butt. And the IWM, I was looking for a trade here. So you have this prior top here on the IWM. 227. 220. I'm sorry, guys. 225. 225. I'm going to bring you to a better look at this. At the top of this here. And I was really looking because if we were to have held this yesterday at 225, and you can see right now, you know, it's bumping up against it now. We could not hold it. And, you know, if the Dow and IWM cannot continue to like what we were going on, watch out for the Qs and the SPY to not have that strength that they have been having. Just keep that you got to keep that on watch. That's all I'm going to say. All right. The Qs can still continue to somewhat bounce here, but if you like that move that got taken back yesterday, it was no surprise. The IWM and the Dow both broke down yesterday. Okay. So, I honestly don't know why the Dow broke down, because you had airlines had some price, you had some price upgrades on like American Airlines and a few others. So it was kind of surprising. Goldman Sachs started out really well yesterday, closed green. Watch financials, and they ended up breaking down. So let's go to everything that's trending. All right, so we got the SPY. So again, the S&Ps today, I'm really just, in my opinion, right here you have a bit of a double bottom island reversal right there. You have a bit of a gap down, consolidate, gap up, and you held the 50-day. You're holding prior day's high, last Friday's high, whatever it was with the holiday break. It's kind of messed everything up. It's kind of messed up the charts. But this zone right here, I'm just watching for yesterday's range in that 20-day and 50-day. All right. Now, if you look here on the daily chart, your MACD is going negative on the daily chart. MACD is going negative. RSI is pretty weak. Okay. So it shouldn't be too hard to catch a bounce here. You cannot go by those. You still have some room on the 4-hour chart. 4-hour time frame. You just went positive yesterday on the MACD. Okay, let's go down. Let's go run through these time frames real quick. Got room on the hourly chart. You just got to get through that 20-day moving average. If you get through the 20-day moving average, you're looking at yesterday's high. All right, you're looking at yesterday's high. So, with that said, you had some okay volume yesterday. I just feel like if you get up here, I think today could be boring, but we do have news. I'm not gonna, I will put this. I would put this zone here at 596 as an entry point. If you can get up above it and you can start to pull back into it. I don't like this chart here. I don't know what it looks like on your guys' end. You guys can see here. If I go here, it'll look a little bit better. You guys can see that, right? Right there at 595. Right here at 595. If you can get up above it, I think that's where you try to extend. If you start holding that zone right there as support, not resistance. All right, so news. Everything that's trending. Let's go for stocks. Real quick, also, again, other than hitting the like button, subscribing, Amazon. All right, Amazon yesterday, I wanted to put a trade on this, and I didn't have conviction. I had conviction both sides to this trade, and you can see what it did. It put in a bit, it just, we pulled back off the bell yesterday, and I was a little bit nervous of taking this long because I didn't like how we started to make 226. You started to try to here's what's going on. It wasn't that you were trying to make it resistance. It did for a minute there. You guys can see here, it was trying to make it resistance. You had this pre-market resistance, support. You had some overhead resistance. When you popped off the bell, you sold it off and you broke 226. Well, you also had VWAP, your trade line, all like right there kind of consolidating yesterday. So I was like, Like, I was looking at the zone. I'm like, man, I wouldn't mind going for long. Like, let me just see this thing do what it wants to do. And then I just felt like after this thing started to break out here, that they're really, because it just took off. All right. These calls were like, they went all the way down to like $1.85, $1.80 zone. And then they just, like, as soon as this thing popped, they went right to $2.06. And I was like, I didn't want to pay I didn't want to pay over or at $2. I should have just went ahead and grabbed it down at the $1.80 mark. And then we got up there, and then I thought about getting some puts, and then I ended up, by then it was like 12 o'clock, 11:30, 11:45. So keep Amazon on watch. At least I will. I was watching it yesterday. All in all, this is a bit of a double top. you held prior day's high, and you're just consolidating up there. So if we continue to stay up there, I might look for a breakout. It was strong. I just don't know if that strength continues with it. All right, because you have some overhead resistance up here at 230 on Amazon. You have some overhead resistance up here on Amazon at 230. So if you want to watch Amazon today or this week, depending on what the market does, you are above the 20-day. So what I would do is I would put, if you get a dip buy, where are we right now? 227.67 was the last sell order. 227.70, so about 228. So we're right at yesterday's close. So if you get another attempt and we are above 226, I may think about it. I just don't know, man. I really don't know. Look at the volume here, right? Look at the volume. It's starting to get, I'm gonna be honest with you guys right now. Like, if you're gonna be long something, I would be looking long in the semiconductor space. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of why I'm a bit turned off with Amazon at the moment, because it's not like there's an upgrade. So here let's look here. So here you go. So Cantor Fitzgerald actually raised the price. They're going to try to get this thing going. Has an average rating of a buy and a price target of 244.96, so 245. So you are getting some upgrades here. This is smart smoke alarm. So watch 226 on Amazon. If you guys want to look for a trade idea. There's that. Let's go into... Oh, here's the other parts of this, guys. The other parts of this was... Amazon's starting to get a bit extended, in my opinion. And it's not end-all, be-all. But like a consolidation here, right here in this zone, now that we're up there, that would help me be bullish on this thing. Again, listen, semis are where it's at right now, especially after yesterday and Jensen Huang's. And you still have this conference going on. So minute after minute, throughout the week, you're going to have different companies coming out with, with their products, this, that, and the third. So keep your eye on. Make sure you have a Squawk Box, something. Keep checking in on it. We'll play it live here. And there's probably some companies you've never heard of, but that's the space that I'm going to watch. I'm going to be watching the tech space with this conference going on. Looks like you have a nice little cup and handle forming here as well on Amazon. Again, I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I want to go with stocks that are trending, that have volume, because if there's volume, there's a reason to move, right? That's stock selection. If you're going to focus on one thing, and if any of you guys out there are kind of struggling, look at your stock selection and what it is that you traded that day. The past 2 to 3 weeks, I've been doing really well with sticking to Carvana, Fubo. What else was trending? TSM was another one. Now, this was kind of semis. I really don't think started until like Friday and yesterday. And I didn't get this trade off because it just took off without me. Look at this huge gap up. Now, the reason Taiwan was up, Taiwan Semiconductors was at the top of the list, is it was your leader, right? AMD. If you're trying to long AMD, that's cool. You'll probably make some money, but you're going to make more money on the strong name, right? Look at it. It's way down here. Really, if you notice what's going on in the semiconductor space, it's processors that are the weakest. Intel, AMD, right? The ones that are making it that the sector needs. The sector needs Taiwan Semiconductor. The sector needs Nvidia, right? So we'll look at Micron also, which was mentioned. So TSM, huge gap up here. I would look for a consolidation above 215, 216 zone, which was your previous high. I will say this: some Chinese names, and it doesn't seem like it's going to affect this. You're holding 222. You can watch this 4-hour trade line and your hourly trade line. I doubt you'll get like a pullback. I wouldn't play a reversal here. Man, that was some pretty serious sell side volume there yesterday on the hourly chart. So you can see it right now. It's trying to break that trade line. So if you get under here and you start to like pull it back and you get that bounce off of 216, you're going to be under VWAP, under your trade line. You look for that bounce and you look for that continued rejection up above you being VWAP, trade line, all that fun stuff. And maybe you can get a rejection there. But again, don't plan on it because the sector is strong. There's no reason really for it to pull back. Now, a consolidation, it's a nice swing trade there, right? Go out to the end of the month. Go out till February. Keep your eye on the overall market. Again, I'm not telling you guys to do this. I also would be cautious because the Dow and IWM are breaking down. That's not a healthy market. This morning, we had oil selling off, natural gas selling off. You had some Chinese names down. And, semiconductors bouncing up in the green. So that's bullish for now. So it is what it is. All right. One of the other names that are trending right now, Micron. This was mentioned yesterday. Nvidia is using Micron part in the new RTX GeForce. So you can see right now we're pulling back in the prior day's high on Micron. This thing's kind of failing here. Let's go look at this. Let's start with this. This was another trade I had on watch. Had this gap fill here. I can get rid of this now. Actually, I might just move it over. Nice double bottom there. Sell off of the earnings. You're sitting above. You opened up yesterday. Nice gap. So it's gapping up again. Boom. Just bear with me. I do apologize. 102. All right, so we're filling up there at 103.30. Man, this thing's gone. All right, so you do have some resistance here. Up here. Let's get rid of all this noise. So boom, boom. I'll leave that. So here you go. You are coming up into a bit of resistance right there. All right. Keep 105 on watch. I think you can get a move back into 105. And if we look, there's your 105. I guarantee you that's probably your pre-market high. And wouldn't you know, it hit that 200-day. I actually wicked all the way up to 109. Damn. But it didn't last that long. So you're kind of double topping up here at 105, 106 zone. And look, the support is, watch, 103 right now. This thing is right here. Look at that. So there was a bit of, that was your support from yesterday. You're bouncing into it. So any pullbacks, see what, any pullbacks down into 100, that's a nice support zone down there. It's a nice support zone. I'm going to go here so I can keep an eye on the SPY while we go through charts and get a game plan together. So again, semiconductors trending as all hell right now. Oil is down. Chinese names were down. So Nvidia, Micron, more than likely are going to be at the top of the list. I really don't know what I'm going to trade yet. Carvana. Let's go here. Let's just start with this. So what I'm going to do is, if you guys want to, go to Yahoo. All right. You can go right here. It's all free. Come on, man. Dude. Come on, you fucking piece of shit. Sorry for the language. Do apologize. But here's your trending names. Go to Yahoo. Trending names. Google it, whatever you want. So Fubo, XTIA, Nvidia, Micron. You can see Nvidia, Micron. We'll cover them. Meta. I know Uber. I have some already written down as well. MNSTR, Uber, Moderna. Moderna had news yesterday. All right. Let me pull this 5 hour real quick. 5 minute. All right. first things first. So we got the gap up. This was a trade idea I had yesterday, and I never took it because I was trading Fubo yesterday, which was watching if we held this 175 zone that we bounced off of, and I was keeping this prior day's low on watch, and it pulled right down into it at 180 and held, and then just rallied from there. You are above that little area there. All right, so let's go to the daily chart. I don't know how much volume this thing's going to have, but in my opinion, if we go all the way back, you can see this support zone right there. This is the bigger zone here at 150 with the 200-day. So you can see this wick high here, support. You ended up, whatever happened here, it's kind of the same thing. That's actually kind of funny. So this is the zone that I would continue to watch, and bounces back to that 200 zone and see what happens up here, because you could more than likely, if you can't get above this 100-day moving average, and if you think about this in a percentage, right? If we do get up there, let's just say that it rejects it and something comes out, news comes out, whatever, what have you, a move back down into that 175, 180 zone, you're looking at, a 10% move in the stock itself. All right. If we can get up above it, we have some room back to the upside, another 10% move back to 220. So you're looking at about $20 there. And when this thing, starts moving, it goes. So I'm going to keep an eye on possible rejections up here at 200. This is going to be this is going to be driven by news catalysts. I want to see what happens up here. And if they're going to continue to keep taking profits up here. I don't want to put too many lines on this chart, but you could end up having a day where we sit between 195 and 200. But again, I want to keep my eye. I don't want to forget about this because of a few reasons. I just feel like there could be a really nice trade back into this zone at like 185 to 180 if we reject up there. All right. So there is a short report on Carvana. Let's go to Fubo. All right, Fubo. This is another big one that has room right now, guys. This could be a big trade today. I'm telling you, if we hold $5 today, this thing is going to go. It just doesn't have anything in the way for it not to just rally its ass off. 760 is going to be the first area. I know it's a little hard to see here. Let's pull this in. The first area I'm going to be watching for is like 750 zone. It's going to be $7. And then again up there at 10. There's a gap up here at like $10. Come on. All right. So those are the two areas that I'm watching for on Fubo today if we open up and continue to hold $5. If we can hold $5, I don't really think you have anything in your way until $7.50. All right. Again, now listen. If I go long today, I need you guys to understand. If I go long and this thing doesn't hold, and I take a small loss on the long, I already have longs from yesterday. I have an open position, a small position, short on this in case we do not hold $5. And I just want you guys to know that, okay? So I have some insurance built up, all right? But we're just going to make the best decisions here. Let's go to, let's go to the 15-minute chart real quick. I just don't like this chart, if you guys can see. We held, this thing is just holding every level. So $5, guys. $5 on Fubo. It's going to be the first one. Now, I already have the levels here. So, if 5 doesn't hold, we're looking at for at least 50 cents to 75 cents to the downside. All right, I could see where, I could see us getting at least down to like, I think you could wick through 450 and get like in between $4 and 450. 450 is a mild support level here. I can put a dotted line. I just don't want to fill my chart up with a bunch of lines here, but that's a mild level right there at 450. You can see that pre-market high. You got above it, you held, and then you just, yesterday. So technically yesterday, you broke out and it took it right back, if you notice that. And look, resistance, resistance, resistance. All right, and then at the close, you ended up getting up above it. You closed up above it. So we'll see what happens here at $5. This is going to be, understand what that's going to be. Damn. That's 45%, guys. That's a 45% move back up there to $7.50 if this thing opens up above $5. If we do not hold, $4 is about 17%. So either way, we should get a decent move here, especially if we can get some volume on this thing. All right, now again, I've been having a lot of success due to stock selection, okay, which is in part, trade ideas that have news, that have, double the average volume, if not more, and that's going to be able to, that allows you to be able to get that follow through more times than not that you're looking for. It's working for me, so I'm going to stick with it. So we'll watch this $5 zone up here. Here's the thing too. When we open up, if we open up here, you're going to have your trade line is down here at like 490 or so. So you're going to be open up above that trade line on your 15-minute chart. That could be another buy trigger. All right, that could be another possible buy trigger, at least back to $6. If I go long, I'm telling you guys right now, I will be taking profits in front of 6. I'll be taking at least half of that off in case this thing fails. All right. So that's Fubo. All right, Fubo. Target. Initial first take profit in front of $6. Okay, because you can see this is a bit of a resistance zone up here, the top left. If you guys have trouble seeing this, let me know. What's up, Raider Rushi? If I read that correctly. All right, so this is the first place you should be looking to take profit, okay? Or wait and see if the bounce off of this $5 zone isn't that strong. And you get maybe you look for a rejection up there. Maybe that's where you look to go short. Maybe you quickly run up there off the bell, and then it rejects it. You get short. Then you look for the break of 5. I personally think, I don't think Fubo, just because they go to Disney, sign with Hulu, I don't think it's going to make them any money. I don't think that changes anything. Do you guys have Hulu? I don't. YouTube, I have cable, but I also just use YouTube and stuff. Like, I just don't. You can get college football, NFL. Like, there's ways to do things. I just don't think it's. I don't know. And what was it? 200 million? They have a 2 billion market cap. They have a 2 billion market cap. So this deal really, in the grand scheme of things, wasn't that much money, in my opinion. So, let's see here. So yeah, it was something like that. It was like 200 and some million. I think there's like a lawsuit going on or something. I don't know. I just don't think much changes. But again, that doesn't mean that this thing cannot climb. All right, just remember that. There's a lot of people that are in this thing short. This could just continue to squeeze. Squeeze, squeeze, and squeeze. All right, so $5, that's what I'm watching for. If we hold it and we get the entry, I will look long again. I have money from yesterday. I have a small short position on this. Puts, not short, puts. And if 5 doesn't hold, it is what it is. So I'll get out of it. I'll tell you guys exactly what I do and everything. That's it. So Fubo probably sold out because they know the business is going to be nowhere. Exactly. And you're exactly right, Bubs, because that's the whole point too. The majority of the time, these corporate businesses like a Fubo, You know, even like a iRobot. Not that they necessarily wanted to like build the company to sell it, but when that opportunity's there, if you're the owner and you're getting older and you're just like, you know what, if I can, stop losing sleep or stop being so worried, because you got to think these people are worried. You know, they have to worry about paying their employees and making sure their employees are okay. You know, handling payroll, insurance, just anybody getting hurt, right? If you want it, here, take it away from me, and you're getting paid, sure. You're exactly right. And because it's probably, dude, you got Netflix going into stuff. You have the basic cable companies still fighting for their rights. It's like, how much of the pie is even going to be available? So look at Disney. I mean, I haven't looked at that stock in a while. That's just my opinion. But again, this thing could still squeeze. All right, so let's go. Let's move on real quick. Let's go to, so that's Fubo. All right, keep an eye on. You could see also 550 rejection here too, guys. I'm gonna keep it on this chart because it's just a lot easier to see, and we'll scale back. I'll trade off of this, and we'll use this chart for the daily charts for our moving averages. All right, for our moving averages, if that's okay. As long as you guys can see it, all right. I just want you guys to be able to see the charts and everything else. So, all right, that's Fubo. All right, let's go here. So what else do we have today? So we had Uber had some news today. So Uber is coming in with a gap up here. I haven't traded this thing in a long time. So Uber and Nvidia. I don't remember. Oh, that's right. He did talk about this. So Uber shares are trading higher pre-market Tuesday after ride-hailing company and Nvidia enter a strategic partnership. Didn't this news come out yesterday? Yeah, this news came out yesterday. That was that rally. Okay. AI-powered collaboration with the leverage NVIDIA's platform, including Cosmos DGX Cloud, to accelerate the development of autonomous driving. I mean, autonomous driving is already out there. I mean, that's cool for Uber. I mean, unless they are going to buy their own fleet of cars and not have people drive them and just have them, like, go get people. I don't know what their motive is here. You know, I'm going to say one thing. The automotive field, guys, it's so capital intensive. Just repairs, material, making it. Not that they're going to be making the vehicle. I just think, Anyway, so this thing is. Let's go to the daily chart real quick. Let's start with our daily chart. Where are we trading at right now? Where were we? Here, let me put this up here. So here's our previous highs up there at 68.50. All right, 68.50. And let me make sure I have all of my scanners up here. Okay, we're good. All right. I don't really care for this one. You see, this thing is just like, there's no real, like, this is your zone, right? 60 to 75. Yeah, 60 to 75. So you have a mild zone right here of support. Could look for rejections off of $70. Let me go here. Yeah, look, and there's your 50-day. You're right at the 50-day. All right, so we do have our 50-day right there. It's in a downtrend. Look at the volume here. Oh my God. The one thing that I hate about Thinkorswim is that you cannot save the indicators. And they have auto zoom right where, like, you want to, like, look, like right here. If I go to auto zoom, right, it'll log it back in and stuff like that. Oh, look at this. Look at that previous high there. Boom. And it held right on it. That's nice. I think I should actually move this up a little bit. I'm going to move that. You know what? I'm going to leave it. All right, so Uber. Actually, look at this area here. If we get a rejection back off of 70, I'm going to get rid of that. All right. So this is a zone that I'd be looking for. If you get a rejection off the 50-day, let's say the market starts to pull back. If we start to reject the 50-day here, I want to look for a move back into like 65, $64. All right, you see this pivot low right here. So right here, guys, this is what I would look for. Right in there. That would be the zone I would look for on a move off of that 50-day, especially if the market starts to pull back on Uber. I think this thing is gap and go, gap and go, gap and go. I would look for this thing to possibly start to pull back if the market starts to pull back. All right, you can see twice already, yesterday and today, this thing is already pulled back off of that zone. Look at that. I didn't even move that line. So Uber, 68.50, 69, 68.50, 69. I would watch for rejections up there and target $67. All right, keep your expectations within line. Take your profits, going into 67 if you can get that. Let's go find out what she's going to do here. Let's find out. What is she going to do? So the chart, you have a lot of room here on the daily chart. Let me zoom this in real quick, guys. Let's see. Boom. So 4 hour overextended. Dude, what is going on? Just hate how everything is acting right now. Oh, look at that. So this pivot low right there to the left of us, right here at 68, looks like it just pulled into that, and that was yesterday's high. Pulled back off of it. You got up above it, and you just pulled into it. You just pulled into that zone. So if you put in a double top here on the hourly chart, I would be looking for a pullback. I more than likely probably won't trade this. I don't know how spready the contracts are. It is in an uptrend. It is in an uptrend. So if it continues to the upside, I would target 72. It's not going to be something I'm going to watch today. So to the downside, if you reject 68.50, or I'm sorry, yeah, 68.50. Let me make sure I can see the chat too. Again, listen, if you guys have questions or anything, feel free, post them below. Post them in the chat and I'll get to them. So, where's our 5 minute at? Damn, this thing's got room, guys. This thing does have room. Here's what I would do. If you see this thing rally, I don't know. Any rallies on this, I'm looking for a pullback. Any rallies on Uber, I'm looking for a pullback on it. That's the only way I can play it. I think it's a bit overdone. The concept has yet to be proven or built, so that's just, why is my stuff not saving, guys? I don't know. This is what I fucking hate about this thing. Sorry for the language. All right, so I would use that 50-day, this pivot low, this whole $68.50, $70 zone. See if we can't get a rejection up there. Yeah, look at that. That looks really nice. Look at that right there. There we go. And we already have 67.50, 67.25. So it's actually up above it and holding. I don't know. I think you have too much. It's not a play for me. Because look, here's what I was just looking at, right? If you hold 67.50 on Uber, because you're above it right now, you're at 68.60 was an order just got filled there. If you pull in to 67.50 off of that 200-day moving average, look for that 50-day to hold, what's going to happen? You have a room, you go up to 70, boom, you got the 50-day. Let me go here so you guys can see it. You have too much in your way to the upside. I think the upside is crowded, right? Look at this. So you have this pivot low right here. Look, right? I'm going to put it there. It's not where I want you guys to see it. So look, I'm just going to make it bigger. That's what she said. Boom. All right? Right there. You see that? Boom. Boom. And then you broke it. Now you're coming back up to retest that double bottom support from, August, September, October. All right? Your 50-day is there. You opened up above it. Right? This is $68. You're at $68.50. So if we come in off the bell and you drop down into this zone, what happens, right? Well, what do you have? You have the 50-day to hold you. That's cool. That's an entry for a buy or whatever. And then you start to bounce. You have this pivot low and this support and resistance, this mild level at 70. Then you have the 200-day. Then you have the 100-day. So it's like, it feels like that upside would be too crowded to just give you that extension follow through that we're looking for to make our money. So it's really why it's not going to be a trade for me unless it's to the downside. Unless I get a pullback off that 200-day. That's the only way I'm watching it, really. I'm actually going to keep this here. I need to clean this chart up. It's really ugly, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. Yeah, look, you're double topping up here. All right. Let's go to Nvidia. So Nvidia's trying to make new highs. This is a really nice, if you look at this chart like this, and I was looking at this, over the weekend, you had this really nice double bottom here, but like if you use this, if you look at 130 as the resistance zone, you have done nothing but turn that previous 130 resistance back into support on Nvidia. This is pretty much a really nice rally, right? This is a nice rally consolidation. Looks like it's going to try to make another leg higher going into what? We're going right into earnings, guys. I think we could see this earnings run up going into earnings, depending on, again, you have a couple things outside of like, you have the port deal that could cause the markets to, have a bit of uncertainty that could, kind of like dwindle that rally. But to me, this is a, previous resistance becoming support. This whole zone right here. This whole zone right there. Right? It was resistance. It's boom, 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 boom. Let's look to climb higher. Taiwan Semiconductor. That's already going higher. All right. So with that said, let's take it here. I want to get rid of, I want to get rid of this. I kind of don't want to get rid of too much, but I will. I know you guys, let me see something real quick. What do we have here? Dude, come on. It's 2%. So so what's the ATR on Nvidia? On a nice day, 140. So about $5 at the max. Right? So about $5 at the max. 152.66. All right, so we are up. Not quite at new highs. I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to get rid of all this, guys. Even though I really don't want to, but I'm going to. I'll keep that. I would look for pullbacks into this previous high up here. Shit. See, I want to move that up there. I'm going to make this a 2. I know you guys can't see it. All right, so what that is we look for this consolidation or a drop into 150. 149.80 to 150. All right, I want to see us pull into that zone, and I want to see the markets hold and try to get through, like, oh my goodness. So I'm not sure where we are right now, but I want to see us drop into this zone, hold it, which would also be prior day's close. Okay. Every time you got up through here, it's rejected. So keep that in mind. Tail. You know, is this going to be a double top? Who knows? Let's see. Let's keep diving in. Yeah, we are kind of extended, but that's okay. Where's the daily at? Look at this daily MACD. Your daily chart's trying to go positive. MACD is nice gap there on the MACD, trying to go positive. You have a nice increase in volume on this gap and go. Look at the volume here, guys. Look at the volume. It's done nothing but increase. Look at that. So that's all. That's everything you would want to see if you're bullish this thing. All right, so pullbacks. We got that. Boom. Let's keep going. What time is it? I gotta hurry. So it's 8:12. Okay. Yeah, I would use prior day's high. You can see yesterday you already pulled into that zone. See, that's funny because yeah. Boom. So that's this is the area I would watch, guys, and I would look for a pullback now. 152, and I think let's see if that bounce off of 152 gets faded and it doesn't extend. If you can't extend through 153 or this pre-market highs, you know, I just don't think you're going to get a pullback. And just because it doesn't pull back doesn't mean you should be long. I'm not sure if there's even a trade here yet, guys, to be honest with you. Yeah, but we're practically already there. That's your pre-market high. Your pre-market high is, you know. So, you know, and that's up to you guys. If you guys do get this and you guys want it, I would just pay attention. Look at this 4-hour. Look at it. Look at your RSI. And you're making a new high, putting in a lower high. That MACD is starting to come in on itself a little bit there. I just feel like a consolidation would ease your indicators. Like a low volume, just hold type of day. Boom, gap up tomorrow possibly. You know? That's what I would want to see. That's everything I would want to see. I'm going to tell you guys right now, Jensen Huang yesterday didn't say anything or introduce anything that was new. Look, you're already starting to reject it. It's already starting. So yeah, that's what I'm going to look for, guys. I'm going to use 153, see where we're at on the bell. Let's see what the volume's at. Let's look right now. Where's she at? You do have some nice buy side volume here. But you got to think anybody is probably just coming into the market now or went and bought yesterday. So you can see how they thought about it yesterday. Right? Prior day's high. Again, I'm not looking to short this, but I would look at 152 and see what happens from there. Because you got to soften these things up a little bit. You know, because here's the thing, right? Institutions run off of algorithms. And what are algorithms going to see? They're going to see a 5-minute, a 15-minute, an hourly, a 4-hour, RSI, MACD, overextended. Their buy trigger, they're going to be taking profits anytime this thing bounces. You know, they're going to be taking profits on anything that's... God bless you, Seba. God bless you, bro. I've made it this far. I've been in this game for a long time. I do pretty well for myself, my family, and my community. Continue to go long. I don't think too much. I know what the fuck I'm doing. It's not about thinking. I don't have to think. You know? I don't have to think. I know institutions are running off of algorithms, and the algorithms, right? They're not looking at this chart with eyes. They're looking at it with numbers. They're saying, damn, across the board, we got an 80 RSI. Boom, we got sell side volume is starting to come on. Do what you go all in on Nvidia. Go all in. You know, I still think Nvidia to be bullish this, you need a low volume consolidation in the low 150s. Come in tomorrow, Thursday, with a possible gap up if you don't have any type of economic or some type of news to bring the, to give the markets a pullback. That's my thoughts. You guys want to go long? Go long. I hope you guys make the money. I hope you guys, get everything you want and ask for. Look at that. 14,000 shares to the sell side. I haven't even seen anything close to a 5,000 buy side, Seba. But I think too much. That was a pretty big sell order right there in front of 152.80. 14,000 shares just got sold, got filled. All right, look, 1,600, 1,000, your usual, 4,000 now. So think about that wall that's up there. And again, that's why I think it's a consolidation, because every time you get up there, you get these large sell orders, and then what happens? They start running out of shares, because it comes to a point where you can only sell so much or you can only buy so much, right? So I want to see this thing consolidate up above here. All right, let's keep it moving because I need to. All right, so Fubo is still top trending name right now. We already talked about that. So we're keeping $5 on watch. We're going to keep this $5 on watch. You know what's funny? The entire time that we've been here, what has it been, close to a half hour? I want to start to see this thing extend. This thing has got to start doing something, in my opinion. All right. Amazon, here's the other thing. Like yesterday, I was watching this, like I told you guys. I actually wasn't. Once I saw what these options paid, I wasn't upset that I didn't take it. I wasn't upset because it didn't really pay. But Amazon is up here above this 20-day moving average. If you can start to break through this 130 zone, or I'm sorry, 230, if we can start to get up through there and you see a break and retest up here at 230, then I'll look for a long, because then I know I had that previous high. I have at least $3, 250. And you know what's funny? Nvidia is kind of rejecting the all-time highs right now. Yeah. Hey, Bubs, listen, for anybody that's out here, we already know we have a lot of trolls. I just want to give them the satisfaction. But listen, know your ATR. Stocks are only going to move their ATR, and look at the volume. If you have double the volume, whatever, the max that Nvidia's roughly going to move is about $5, maybe $6 on a good day. On a good day. All right. That's just what I'm looking for. Again, I'm only letting you guys know what I'm looking for here. Each time you got up there, you've wicked it. Just look for if you guys see a consolidation, because it's getting to be, it needs to rest. If you guys want this thing to go, look at this. Just 2-3 days ago, this thing was at 135, 130, the low 130s. Nice double bottom consolidation, bang. So what do? I'm pretty sure your 23.6 should be right around here. Your 38.2 should be right around here on your fibs. If we draw them, I would bet to say that it's probably right around here as your 38.2 fib. Yeah, see, right there. That's really your buy trigger down here. But again, you're at all-time highs, trying to make all-time highs. So you don't really want to break it. You want to hold 150. So, you know what? Here's what you could do. Extend this. If we extend this, our 23.6 fib would be at 150. Where do we got to go? 154.50. 154.50 would be a place to look at. You know, if you do bounce off a prior day's high, that would be a target for me. Would be like 154.50, roughly 155. That's a 1.5% move. Let's see, off of the close. See, off of the close, that's a 4% move up there. What's it normally do? 2.5, maybe 3? Where does that put you on a gap up? That puts you right up at that zone. So everything looks like it's pointing to 154.50 off of prior day's close. 154.50. So that would be 154.50. Let me pull this up to 154. So what I'm going to do is use 152. So that's a percent and a half. So if you pull back and you hold prior day's high and you see us start to try to extend here, 154.50 would be about a percent and a half. That looks doable. It looks doable. And I didn't have to think about that. I didn't have to think about it. You know, because that's, you have to understand your expectations. Your expectations have to be in line with what the stock does, right? So, know your ATR. Know your ATR with volume. Tesla, prime example. What's Tesla? We'll just say Tesla on a low volume, nothing's going on, no news type of day. $4, $5, $6. I'm not saying now. This was, you know, throughout the past couple years. On a good day with volume, $9 to $12, right? I just would know that offhand. I haven't traded it in a while. Let's go look at Tesla, actually. Let's go look at Tesla. All right. So that's Nvidia, guys. That's my plan. I'm not really... I'll just keep an eye on it. See, Micron is rejecting this level up here, this previous resistance zone up here at 105. Let's pull up. We already talked about Micron, didn't we? Or no? Let's pull this up. Let's get this going right now. I'm still, so I want you guys to know, like, so like today, I don't expect a crazy day, but today going into like tomorrow, I'm going to be building what do I want to have on for the end of the week going into possibly next week. There's going to be some volatility with the you know, the market's closed Thursday, but, you know, honestly, I'll go into it at like 9 o'clock, but I know there's a 30-year bond auction, 10-year for Canada. Keep this on. Hold on 1 second, you guys. US 10-year. Come on. All right, so financials are they are gapping up. All right, whatever. 103.50, 103.40, 103.50, 103.40, 103.50, 103.50. Yeah, I'm going to play this range on Micron here. This gap fill, keep this gap fill in line. Or on your... Was that 103.80? All right, so that's going to be our gap. I'm going to keep that gap on watch there. And I want to see if we can get ourselves a pullback. Let me see here. Good morning, my friend. IMRX. Yes, that is. Let's go look at it. Let's check it out. Because that was trending earlier today. IMRX was trending as well. Yeah, look at this. Looks like a really good spot, guys. Look at this. So this is Micron, MU. Here's your 4-hour chart. Mild level right here as well. I'm gonna stick with that. I'm gonna stick with if we get another bounce back to like 105 on Micron, I wouldn't mind taking a short on Micron, to be honest with you. Man, I don't have conviction. That actually, yeah, you know, the Mac, look, like your MACD's going negative on your 15-minute chart. This one's kind of, hourly is massively positive, getting ready to just pull itself back. So I'm going to keep that. That's what I'm going to look for. Let's go here. Let's see. Yeah, yesterday, but boom. What is that, 99? We're at 103. Yeah, I'm going to use that gap there. You can see it tried to hold the gap. See that, guys? Your gap there at 104. Look at it. Boom, 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 boom. And then it can't hold it. It got above the gap. It pulled into the gap, tried to hold. It could not hold. Now it's trying to reject it. So yeah, I would look for a move back to $100. I'd look for a move back to $100 on Micron. That's what I'm gonna do. That's my game plan for Micron, guys. Let me write this down. Any rejections up there at 104, 105? Now again, well, depending on what the Qs do, which I will have up. 10 years just kind of like flat. Let me see here. Let me pull up a 4-hour chart. We'll look at Bitcoin. I have a lot to get through. I don't want to rush through this. Guys, the yields are trying to make, they're trying to climb higher. Yields are trying to climb higher. Look at this. Yields are trying to break out again. So we had a target. Here, let me just move my level 2 and stuff down. So we had a target here on the 10-year. We were looking for like 4.8. We were looking for about 4.8. And it looks like it's going to start trying to extend higher again. All right, we have jobs data at we have jobs data at 10 o'clock. All right, let me write this down. Let me write this stuff down real quick. So Micron. See, I don't want to trade something that's not that liquid. All right. XTIA. Oh, IMRX. I'm sorry. XTIA was the one that was trending. All right, so you also have, all right, you guys also have the 50-day and 100-day both right there at $100. Both right there at $100. No, I'm sorry. Hold on. That's a 20-day. Yeah, $100. Yeah, so yeah, it was $100. All right, 104, 105 pullbacks. I'm looking for $100. So that's like $4 or $5 out of that. 100% of patients in cohort 1 achieved primary efficacy endpoint. No treatment-related adverse effects observed. Hot says preserves cancer treatment efficacy with 0 dose reductions. 66% of patients reported reduced pain and itching scores, further enhancing quality of life. That's HOTH. All right, so that's going to be a $100 price target on Micron if we get the pullback off of 105. All right, and if you guys have tickers, guys, spam the chat with tickers. Let's look at Meta. Let's see if these things have news here. Trade balance is minus 78.2 versus minus 78.3. All right. Just looking at, all right, so you had imports and exports. Balance of trade just came out, negative 78 billion. So for anybody that doesn't know, imports and exports pretty much resembles whether or not you're running a surplus or a deficit. Okay, that's what that means. We're consumers, so we'll be negative more times than not. As consumers, you look at China, manufacturers, positive. NU, okay, hold on one second here. Blast your speakers.
No, it's going to be a deficit. It's for the month of November, expecting a number around minus 78 billion, almost spot on with expectations. Minus 78.2 billion. In the rearview mirror, at least up till now, unrevised October, minus 73.8 billion, just revised, but only a smidge from.
All right, nothing there, guys. All right, so I wanted to look at Meta real quick. So yesterday so the Pentagon released some Chinese companies that were on the like military watch list or something like that. So So ends fact checking in the US. Okay, so that's all that's why Meta's that's why Meta is trending. Let's look at Snap. Damn, look at Snap, guys. Snap's been on a run. DJT. Not doing anything. GameStop. Damn, GameStop, guys. GameStop got back above. GameStop got back above $32, guys. Keep an eye on this. Yo, if GameStop breaks above 33, I almost went short this yesterday. It was an idea that I had. If you get another pullback, I'm going to write this down now, guys. Holy shit. All right, so GameStop, $32. $32. $32.50, really. I don't mean to get off track here. Man, this thing could just sit here and consolidate. That is your resistance at 33. I'm just going to watch for $33. Yeah, because I want to see this thing break. I will keep GameStop on watch. I'm not going to do anything with it right yet unless we break through 33. 35 still a zone. All right. Let's go back to Meta. Oh, man. I forgot. I traded this Friday. I know I keep moving the charts. You guys have to just give me 1 second here. I just wanted to go to the daily charts. So, $627.50, $627. All right, so we are pulling back. I would look for pullbacks into the 20-day, into this zone. This is the area I'd be watching. Right into here, somewhere down into this zone right here. Somewhere down into this zone. So your 20-day is going to be coming up. Your trade line is going to be, look at your trade lines getting yanked right up through there. You have some nice volume coming in yesterday. I'd look for a pullback day and see if you can get a pullback hold. You know, 610, 620. Let's look. Damn, this thing's extended, man. All right. This thing's changing. Look, there's your resistance level here. I got to be honest. Short term, see, I can still... Just give me 1 second. There's your previous high. Support zone. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, I would like to see this thing. Oh, there's your support level right there. Boom. Got it. All right. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Let's go here. All right. So so 610 and 620 would be, if you're looking long, if you guys want to be long this thing, which I wouldn't recommend. You know, this thing isn't trading a like at a crazy multiple or anything. It could continue higher. There is volume on this breakout. 620, 610, those are the levels I'd look for a long. I would really like 610. Not sure if you're going to get it. I don't know if you're going to get it. All right. But I would just look at Meta like this. This is the zone you're in now. 620, 630 range, or 620 to 635. All right. So keep an eye on this previous support level up here that you just broke. Look for a break and retest at 630. Maybe get a 630 entry. Look at that pivot right there. You see this pivot from yesterday? Boom, right there. You're trying to hold it now. So I would watch those zones. Wait for it to get to 630, 635. And if you see it get above, if we see this thing get back above 630, then I would look to see even then. Here's what I would, you know what? This is a trade idea that statistically works for me more times than not. Snow is a good one. Thank you, Brian. I would like to see this thing. See, here's how I'm looking at this right now. See, we're below 630. Our close yesterday was 630 on the 15-minute chart, right? So what I would have preferred would be like us to be above 630 and a pullback into like 630 and have trade line and everything meeting right there at that close. That would signal a buy trigger. I don't know. This thing's probably not a trade for me, to be honest with you. I got to be honest. This thing is probably going to sit between 625, 630. We'll see where we're at closer to the open. It's only 8:30, so I would wait on this. That's what I'm going to do. Let's go look at a few others. And I just want to ask one question. Is there a reason to be looking at Snow for a trade, or is it just a buy? You know, Lulu's trending. Let's see. Not that you can't make money with them, but if we're going to look at Snow, is there a reason for Snow to move? It's breaking out. It's a nice pullback consolidation. This right here on Snow is literally what I'm kind of like looking for. Oh, that's a nice chart. That's a nice chart so far. This is kind of what I'm looking at for like Nvidia, right? A pullback consolidation day. Boom, come in tomorrow, another day with the gap up. Right, just a trade. I get it. I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it at all. So I was just saying a little bit ago that like what's been working for me the past, just going into the end of the year, you know, this past week, having stocks that are trending with volume and news, because they've been giving me the follow through, you know, and it's just been helping me. You know, I get the right side of the trade, correct? I'm on the right side of the trade. I just let it go, take profits as it gives it to me. And I've been getting a lot of follow through. Carvana, Fubo from yesterday, you have, you know, a few others. So, but Snow, we bought this down here at the low 100s. Here, where are we at right now? 166.95, 167. You are above the 20-day. You have a bit of a resistance zone here. Brian, I would watch 170. I would keep an eye on that 170. It's not a major resistance level, but it is to an extent. I wouldn't call it a minor one either. This could be a break and retest of 170. I would just watch that and see what happens. That's what I would do. I mean, this is a nice pullback long. I don't know what to do with this chart. You know what I mean? It's like I would have liked this consolidation. I got to be honest. I wouldn't lean short either. I don't know if it's going to give you what you're looking for. You know, I don't know, because the fact that you can see this level right here, that it broke it, you know, and that's not really what you want to see, because this is your resistance. You know, this thing had some momentum. It was on everybody's radar. We were all buying it up. You come in with this huge gap up off of earnings. Hold. Tries to extend. Boom. Gets taken right back. And now you're back below that gap up from the earnings call. So I would use 170 as a possible rejection. You may even see this thing just sit between 170, 165. Right? Yesterday's open 67. I would watch 170. That's what I would do. You know, because you have the 20-day below you as support, but you have overhead resistance. So it's like unless you want to wait until you get above 170, could do that. But the point of trading, we want to pay a cheaper price so we lose less, right? If I pay a cheaper price and I'm minimizing my stop loss, I'm also losing less. You know what I'm saying? We pay less to make more. We pay less to lose less. You know what I mean? So, but some people don't mind paying up for the quote-unquote conviction. I don't like to do that. You know, I don't like to pay up. I like to pay down. So I would watch 170. You got to get through 170 in my opinion. And look at this. It doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. There's your resistance. 165, 164 pullbacks. The entry would be 168 or 170. Right here. That would be my entry short. And I would just look for a pullback. See, that's probably it. There's your trade line. So it's not like you get really any follow through on that. There's your 4-hour coming in through there too. So everything is pointing between just... I'm going to put a circle here. And let's just see what happens today. Remind me to go back to Snowflake. And this is why, you know, I've been going with stocks that are on the radars, because like you have resistance and then support. It's like this thing is kind of like stuck. So I'm going to put that there. I think that's snow for you right there. And this would be good, right? Because you come off of this 2-3 day rally, sit here, consolidate between 164, 168, boom, 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 chew up 2, 3, 4 days, right? The market starts to like turn itself around, hopefully. There's your, you know, that would be a beautiful catalyst to get through 170 and look for that, you know, look to go higher. But I am worried with Snowflake. I feel like there's something that the market knows about Snowflake that it's not yet ready for it to like do what we all want it to do, right? We had a really nice, you know, that earnings release, like, but when you consolidate above that level and then you extend and immediately just they take it right back and break it, like that tells you everything you need to know. I'd be looking for rejection shorts up there at 170, 170 to 160. I'd be looking, boom, something like that. You know, something like this over the next couple days. So I'll keep that on my radar, actually, too. IONQ, yeah. Why does that ring a bell? I don't know if it was trending or not. All right, let's go. So we went through Micron. We have Micron down. Let's go to Nvidia. IONQ, that's a nice... Shit, come on. Man, what a rally, bro. Nice job, dude. Nice job, bro. That's a nice chart right there, man. I'd be taking money. It looks like it's trying to extend higher. I can't do nothing with core. Hold on, yeah, look at this. There's not even time. There's not even any liquidity. All right. If it ain't got a reason to move, I'm just gonna have to move on. That's a nice consolidation above prior day's high on IONQ, Brian. That's a nice chart there, buddy. That's a nice chart there. Look at that 15-minute chart. It may need another day or two to consolidate, but it's definitely had some strength. Let's go look. Let's just do a broad check. Apple down. So that relative strength that it had, this is a nice pullback. This is actually a possible... If you get Apple down there into 240 off of that 50-day moving average, maybe even today, you open up today... It's going to need a couple more days. I don't think you have enough days in here for this 50-day to get up there. But 240, I'd be looking for that 50-day to start straightening itself up a little bit here huge gap between that 20-day. This is a nice tradable zone here from 240 up into 250, $10 zone on Apple to trade back and forth on. You know, rejections up there, 248 rejections, support down there at 240. So $8 there, $8 zone there on Apple. The reason I'm doing that is because I just want to get a check on what's going on. Let's go to JP Morgan real quick. Nice pullback to the 20-day. Where are we at? 240, 230, 240, 230. Two 230. Boom. Just want to see where we are. 240, 230. So we are above that. Okay. All right, and then let's go to UNH, and then we're going to go back to the stocks that are trending. UNH, a little bit of possible rejection zone there. It's 520. Google. Look at Google, guys. Look at that. Look at that chart right there. That's a nice one. Easy run. 200. Core and INT. Intel, yeah. Let's look at Intel. I'm thinking about buying at 12. Intel has been dead money. I don't know where it's going to go, but I would, as long as the Dow and the IWM continue to just stay in this downtrend, I think it's hard. I think it's hard to be long any Dow name unless you start to see like certain sectors like financials, healthcare start to like have a news catalyst to take off. You know, like look, we'll go back to Google, but Intel. All right, this is the first thing we talked about on the stream. Okay, processors are not faring well in the market right now. AMD, Intel, on their ass. They're down. Okay, semiconductor sector, right? Really strong in the past few days. TSM gapping up to new highs. Nvidia up at trying to make new highs. Okay, because it's the names that are needed. There's enough processors. There's a ton of companies. There's not a demand necessarily for processors right now. There is a demand for Nvidia and AI. Who makes that? Taiwan Semiconductor. What parts do they use? Micron. Right? Micron's benefiting from that, but kind of still down. All right? ASML. Down. ASML should, in my opinion, be up a little bit more, but ASML makes the tool that Taiwan Semiconductor uses to make the semis. So AVGO, I can never remember it. AVGO, up, out, breaking out off of its earnings. You know, so that's what I would take notice on what part of the semiconductors are doing what and which one, like which ones are faring well and which ones aren't. Look at Intel yesterday. What a move. Holy shit. Did anybody trade this yesterday? Did anybody get this? I mean, listen, I don't think it could hurt. I don't think it could hurt to buy some. I might be with you if we get it. I don't even know if we get $12. If you get $12, there might be something wrong. Okay. All right. Why did this sell off like this yesterday? So shares are trading lower. The company unveils a new AI PC processor, CES 225. I think processors are maxed out, and that's what's going on here. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's regaining the level. I'd look for a move back to $20. That's a tough trade there. All right, let's keep going, guys. Let's go to stocks that are trending. It's 9 o'clock. Just got logged out. Let me log back in real quick. Guys, let's get it. We're going to make some money today. All right? We're going to make some money today. Our goal, though, is to not lose it. Be worried about how much you're going to lose instead of worrying about how much you're going to make. All right? And if there is nothing, there is nothing. Oh, my fucking God, man, with this stupid shit. Come on. RGTI. Let's go look at those names too real quick. Let's look at RGTI. So we have Uber. I have it all written down. I've been waiting for RGTI. PSHQ will run DJT. What's up, B? What's up, Brandon? All right. RGTI. I've been waiting patiently on this, and I haven't tried to fight it. Every time you got up there to 18, it sold off. You broke above it, because you can see nice consolidation. All right, rally. You get up through here, consolidate. And it's just like the thing wasn't breaking down. So what happens? Anybody that was short gives up. It extends to new highs. And now it's holding. Part of me kind of wants to go out. Hold on one second here. I kind of want to go out. And this is in part. That's IONQ also, right? IONQ is another AI play, I think, Brian. Sorry, they have what's her name on Biden's administration on CNBC, Lena Khan, who is the FTC chairman. Now I'm going to say this real quick, guys. I meant to say this earlier. So I know there's some people, when they start making money in the markets, they like to show it, right? Let's say if you got $1 million account. In the financial world, to a lot of people, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money, but time in the markets is your best friend. And once just to consider the magnitude of the amount of money that is out there, $1 million in retrospect is technically a small account to financial institutions and to some of the bigger guys out there. It's a small account. So when you see some people that flash a lot of money, I want you guys to understand that I don't do that here for a reason, because I do not want the SEC. Not that I don't want them. Obviously, nobody wants them, but the FCC, the SEC, all the government agents that they have out there, they don't like when people use a dollar amount, because they they view that as a tool of persuasion, and it just came to my mind here with the FTC chairman that was on CNBC. So make sure you guys, so I'm just saying, some people out there, just make sure you guys, if we make money today or whatever, if you guys, just be careful out there is all I'm going to say. All right. Just be careful out there, and if you know somebody that flashes a lot of money and stuff, just tell them, because it's going to save you lawyer costs, because they're going to want to, so, you don't want a letter showing up in the mail. You don't want agents showing up at your door talking about, you got to go to court now because they're filing a lawsuit on you, and now you got to get a lawyer. You got to pay court. Like, it's not, there's no reason to even go through it. But anyway, yes, I am. I got to go somewhere. Like, I want to get some of this snow done, like out of my driveway and stuff. I have to go somewhere right around like lunchtime. I think today will be boring, but yeah, I'll be here all day. Other than like the lunchtime, I'm going to step away. I'm going to leave the stream up and all that stuff. I got to get focused here. But yeah, I'll be here all day. RGTI, IONQ, those names are still trending. Or they're still up at highs, I should say. So here's a list as of right now. Let's refresh it. So Fubo, that's one of the names that is at the top of my list. Getty, I'm not really, this Getty and whatever the other company was, I'm not really gonna, I'll watch it if something. Let's go look at it right now. Let's go here. GETI, I think it is. No, I didn't think G8. Come on. GETY. All right, so it is holding this previous high. Just below VWAP. Boom. What is this? 250. 250, 350. So that would break the previous high. See, I don't like that this, it's still kind of holding, but if you get Getty up there at $4, and you look, and you notice Getty can't get through $4, I would be short. I would look for a short back, taking profits at 350. Mind you, a move from $4 to 350 is a 10% move. Okay? And yeah, so that's that. I'm not really focused on that just yet. Let's go over to, let me slide this down. Just get it out of the way for right now. Shit. Where are we at here? Boom, boom, boom. All right. ARBE, AUR, FUBO, Nvidia, Micron. We have LAZR, Luminant. Oh, was that yesterday? Meta, Lululemon. So we have Uber. Where's Uber at?
SCRV, Serve Robotics, announcing $80 million register and direct offering of common stock. That's San Diego Romeo Victor.
So Uber's flirting with that 68 zone again. I mean, if Uber holds the 50-day moving average here, this could make for a, see, I don't know. What would that be? See, that's, I mean, it's about a 2% move. It's not bad. Just give me 1 second, guys. 68.50. Okay. So here we go. Boom, 68.50. It's our 50-day. Oh, shit. I got to keep that up there. All right. I'm going to keep that up there. I know it's a lot, but 68.50, man. If that thing rejects, That's also your 50-day that you're bumping into up there at 68.50. So what I'll do is on Uber, so there was news with Uber and Nvidia yesterday. You could see Uber.
Let's begin with Nvidia. Jensen Huang delivered the keynote last night at CES. A lot to unpack. This is what he had to say about the Blackwell GPU.
Right, there's your 50-day. That's your 50-day moving average and the resistance zone up here. You know, so if you see it get above it, if you see it break through it, pull back, hold it, boom, continue to rally, you have room. You have room up through there, but it's not something I would want to take. I want to see an intraday 9:30 to 4 o'clock pullback hold of $68 of the 50-day. All right. And why would I want to see? Yeah, look at this. This actually might be a really nice short, guys. So this is one of the playbook trades that work out for me the most. Okay, and what is that? That is, so if you come in with, let's just say like now, we're coming in with the gap up. All right, outside of the 50-day, our trade line is all the way down here at 66. When we open up, if we open up at 9:30 up at 68, 68.50 at this 50-day, the bottom left of my chart, here's your 9 EMA. We're gonna open up, and depending on what happens, your VWAP's gonna open up wherever it is that we open. Bang. So we're gonna have VWAP above us on the bottom left. Right? We're going to have our trade line below us. I'm going to look for one of two things. I want to see if we can break 68, even on a wick off the bell, drop down through 68, and wick down into like 67, 67.50, down into that trade line. Okay? Now, as we pull into it, it's going to start to like come up to meet it. And that trade idea, I'm not saying it's going to work here for Uber, but this is one of the top trades that, like numbers-wise, I can take that trade, 20 times out of 10, it's going to hit. It's one of those high-conviction trades just off of that. Just using the 15-minute chart, whether it's a gap down or a gap up, knowing, hey, we gap down. That trade line is way above us. We're at support. Chances are that support isn't going to break. Boom, look long. Let's target that 15-minute trade line. That trade works a lot of the time. I love that trade. I love that trade setup. That's an easy money trade for me. We'll see what happens today. I just think the second part to that trade that we could see would be a consolidation and a hold of 68, and you sit there. And what that does is if you spend time above 68, that trade line is going to start working its way up here. Now you're going to have it as support. Then that's going to be your buy trigger for an extension through that 50-day back up into 70. So if Uber opens up and it bounces to try to get through, like to get up into the $70 zone, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get short up here at the 200-day, wherever it is. Right now we're below the 50-day, so we're like right here, right? We're at a support level, pretty much. I want to see if we can get this thing to break, all right? I want to see if we can get like a nice pullback. I want to see this thing rally, and then we open up. If we open up above the 50-day, whatever, what have you, I know that I'm looking for that move to 68, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. For me, that's a playbook trade. It works 20 times out of 10. All right. Is what they do with their excess cash. Uber shares repurchase seems suspect to me. Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't been paying attention to Uber. Haven't been paying attention to it. All right. Let's go look at the overall markets real quick. I actually want to look at their options really quick. See what they were looking like from yesterday. Mm-mm. Damn. They're so spready. Like, I had a feeling. Like, this doesn't even make any sense. I mean, I guess because it finished down. See, this looks like you guys can see this 67 zone on Uber. That looks like the perfect entry. That looks like the perfect pullback. 67 looks perfect, guys. I want to see us drop into 67. And then you'd have that trade line, then you'd have VWAP right there. And then you would look for a consolidation above yesterday's high. Right? A consolidation above prior day's high. And I would just look for 68, 69 move in between 60, like 67 to 68/69. I would just look for a consolidation in between that. All right. Let's go to... Okay, Qualcomm's not doing anything. I want to look at Google. Let's go to Google, guys. If you guys could, please hit that like button for me. Let's see where we're at. Damn right, let's get it. All right. All right, Google. Look at this is really nice here. This is a really nice setup. All right, so Google reportedly facing new complaint from the U.S. National Labor Relations Board. This is the second complaint from the U.S. National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, over its role as a joint employer of Accenture flex workers. Reuters reported Tuesday. They deemed Google as a co-employer of about 50 Accenture flex workers in content creation who voted to join Alphabet Workers Union in 2023. It's supposed to Google to bargain with the union. And okay, so it makes them reliable for labor. Okay, blah 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 blah. Software license. Blah 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 blah. SIBA, SMCI. Okay, so SMCI. Let's go here. Boom 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 boom. Oh, look at this, guys. We're gonna need to pay attention to banks on financials. So this is why financials are actually trending higher. I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Why is this thing trying to like offer me rank? What is up with this ad? Good. I ain't got nothing to do with rings. Let's see here. All right. The early departure of the Federal Reserve top financial regulator allows for more industry-friendly official to take his place. The latest boon for U.S. banks riding a wave of post-election optimism. So, Fed Chair Barr, I think he's out of New York, I think. I'm not too positive. Palo Alto, California. Okay. Legal battle with Trump administration is seeking his removal. Okay, so the announcement, a reversal from Barr's previous comments on the matter, ends his supervisory role of roughly 18 months earlier than planned. Long-term borrowing costs at highest level in 1998. After the election, Donald Trump, blah, blah, November speculated soft. And I think we need softer regulation for banks too. I too am in that camp. Let's go to... We have Geta. Okay, Tesla. We did not look at Tesla. All right, so we know about Nvidia. We know about Shutterstock Getty. Now it's a $3.7 billion merger. Getty rose 45%, while Shutterstock rose added 24%. Okay, you know what? That is kind of big. I didn't know that it was that amount. Tesla electric declined 2%. Bank of America downgraded the shares from neutral to a buy. Execution risk as a steep valuation. So let's go look at Nvidia, or not Nvidia, but Tesla really quick, guys, because Tesla has a level here that is pretty big that we need to watch for. I know my ADHD is awful. This is a nice level here on Google. Let's do Google, and then we'll go to Tesla. All right. Okay. Okay, so we are bouncing right into resistance. If QQQ, damn, QQ, the Qs are breaking away. They're holding that 20-day moving average, you guys. All right, let's see here. Remember, though, we do have ADP employment. We do have some subject matters that could cause the markets to be a bit volatile outside of the bond auctions. Hold on one second, you guys. I do apologize. All right. It's pretty basic, pretty simple here with Google. All right. Top end of this move, $200. $200. You have a previous high. Actually, you know what? We could use undo. It is right there. So, if we can get a pullback, which I think we will. Pullback entries at 198. I wouldn't mind taking the long, as long as the markets continue to be bullish. All right, and look at this. Second, this is actually, I like this a lot better than I do Uber for the pullback off the bell. Damn, this is going to be tough because I don't see where the markets are going to be a bit bearish. This thing might end up just consolidating between this zone here. All right, so I know it takes a while. I do apologize. This is a really nice consolidation, potential breakout. 4 hours. Boom. All right, so I'm going to look for a pullback, guys, off of 200 on Google. So you can see the divergence that's taking place here. Where the stock, where Google's trying to trend high or like consolidating, and you know these breakout consolidations, it's lowering, you know, it's pulling back your RSI and your indicators, you know, which cause them to do what? They put them from overbought territory back into oversold territory, technically, right? And that triggers algorithms. Okay, that's a breakout consolidation above previous highs. Extend higher, right? Unless what? Unless you have a news catalyst, right? Whether it's, you know, a new or like a catalyst that's, you know, that fools with the whole market, or you just have one specific news on that, like on Google or on Meta, on Moderna, right? A new drug being released or whatever. So what I'm going to do with Google here is I'm just going to continue to watch it down in here at 198. I want to look for pullbacks in the 198 for possible, like that would be the trade for me, depending on if we can, depending on where we open up. We open up here in a few minutes, so I do got to hurry. I think you got to look for pullbacks off of 200. And if you want to be long, I think you got to use this prior resistance zone at 198, 197.80 or so as your support zone to be long. So 15-minute chart, bottom left, right? If we open up, let's say we open up, I'm going to zoom this in. Say we open up, look here, I'm going to do it right here. 15-minute chart. Let's take pre-market off, okay? Take pre-market off. Now, look what we have here, right? We have previous resistance, previous support, right? That's all right here at 198. Where did we close yesterday? VWAP, 9 EMA, all right here at 198. We're gapping above it. So what would I look for? I would look for off the bell. Let's say off the bell rings, boom, it starts rallying, right? Just, I'm talking within a 1 minute candle. Boom, it rallies. 200, I'm looking for the pullback, right? I'm looking for that pullback into this support zone, which I'm going to have my trade line. We're going to have VWAP up here. And once again, the trade that for me works, you know, more times than not, and I make more than I lose, is that initial pullback, quick trade, right into the trade line. Now, if we just extend higher, you know, again, if it tries to like wick up through 200, we'll see what happens. And I'll still more than likely probably take it, because I think that's really where you got to be long. Right, it's got to be like 198 or the or the break through 200, or the break through 200. God, fucking damn it, that auto range. I hate this thing. Yes, good luck out there, guys. Please, all we ask, hit the like button. If you make any money with us today, continue to help make this stream free. Contribution link is in the description. Hit the like button, subscribe, all that fun stuff. You guys want a personal one-on-one to, you know, get better at being consistent, you guys can do a one-on-one. Again, it's not that I charge, but I charge, you know, any donations, $50 or higher, or contributions to the stream, $50 or more. That's up to you if you want a one-on-one. But anybody that does that, I give you guys the option. You know, it's up to you guys if you want it. If you want to give it to somebody else, that's fine too. Somebody that wants to learn how to do this correctly in the right way. All right, so there's Google. We got support at 198, resistance up there at 200. It's already trying to pull back into 198. So let's see if we can look for a bit of a long there. Damn, that sucks. It doesn't suck, but man, if we could pull back here, guys, this could make for a possible long right out the gates off of 198. It could give us that opportunity. It might, as long as it doesn't break. All right, let's look at Amazon. I haven't even looked at Microsoft in a while either. So Amazon, you have a little bit of support and resistance up here at 228. 230 is your prior support / resistance zone. All right, 230. Break and retest. You're looking higher. You're looking for 230 on Amazon, or the 230 rejection, or support. You have some support there yesterday down at 226. That was also last Friday's high. Or it was last week's high. It was like towards the end of the week. Again, with the holiday, it's a bit confusing. So, and also, as we go, think about things on a weekly chart. Like Monday and Tuesday, we start to rise and we start to pull back Tuesday, come in Wednesday with a gap down or so. That's that weekly candle putting in, kind of retracing the move. So, kind of just to help you guys put things into perspective. You can look at the moves on a weekly basis, daily basis, intraday basis. So right now, we have a wick on that weekly candle. We popped. We're still finding resistance up there at 230 on Amazon. Can we start to close higher? We'll see. We'll find out today. We're going to find out today. Today could be I think this week there's not going to be much because of being closed Thursday and everything. Yesterday was a fun day, but I think it could be one of those weeks where it could be a bit boring. All right. Let's get ready to go. We did Google, Amazon. The zone that I'm watching for Amazon is, again, 226, 230, middleman being 228, okay? If we get up above and can hold 228, look for the extension back up into 230, possible short entry up there off of 230. If you pull back into 226, there's also a possible long there. All right, there's also a possible long. You have the 20-day moving average sitting at 226 on Amazon. All right, that was a nice tail off of there. Just watch 230 as resistance up there. We'll see what happens. Let's go look at Fubo real quick. Again, you guys are gonna see me use the 1-minute chart. I use that for a reason. I use the all-time frames, but. Let me get everything saved really quickly. Dude, come on. Let's go, guys. Let's have a great day today. Let's have a great day. If the trade is not there, if you guys are if you feel like you're trying to force it, just let it go. Just let it go. All right. There was a lot of volatility yesterday. Looks like Fubo is going to open up above $5. So we're going to open up, man. If we open up at $5, man, this thing might go. This thing might go. Where are we at? 224. I want to look at MSTR real quick as well. See Carvana, MSTR, SMCI. I know SMCI was starting to take off. All right, MSTR pullbacks into 360. Yep, look at that. And there's your 50-day moving average. It's at 340. Nope, it's your 20-day. Boom. Boom. Shit. Let me pull up Bitcoin real quick. Okay, so the Qs have resistance up here at 527. What the fuck is going on here? Oh, because I have this trending. Okay, I see what it is. All right, guys, so keep your eyes on the Qs here, up there at 527. If you guys are trading any tech names. All right, right here. Yesterday's high. Okay, yesterday's high. Really, the resistance zone, I think, would be up there at 531. I think you have the 20-day moving average right there also. But I'm going to have this on the side of me. I'll be watching the SPY, the Qs, keeping an eye on the overall markets. A little bit of support here at 523. Or, I'm sorry, 524. I think we need to pull back to 520. That would be really cool if we got a double top up at 528 and got an 8-point move back down into 520 tomorrow. I might keep that on. I might keep that in the back of my pocket. So, all right, so Micron. Let me get focused here. Micron. Let me just get rid of MSTR. So Micron, Fubo. We got 2 minutes, guys. Again, good luck today. Palantir. They were talking about Palantir this morning. I think it's closed red the past few days. I think they said something like 4 or 5 out of 6, 7 days it's closed red. Yeah, it's what it looks like. Yep. Red, red, red. There's a green day, red day. Coming in now with the gap down. Alright, let's do this. Come on, let me get this. Come on, come on, come on, come on. I'm not getting stuck fooling with my charts. Dude, what the fuck is going on here? Alright, there we go. We're good. Boom, boom. Got that. We're good there. I wouldn't mind trying for that 230 rejection. Alright, Micron, MU. Let's see, what were the... Look at the volume that just came in there. Nvidia pulling back. Up above 153. Yesterday's close is there at 150. Let's see. So 150 would be the buy zone. Boom. 149. What are you going to do, Fubo? What are you going to do? I'm curious to know. Are you going to hold $5? Are you going to hold? And even if it tries to extend, that doesn't mean... Man, this is a buy trigger. Keep an eye on this, guys. There are options for this. My level 2. Good to go. I think we're good to go. I think we're good to go. Good luck today, everybody. 5 seconds. Micron. Micron's starting to pull back here. Ouch. There's the bounce on Micron. Look for that rejection at 104. Boom. There it goes. Pulls right into there. Yep. Pulling right on in. Let's go. Let's see. Let it consolidate. Pop its head up. Hold on. Pull this in. Sorry, my stuff is it should break this level. It should break. It should be able to break 102. Ever since the market opened, now my stuff's lagging. You gotta be kidding me, bro. It's a nice bounce. That's a bullish sign there. If this bounce can hold and chew up the clock. Alright, let's go here. Let me pull this up. Let's move this thing over. Boom. Alright. Let's go. So 105, guys. 105 rejections on Micron. I gotta keep my eye on. Damn it. I don't know if we're going to get 105. I want 105. I want a 105 rejection on Micron. Look at the Qs. The Qs have a nice support zone here. Look for a test up in the prior day's high at 527. See if we, again, watch if we bounce. And by 10 o'clock, we have data that comes out. And if we're at a resistance zone, when we get the JOLTS job openings, ISM services, okay, and what else do we have? We have the 10-year. We have a 10-year note auction at 1 o'clock. That's going to be huge. That's going to be huge. So, all right, Fubo trying to bounce still. JP Morgan. All right, let's go top trending. Let me refresh this. Nvidia. Okay, so Tesla's got a nice possible rejection area here, prior support. Watch this level up here at 409.50. 409.50. 400 was a nice support area. You know what? If we get above there, if we could take back that move from yesterday, this thing has some room to the upside. And I did not have this on the watch list.
A market that's on fire. Staples relative to the S&P is at its lowest since October of 2000.
I learned from my friend Michael Haley, who is a demolition man, that safety never takes a vacation. He was not speaking about snacks because safety.
Dude, everything is so slow. I don't understand why. Let's see here.
These come even more effective, perhaps. What percentage of the population at some point is going to be on them? And what impact is that truly going to have on companies that sell us salty snacks? They have sweets, bakery, goods, and all sorts of other things. You know, that Mondelez wanted to buy Hershey.
All right, 410. This is that zone on Tesla where it's.
They will always want to and forever want to own Hershey. Unfortunately, my understanding is, or not unfortunately, but they didn't come in with a bid high enough to get a conversation.
Break retest there. That support zone.
Given they've been there before. Go buy Clorox. There's no GLP-1 when it comes to Clorox. Well, and by the way, you've got cocoa prices that have just been through. Take a look at what cocoa's done. So you may want to wait on the inside. That's what Jensen told me. We made a joke to Jensen, and he said, "I'm laughing on the inside." It was good. It was funny. You want my time? It was funny. I do want that time. No, I'm saying that. If you look at Mondelez's product lineup, it's like a GLP-1 petri dish.
Watch 102 on Micron, you guys. It's got to break. Doesn't have to do anything.
We mentioned the Surgeon General recommendation on cancer links yesterday, and that got written up over TV.
All I can tell you is that we did this thing in prohibition.
What's that, the VIX or volatility? I feel like volatility is kind of eased right now. It's not really. It's just my opinion. I mean, it could be. Now, when you see the VIX climb with the market, or like if the market isn't really like pulling back, then, you know, it should. Because as we start to get back up here, that's like, I got to be honest with you, I'm still a bit uncertain, you know, on a lot of stuff. You know, on earnings are in a couple weeks. I could see us, you know, rally, kind of climb going into earnings, and then like leave it up to earnings. Like, are earnings going to be able to give us that next leg higher? Or are we just going to like kind of like stay where we are at the broader market, and then maybe some names climb, some don't, you know? Come on. Let's go look at the VIX real quick. Yeah. Let's go look at, let's see. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so there's that gap rejection there on Micron. Fuck, see, I missed this short, guys. See what I mean? I missed it. I was fooling around. But we're starting to get the picture here. I just don't know why everything is so slow for me right now. Again, guys, if you could hit the like button for me, subscribe. If and when I do something, I'm going to let you guys know. All right.
Simply don't where what the deportation policies look like. I mean, if in fact they were to follow
I wish this thing would like calm down a bit. I don't know why.
would be enormous.
See, I already missed it. See, the reason I'm not going to take that now, I just... Let's go look at Google, because it feels like I missed this one. Like, I need like a 104, 106 rejection for me to get short. And if, let's just say, like Micron starts to bounce right now, you know, that's cool and all. But if you start to bounce here, that's just going to bring your support level up to 140. And then I'm no longer short, and I'm looking for a pullback to 102 long. You know, up into that zone, right? This would be a buy trigger up here, right? But we need, that might be at like 10 o'clock or so. But again, we have a 10-year auction at 1 o'clock. We have some data here at 10 o'clock. So if this thing bounces, come on. My stuff is acting up so slow right now. Like if you hear me click and watch when I move, like, see if we bounce, and then you get like a nice little pullback into like, let's say 9:45, 10 o'clock or so. This thing will be up here. You know, you got your trade line up here. If it ever wants to, I've clicked it 3 times now. So we'll see. We'll let this thing play out a little bit. Let's go look at some names here like Google. Want to watch Amazon. Okay, so 3 minute. We are kind of rejecting right now. Got some resistance up here on this one. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. It's all good. All right, so here's our 20-day moving average at 226, you guys. 226. Come on, man. I hate that. Look, and it just sliced it. It just sliced it for the most part. 224 would be your next level. Come on, let's see if we can get a reversal here. That is a low volume pullback. God, it just sliced it. Wow. What's going on with this? Hold on, where's the market at? Let's see here. Come on. Where are we at here? It's a nice break and retest on the Qs. Could look for a move back to 522 on the Qs. Pull up the SPY. The volume isn't. The volume is poop on the overall markets out the gate. But Amazon's drilling right now. Let's see if it can hold this level. This could be a nice little. Let's see. We're not going to do any could be. We're not doing the could be's. I don't like that you broke that already. See, even if we bounce, I think this thing is in trouble. I'm going to look for a possible short entry. Try to target 224 on Amazon. I don't think I'm going to get this trade, you guys. I'm not going to be able to get it. I need a little bit of a bounce back. This relief bounce does not, so far, there's not strength coming in here on Amazon. You know, if you're looking at your level 2 and time and sales, there's not, you know, there's not much. Again, I could be reading it wrong because there's not much volume in the overall markets, but see, that's even going to bring us down to the 9 EMA as well. Let's see. Let's see how we react here.
It's the stock.
No, I mean, people who say they don't own, maybe they don't own the stock, but they're still consumers.
Well, I mean, I happen to think that Cintas is a better provider. I'd like them to be my provider. I think that if Stryker does not do anything at all with thrombosis, it would be great to have that as part of their suite. That could actually keep prices down. I think the Paychex has been keeping prices down for a very long time, and this is a good thing to have in their suite if you can keep the price down. So I'm not going to say that these deals. I'm not being facetious. The stocks are going up because it's great. It's great. Is the customer the principal beneficiary? I think the customer might want to put Cintas against Universe. They might, say, listen, we want
Exactly. So the idea from antitrust, typical antitrust viewpoint would be you're taking out a potential competitor. At some point, you're going to have an ability to raise prices more significantly.
Right.
I would note the market response seems to be, hey, this would be a good deal. You're obviously going to take cost out as well, potentially.
But these are
But
really.
to Carl's point, ultimately, if the consumer is the key constituency here from an antitrust perspective, are they going to be a beneficiary?
Okay, so take the previous.
Whatever their consumer may be.
So this is a support level here. You know, it's a nice support level here, but
Her Amazon case is about.
still a mixed bag there.
Never did she ever say that it was about keeping prices down for the consumer, but inflation is the single biggest problem.
Just want to see if we come back into 224.
And so she completely missed that boat. And then she injected Reagan today. I mean, and I think when I was listening, I was thinking, she must be speaking about exercise.
Now watch the SPY. If you get a bit of a little rejection here at 596, or I'm sorry, 597.
On antitrust for the last 25, 30 years, it's resulted in a lot of discrepancies.
Well, yes, so we went too far the other way. All I'm saying is went too far.
I hear you. And,
But yes,
and
you
you and I pointed it out many times when the law really, what they were trying to accomplish did not align with the law conceivably, or at least where the judges who would make the decisions were going to be. And that's why they lost some big cases. No, but they did win some in the end.
Yes, they did. The Albertson deal was too much like the Safeway deal.
Groceries and
That was the
Amazon.
deal.
Look at that.
I was surprised that Rodney did that. He did a lot of strictures.
Although to your point, even the Albertsons deal, the argument was it's not about.
Look at the cues. Nice tail. It's a nice tail there.
But she didn't want to take. No one wanted to take that into account. But Costco.
Just watch. You got to get through this zone. Now we put this line up. We put this level up there at 525 earlier this morning. Okay, we put it up there earlier this morning.
But I do think that you wouldn't necessarily pit Paycor versus Paychex because Paycor doesn't have the full suite that you need, and it's rational. That's a rational deal. I think I want to learn more about the Cintas deal because
There.
I think that you might have been able to.
It just look like, oh, look at that. 23,000 shares to the buy side on Amazon just now. 23,000 to the buy side. You know, you don't know if that's a short. 15 minutes, we have that data coming out.
The rich are not like you and me. I mean, what the.
Again, though, Jim, as you point out, despite all this regulatory friction and antitrust scrutiny, back-to-back 20% years.
I want to thank you guys for joining us. I'm going to work my ass off to help you guys, you know, be consistently, you know, to be consistent and find some success, because it's not hard to find success in the markets. You just have to know yourself, know what you're good at, jot it down. What were the markets doing? What day was it? What was it? You know, just like that 15-minute trade idea that I gave you guys. You know, coming in with that nice gap down, using the 15-minute trade line as the support level. So here we go, Micron. Right back up there. Look at that massive V reversal right off of that zone. Nice volume here. So we'll look for pullbacks. You have a nice high a day up here. This should be your 23 fib off of prior day's close. Up there off of 104. Look at that, right? 23 fib. You're going to have VWAP trade line. Let's see if we can get ourselves a pullback here off of that zone. Let's go look at Nvidia. All right, that's our leader. Well, really, I would say Taiwan Semiconductor is a leader. Oh, wouldn't you know? Yo, SI, where you at, gang? Yo, where's my boy, SL? Sibo Lee. Where you at, bro? What did we say? Look for pullback longs off of 150, 149. I put that level there a triple. I thickened it up for you. What did we say? We said more than likely look for the pullback. So don't let the trolls get the best of you guys, all right? Just come in the market with, basic common sense. Know your ATR. It's important, right? It's important. And what did I say? I said everything that this chart says, because you got to remember, algorithms at institutions don't have eyes. They don't have eyes. It's a computer. It's reading the MACD, RSI, it's reading volume, it's reading price, it's reading whatever other indicators there are, whatever other trend lines there is, and it says, hey, we should be taking profits up here. That's what the chart says. It's not what I say. We should be taking profits up here. Wouldn't you know it? She took profits. $155. We can still go to 155. But if this thing breaks, watch out. 145 it is. Dude, I got to figure out what the fuck is going on with my stuff here. And then understanding yesterday, right, as this meeting's taking place, what did they do? They didn't do anything but sell. Sure, it reversed, but they sold this thing off yesterday. The whole time Jensen Huang was talking and like the stuff he was talking about, it broke out to a new high. And if you notice yesterday, what else happened? You tried to pull it back intraday and it broke. Rallied back and closed at that level, pretty much making it a rejection point. Gets above it after hours. Okay, cool. Runs a test back up there. Are we bullish, or I just want to see if we're still bullish, that we're not bearish, right? The market's rallying, rolling out the downside. Nope, it rolls it back in. As soon as it gets back up here, boom, gets rejected. Boom, gets rejected. All right, and then it was just common sense today, but I think too much. Really didn't have to think at all about that one. That one was kind of common sense. All right, now the volume is softening up. Micron was turning around. So if Nvidia is starting to pull back, there's Micron putting in that tail up there, right? Everything's pointing for a 104. But then that would mean, so we are above 105. That would mean 105 as well. Let's look at this daily chart. I think we got to target the 200-day and 110. I think we got to target the 200-day on Micron, to be honest with you guys. Unless things start to get really ugly. You guys. I'd be targeting 110 on Micron. Let's go. Come on. Don't let me miss this one. Just give me the pullback. I'm going to relax. I want this pullback. I want to try to get 110. Nice little $5 move here. Could be nice. That's my target right there. Look, this thing's pushing, guys. I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get this. I'm going to miss it. I know it's a little hard to see here, but it's 109.98. Let me make sure that there's nothing that something I'm not missing here. Why do I keep doing that? Come on. Come on. Come on, give us that pullback in the 105. Oh, that's our pre-market resistance up there at 106 or so. And look, Uber pulled back. See what I mean, guys? That trade idea was just right off the bell when you opened up at the 50-day. Look how it rallied up there. Boom. That trade right there, that is a playbook trade that you can use day after day, morning after morning after morning, and you can continue to stack your money up with it. Okay? If you know what you're doing. Okay? If you know what you're doing and you take your money when you're paid. All right, that is a playbook, I guess a strategy text, like I don't know what you want to call it. It would be a playbook trade, I guess, is what it, in my opinion, what it would be. All right, Micron. See, we're way extended. This thing's getting way extended. We might, if I see a lot of volume here, I'm gonna be paying attention to the volume right now. Come on, I wanted to pull it back. Is Nvidia selling off? What's the market doing? So the market's up above there. Let me pull up Nvidia NVDA. Hasn't done anything just yet. Nvidia has support down there at 148. So the reason I'm looking at that is because I'm trying to figure out if this 105 is going to break or if it's going to hold. I'm trying to pack on, like Amazon yesterday, I didn't have conviction in one side of the trade. And what did it do? There was a trade there. You could have scalped it, you know, up and down, but it traded sideways for the most of the day. You know, it popped, it pulled back, popped, and then pulled that bounce back. And I had, you know, I had no conviction in it. You know, there wasn't any real true conviction on one side of the trade. We continue to watch it here. There was a 42,000 share buy order on Amazon down there at like 226. So if it continues to hold, I feel like I'm starting to watch too many things here and it can start to mess me up. Oh, you know what? That volume on Micron is not that... it is pretty damn consistent. SPY is bumping up against the 20-day moving average. All right, here we go. We're going to find out. We're going to find out, guys. 105. It's a nice low volume pullback. Should be your 23 fib right up here, right? No? Yeah? Yup. Fubo. I forgot about Fubo. Sorry. Hold on one second. Is it above $5? If it's above 5 and holding 5 and rallying 750 was our target. It's not really moving. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on today with like semiconductors. Yeah, look. So right there. Is it holding support? $6. If this does not hold here, then I think you start to see a turn. I think this thing can go higher. I think Fubo can go higher. All right. Yeah, look. See, that's what I said. I'm down all my money on Fubo, but it's okay. It's a small position. The position is paid for off of the long from yesterday, so it's fine. There's still a few more days. It was cheap as I would look for Fubo consolidation right here and watch your 15-minute trade line. For it to catch up, boom, look for a move from $6, you know, $5.90, $6, right in this zone to extend higher. That's what I would look for. I'm missing Micron right now. Okay, here we go. So we are getting this pullback. I don't know what chart to use. Because I want to keep an eye on semiconductors. Oh, I can just go here. Shit. Yeah, I didn't talk about Moderna either. Come on. All right, guys, we have ISM services, so this is why it's. I wouldn't, if you haven't traded anything, I would like. I'm reluctant because I want to see what happens here as this data comes out at 10 o'clock. Because you don't want the data to come out and have a fundamental reason why the trade doesn't do what you expect. When a piece of news, news will trump technical analysis all day, every day. I'm already thinking about, I'm already thinking about the, all right, there's news on TD Bank. All right, 105. Some nice volume there. 10 o'clock. So we got 1 minute till this data comes out. 1 minute, guys. All right, ISM 52.1. Expectations were 53.3/54 were the consensus forecast. Jolt's job opening 7.7. Right in line. 7.744. Actually, it was in line. Everything was in line. In line. ISM services employment 51.5, consensus and forecast 51.4/52. New orders 53.7. Jolt's job quits 3.3 versus 3.31. Came in 3.32. So, oh no, wait, no, that was previously. I'm sorry. Here we go. So now it's showing up. Okay. All right. ISM services PMI 54.1 came in above consensus. Okay, come on. X. Jolt's job openings 8.09 versus 7.8. Wow. See what I mean? That's why. Okay, so. Come on. So yields. Market's pulling back, but this wasn't that bad of the data, guys. Jolt's job quits 3.0, so less people quitting than last month, less than expected. Expected 3.3. Jolt's job openings 8.09 versus 7.7, 7.6. Okay, so that was a beat. 8 million. I don't know why the markets would pull back there. I guess people working is good news is bad news. Let's see here. Hold on one second. Let's go look at the 10-year. Let me pull this over to you. Look at the 10-year gapping up, guys. big gap up on the 10-year here. Huge gap up. Again, we're expecting the 10 and 30s to go higher anyway. This is not new to us. We are looking for 4.8, 4.77, 4.79. That's the zone we're looking for on the 10s and 30s. Damn, what? Okay. All right, now we got to find the best. So we have the direction. All right, Meta. Look, Meta ended up breaking 620, guys. Meta broke 620. You have room all the way down to 610 if you can get that rejection. Come on. All right, QQQ support 520. Let's hear what Rick Santelli has to say. Let's see what he has to say.
Important eco data. Santelli this morning. Hey, Rick.
Hi, Carl. Indeed. Look at those rates zooming. Watch stocks making session lows. What's going on? Jolts. Job opening labor turnover surging. We're expecting a number around 7,750,000.
Hold up.
8,098,000. 8,098,000. That is the biggest
Yields
job openings amount going all the way back to May of 24. Now, ISM also pretty warm. We're looking at services. This is the PMIs. 54.1 on headline. Better than expectations. Sequentially higher than 52.1. 54.1 would end up being the strongest going back to just October of this year when it was 56, but that number was the highest going back to July of 22. Prices paid moving in the wrong direction. 64 points.
Yes, we know yields are rising. We'll wait for an analyst to come on and give us their thoughts on this. The only thing I can think of is if I just feel like this continues to let yield the longer the long end of the bond continue to climb. You know, no reason to cut. There's no employment issue. So there you go. That's why the market's pulling back. There's, you know, the labor market is strong. What does that entail? The Fed not cutting. You know, like the market wants it to, or at least thought or price started to price in. All right, so I'm looking for a pullback here on Micron. See, the thing is like 102 was the area that I was looking for, but I needed it up there. Come on, what am I doing? What am I going to do here? Because we could look for the market to find a bottom, and we could possibly look for a 102 entry. Come on. Man, Nvidia's sinking. Yo, where's SI at, bro? Where is SI at? I want to know where you're at. Sibo Lee, where's your 155? God bless you, bro. I hope you come correct next time. Come correct. I know you're just trolling and shit, but, you know, this thing could still get up there. I just think you didn't hold 147.50. That was not good, which was prior day's low. You're just slicing right through it. So just don't make yourself look dumb. Everything you do and say lasts on the internet for the rest of your life. Put some respect on your parents' names, something. I don't know. Put some respect on your family's name, something. I don't know. All right. Bounce back rejections on the SPY on the overall markets. We're going to use that 595 level. That was a big level there, along with the 50-day. If you bounce back and cannot get through there, or if you just continue to slice through here, I think we got to look for a deeper pullback And I'm going to give you guys those levels right now. I just, you know, the levels that I'm looking at doesn't mean I'm going to be right. I just wonder if Micron would be able to break this gap. So right now Micron is at the gap, guys. This is the gap that you gapped up above. Well, you didn't really gap up above, you just wicked up above it. Let's see if you run a test back up here. And I don't want to short if we're above VWAP and above the trade line. I don't really want to short, but I think that's the direction it's looking like. But the SPY.
Very different reasons, perhaps, but notable nonetheless. I mean, as you take a look at the 30-year, it's approaching as much as 5%, but even more importantly,
the SPY, you have really nice support down here at 592. I think you find support here, guys. I think we look for a bounce back. I just don't think you're going to slice through this level. If you do, then that's not a good look. Right? There's your daily trade line on the daily chart. You just broke the 50-day, but this could end up being a wick. I'm not going to try and get cute and just straight up long here. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull this back up. Bro, come on. Yeah, 592. I do apologize again. Everything is just acting slow for some reason. I don't know if it's yields are still ripping. Yes, it is. This is a really, I think this is a major level you have down here at 592. The question is now that you're there, you have the 50-day and the 20-day and all these other things. So I want to see if this is just a wick, if we can regain it. I do. I want to see if we can regain this. All right. And what I would look for, right? See, there's your gap right here from last week's close at 592. Previous support, resistance, all in here at like 591, 592. So bounce backs. I'm looking for a bounce back to 595 rejection. We cut through it. Can we bounce back and reject it? We may not. This thing may end up just cratering. I don't know. 592 gap fill. Yeah, but then it's like, what do you do from there? You know what I mean? Like, is it worth taking a long into the 50-day? I still think that, like, you know, you have the trade line, everything here, you know, and then I just feel like this could be your zone. Like, you see it, this is the second candle right now, trying to hold 593. You know, because that daily trade line is right there. And there it goes. It's going to start cutting it. Damn. Did Amazon get down to... I'm all over the place. I had too many stocks on my watch list today. It did. Look at that, guys. Amazon's at 2. That was the target. 224. Off that 226 level. But again, the data came out and this thing just slid. So that would have been a tough one to get. If the market does continue, I would say, I feel like there's too much support down here at 592. I wonder if we can get a bounce back to 226. You could look for a possible bounce back to, I don't know. It's the risk to reward's not really there. I would watch Amazon 226 rejections. If we do start to bounce, Micron may have support down there at 102. All right, 102 to like 105 zone. It's not like the selling pressure has gotten crazy. It's breaking the gap. I don't know. We're just going to keep looking. We're going to keep looking here. Yeah, 592 is definitely coming in. It's just, you know, how do we play this? You know, because you could come to a scenario where 592, I don't know. I don't know if even what I'm saying is making any sense, because I'm looking at like, come on, just, oh my God, how many times do I have to click it?
It's Jensen laying out Nvidia. It's not just about Blackwell chips, the new oil gold. It's about where
Let's go look at Fubo and a color. Look at Nvidia. Nvidia is so weak right now, guys.
the fourth industrial revolution.
Right. So what is it
With massive volume too.
like then, Dan? What does that mean?
It felt yesterday that like during the presentation that there wasn't, you know, anything new or spectacular that was presented. CSM pulling back. There's that pullback on TSM. Let's see here. Come on. What time is it? It's 10 o'clock. It's 10:15 already. It's crazy. Yeah, if Amazon gets back to 226 and yields are still continuing to climb, could look for a possible rejection there. Again, remember today, I'm going to be looking for a trade to go into the rest of the week. I want to see what the markets are going to do. If we cannot continue higher, how am I going to position myself through the end of the week? I have to leave for about 30 minutes to 45 minutes, guys, and I will be back. The stream will be on, and I will be back. I just have to go run some errands real quick at 11 o'clock or so. That way I can get back by lunchtime, get ready for the close, and, try to prepare for tomorrow Fed meeting, or FOMC minutes, which I'm not really concerned about. Because we kind of know their stance. And everything that you're going to get tomorrow is just the paperwork and, pretty much everything that, not everything, but things that were discussed at the last Fed meeting. Google, 198. I want to find something with some damn meat on the bone. Here, you know what? Let me go back to what was working. And you know what was working? I want to know why every time I open up, or the bell opens, I've noticed that it's happened. It doesn't happen often, but it has been happening more and more where the bell opens up and everything just gets slow on me for whatever reason. Come on, I want this. I'll go for it, guys. I'll go for the long if we can get down here with the SPY down at 592. So AUR XTIA. Oh man, these things are hot garbage. Fubo, Nvidia. Let's look at Carvana. Look at Carvana holding. So we're above the 100-day moving average on Carvana, guys. run the numbers on Quicken. It's totally in the budget. So let this consolidate. If we can consolidate and get that, see, it's going to break. It's going to freaking break. And I would target 210. So Micron or Carvana, what do I do? We are below VWAP right now, below the trade line. We have volume on our side to the upside. Yeah, this thing's going to break. Looks like 195, 196. It's going to be the zone to be a buy. If you want to be a buyer there, yeah, it's going to break down. Fuck. That sucks. Again, excuse my language. I don't mean to cuss. For anybody that's at work or whatever, you know, I try to, let me get my stuff refreshed real quick. Oh shit, everything's about to die. Alright, so Micron, Getty, Nvidia, Lulu. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla's pulling back. I think that might be my trade. See, it's already almost there, though. 390. Fucker. It already made it. So, Google is still green, guys. Google's still green. Google has not gone red yet. Some people, dude. Just trying to look here. So most active. So I put my other chair together, by the way. And I feel like I'm just too big for it. It's not, I don't really care for it that much. Lucid, Intel, Tesla. Well, they do that a lot. It has to be American owned and operated. Oh, American owned. It has to just be made in America, not American owned. Okay, so the Dow, 428. Okay, the ETF that is, 428. If you cannot get back above that, look for a rejection up there. Looks like we're going to be in a tight little range today. I felt coming into the day that there may not be much to be had after the day we had yesterday. 597. I mean, unless you get a 592 long, that's up to you guys, though. You can make, you know, just get in where you fit in. Just get, you know, take what it can give you. But if you don't see a trade or nothing's setting up for you, you know, don't fight it. Don't fight it. So here's that pivot low from yesterday, guys. Yesterday's low, the 50-day moving average at 594. Let's look to see if this ends up rejecting for further downside. The market's only down 0.3%. You know, That's volatility kind of collapsing. That's barely a move. Let's look at the VIX real quick. I know the VIX is probably rising on you know, whatchamacallit, but just trying to find out where in the heck momentum is at. Let's search for it, guys. We can, you know, we're all the team here. We got to find it. UNH, JP Morgan. JP Morgan JP Morgan's got some room back to 245. You know, from 243. Long time. I agree. I agree with you there. Kinda. Look, what I would do is, in my opinion, look at this level right here on the Dow at 428, right? Look at the IWM. The IWM, and I know you're talking like intraday, you know, get your move, take your money, type of trade, hour, 15 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it takes. I get that. But the IWM is back into this zone. Both the Dow and the IWM are bouncing into these rejection points. So, you know, we could see some further downside in those two sectors that are already weak. It's not a 100% thing, but the Dow, DIA, ticker symbol DIA, I'm watching 428. You're bouncing right into it. You know, that was the level you bounced off of yesterday, and you broke it yesterday. You broke it again today. Look for that level to be a rejection zone. Prior resistance, prior support level there too. I want to watch Micron. Let's see. Let me click this out. 30-minute, boom. See, I don't like that Micron is back in and under 104.50, 105. I don't like that. I want to break out through 105 and get up to 110. Let's look at the Qs. Boom, go there. Let's go bring up the Qs over here. Yeah, my computer's doing a lot of stuff right now. I can't really be mad. Yeah, Qs are at support trying to bounce. Oh, look at this W bottom, too, by the Qs. You guys see that? I didn't really notice that. I mean, I noticed the W pattern from before, from back there. But look at this. Boom, boom. Nice double bottom there. Man, this thing just looks... I don't know, man. It just feels like we're just... I don't know. It's tough. Thank you. I'm going to keep the Qs up here, and I'm going to keep my eyes on Fubo, Micron, possibly Nvidia, QQQ, looking for 522.50. It sounds like this guy is saying like syphilis or something. This guy on CNBC. Fucking nasty.
That won't even take the time to engage.
I don't know what he's saying.
We've provided us to check the box.
See, I don't know what's going on, guys. My stuff is so messed up right now. It's all good. It's whatever. All right. Micron, back above 105, baby. Let's go. Let's start extending here. Let's start extending higher. All right, Qs are at support 15 minutes. Shit, I'm messing up right now. I should be looking at options, and I'm sitting here messing with this. 5 minute. Because I want to make sure that I can see the overall markets. Watch 523 on the Qs, because that was your support from yesterday that you just broke. You could have a really nice break and retest at 523. 522. I'm sorry, guys. 522. And a rejection up here at 522 or 524. The support level for the Qs is down there at 518. But I'm going to just do what the chart tells me, guys. And I think I'm going to go for a long here on Micron. All right. Now, let me pull up Fubo also. We still have yet to get through there. I don't really like this. Like, we need to be extending. Like, Micron needs to extend, because if it doesn't, it's keeping that trade line down. And we want that thing to start raising up through these levels, you know, to have a reason more than just a support level. We want, like, an indicator there. You know, I think this might start to get ugly. We might be in this range at 520 to 522.50. This sucks. Let me look at Fubo. Here it goes. Watch time and sales on level 2 here. You want to start to see big orders come through here and push this thing up through there to start climbing higher. His comments about Cepheus. I don't even know what that is. Man, and look, guys, you have more volume today than you had yesterday on Fubo. I gotta close this window real quick. I had it cracked open. Yup, watch this level right here on Fubo. Watch it. What time is it? It's 10:30. I'm gonna have to start getting ready. Fuck. Again, I'm gonna leave the stream up. Oh. Again, I'm gonna start getting out of here, guys, because I have a few errands to run real quick, and I want to get back before the afternoon hits. See where we are. Watch that. See, we're already at 520. It's like 517.50, 518 zone on the Qs. Hold on 1 second. 516, 58. See, the holiday just completely messed up these charts. I can see Fubo's level 2 picking up on the options chain. Now look, guys, again, as long as Micron is up here above the gap, you're about to have that 15-minute trade in. Like, it's got to start doing something off of this zone. Like, if in order to be bullish. Or I would then look for a breakdown. There it goes. Look, there it goes. It's going to do it. There must have been some, not, see, it's still kind of mixed. It's more bullish than anything else, guys. $517.50, $519. The markets just don't want. Again, and remember, guys, think about this on like, okay, so the Q's volume actually is really good. It's really nice. If you think about this on like a weekly time frame, yesterday's high was like that weekly chart. Like you're putting in the range for the weekly candle. And it looks like it's, where would we go? That's the question. Let me look here. And then I got to get out of here. I want to get short, but I'm not going to be able to manage this position out on the road with snow and shit. So here's the Qs, right? And you put in that high yesterday, which is this wick. Where are we headed to? Last week's open was at 515. There's your trade line. So you're more than likely headed back down to 515 right now, guys. You're more than likely trying to trend that direction. I feel like that's your target. 515. 516. 515, 516 zone. All right. And there's the dotted line that I had up here already and, you know, labeled. And it's just crazy because now you've gotten yourself under this massive prior support level that you tried to reclaim and you could not hold it. Now, unless you can get back above 520, I think you got to, 515, 516. That's what I'm looking for now. All right. And the thing is like, unless you see a sector start to separate itself, the IWM is back under 225. That's not good. That's not bullish. The Dow, there you go. There's that rejection I just talked to you guys about at 428. Boom, there's the rejection there. And then the SPY. Let's see. So, like, nothing right now is bullish at the moment. You know, you have this level here, but this level is going to break. And a sign of that is, like, once we got to it, like, this thing isn't, like, ripping back off of it. Like, you want to see them hit the level and leave it. And then as soon as you leave it, look, you have the 50-day. You have yesterday's low. You have the trade line, right? All right there as a rejection point, for a deeper pullback. All right, I want to go start. Let me go start my truck up real quick. And then I will be back. I kind of want to. I would like to put a trade on a Micron.
Shares of Nvidia now down about 5%.
Fuck, man, this sucks. Micron is still green. I'm not going to try. Let's look at Fubo again. So U.S. Steel CEO is on right now. Come on, Fubo. Let's pull back. Pull it back. Look at that. Break and retest. Look for a short down into $5 on Fubo. The market pulling back is going to help you with that. I mean, if it can, it doesn't look like it wants to here. The 1 minute has some support. See, it's all done. I could see a few different things here with Fubo. I would look for... man, this sucks. Yeah, the trade line coming up. Scratch that. I'll have to just figure out something later. Listen, guys, we have a 10-year bond auction. That could also help us. All right, at 1 o'clock. So, appreciate all of you guys for being here, hitting the like button, all that fun stuff. I will be back. I'm gonna start my truck and we'll see what happens here. I'm gonna heat it up and clean it off real quick. Support at 518. And then I will be back. I should only be gone for about a half hour or so. 518. 518 on the Qs. Oh, it's 10:30. I'm okay. I thought it was 11. Shit. It's 10:30. I do got to start it up and get ready, though. Damn, Nvidia. Tough day to be Psy, man. I don't wish that on anybody, but... brutal. Brutal timing for Psy, bro. Damn. I feel like he was thinking too much. Oh, shit. This is the game, guys. This is a game. You know, he's trolling, but you know, one person thinks one way and somebody else thinks another. What side of the trade are you going to be on? Are you going to be on the right side or the wrong side? That's the question, you know. And listen, I'm telling you, time in the market, stock selection is probably, in my opinion, for me, the biggest difference in just being consistently profitable. Look at this down move, guys. Look at this down move. Look at this. Boom, hitting that you didn't even stop at the gap. There's a lot of buying probably going to be coming in here, but as much as I want to, I like my money. I don't want to throw my money away, throwing it at the wall, just looking for a reversal. Sure, it could reverse, but I'm just going to let this thing... This is a huge candle. Look at this candle, guys. Look at that Nvidia candle. When was the last time you seen this thing put in a 153, 140, a $10 move? I don't even know if this thing has ever put it in a $10... I don't even think this thing has done an $8 move in the past year. Here's a candle that's a decent size. What is this? 135... to 142. That was 6, 7. This is a nice support level here too, though. I will say that right here. And I think we had this already. I erased it because I didn't think we were going to get down there. Right there. Hold on.
And putting up all kinds of trade walls around the country. Yeah, but that said, this is a deal, Carl, in which they are, I mean, you said it, I don't need to say it over and over again, conceivably for a company that otherwise will be hobbled. Now, Bird,
dude, my stuff is acting so slow right now, man. This is awful.
And investing in U.S. manufacturing, not getting rid of jobs. So, I mean, it's been curious all along. I think we've all shared that.
Look at that. That's insane. All right, guys. Nvidia support. Pray to the good Lord above that you get some support here at 140. All right, 140 zone is what I'd be looking for. Let's go on over to some of the stocks that are trending. Some of the names that are active. Okay, and we'll, if you guys want, write it down, record it, whatever. Go to the site yourself if you want, but I'll let you guys know. AUR, Aurora, okay. XTIA, Nvidia, obviously. INVZ, NARI, IMRX, HOTH, Hoth, Getty, NVEX, Alta. Alta was a call out this morning on CNBC. RIME. Novavax is up 13%. Moderna is up 11%. Fubo is still green, 16%. One of the names we're watching. LAZR, Luminar Technologies, up 16% as well. Roku, I haven't heard of this one in a little while. DATChat, that's up 67%. So there's a lot of movers here. CDT, Conduit Pharmaceutical. All right, I was going to say, what happened to Lululemon? All that fun stuff. Boeing. All right.
These bills are crazy.
She has no idea she's sitting on a gold mine.
She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more.
All right, there's Nvidia. Watch the volume down here. I think this thing should have support here. But with a $10 straight down move, it wouldn't surprise me if it didn't hold. You just took back 2 days in an hour and a half, guys. That's not good. That's not good. All right, Micron. Man, this one's tough, man. I don't know. Hoth is really climbing here also. HOTH if you guys like small caps. GameStop rejecting another short. Let's go look at Fubo real quick. So I am in a Fubo. I am in puts right now on Fubo. But I need us to get back below $5 for that to be anything. Or volatility or something.
Phillips 66 CEO at the Goldman Sachs conference said any adverse tariff activities on crude oil imports will have an impact on the U.S. economy.
Adding UFC's CEO Dana White to its board. Interesting move there. Separately,
ZYBT IPO open for trade now at $3.77.
Restore free expression. It's now moving to the notes model. That's similar to what you see on
Shares priced at $4.
FTC Chair Lena Khan was on Squawk Box this morning. She responded to those changes.
Is this the Nas? No. That's...
For speech online is an enormously important question, and a world and an economy in which those rules are being set by a single
now the high,
or even a
25
single
cents from the
executive
offering price.
is deeply at odds with why we have the antitrust laws and the anti-monopoly laws, right? I mean, this is an economy that has thrived.
Amazon getting spanked, man. I knew this yesterday. I looked at it and said, man, this thing is a little bit extended. And the sector for Amazon, like, just to me was I felt like people were going to get tricked on the fact that it was really bullish for about a week or so, and you know, that was going to be tell like today and being above this week being above that 20-day moving average, if we were going to be able to extend off of it or not. And if we couldn't, that told you a lot. And you know, same goes for Nvidia at all-time highs. I am actually surprised that they pulled back the way they did, guys. I told you guys this morning, I thought we would look for like a consolidation, but it goes to show that this move from last week into this week, you know.
Nvidia speaking at the JP Morgan conference.
So there's a Goldman Sachs conference and a JP Morgan conference. Funny, Nvidia is talking at this level, isn't it funny? As soon as we get down to this level, oh, Nvidia is talking in JP Morgan conference. All right, I got to go start the truck and everything, get stuff going, guys. I will be back. I appreciate all of you guys. I'm going to put on Charles Schwab or CNBC. And I will be back in about a half hour. I'll be back in about a half hour. Watch Nvidia here. You guys let me know what you guys want me to put up here, and I will put it up. Let's go here. I'm not going to enter anything going out on the road. Let me put up a 5-minute. Fubo crushed. It looks like that might be your support there. And Nvidia is coming into it. All right. Let me put in Fubo here. There's Nvidia for you guys. MU. Still hanging out above prior day's high. Still green. Did not close red today, so that's good. If it's too loud, I apologize, guys. Hit that like button for me. Subscribe. I'm going to be right back. I'll be back in about a half hour. I love you guys. Stay safe out there. And check back in about a half hour, 45 minutes. I got to run some errands. I'll be right back. Hit that like button. Subscribe, share it. Appreciate you guys for being here. We're going to finish the day out strong. We're going to finish the week out strong. Again, when I came in today, I figured that there wasn't much going to happen like yesterday, apparently. I was not expecting Nvidia TSM to pull back like they did. I figured that, you know, maybe you get a little pullback, but nothing crazy like that. But it is what it is. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back in about a half hour, guys.
Kind of like me. not as a lot younger, right?
Okay.
So
I was
more
thinking like
you,
Old West, like vigilantes, you know, like
kind of.
Magnificent Seven or something.
I mean, holding governments accountable for their spending.
Admirable.
Inflation.
Yeah. So are they coming back, you think?
It sure looks like it. Yields in the dollar continue higher as we're getting hot numbers coming out of the economy. The yield curve is probably never going to invert again, or not anytime soon, right? We continue to steepen the curve out. Bond yields, 30-year bond yields are bumping up against 5%.
By the way,
81.
Great. Man, Dan Grant, you schooled me there, man. I haven't even mentioned the yield curve yet this morning. I can't believe it. Can you believe that, guys? I haven't even mentioned the yield curve once. Dan Grant got to it first. You're totally right. That's a big move. That's big, by the way, because what's important is when yields were going up in 22, we were getting a lot of flattening. This is still saying growth, surprise, positive.
Correct. Positive, right? Good numbers mean higher yields, right? I mean, this is what it's supposed to be. Normalization, is this a reflation trade? Don't know. Might be.
The important distinction, again, and that's what's so key about this, is that when we were getting hot numbers in 2022, we were not getting, or in 23, by the way, we got some steepening a few times, but the curve was mostly flat, okay? So this is very important. This is not saying that the Fed's going to have to start hiking necessarily, right? Because wouldn't that be a much flatter curve?
Correct. Yes, you would see that. You would see those shorter rates pop up, and we're not seeing that at all.
Exactly.
They're staying lower, or even going lower.
What's the 2-year at?
2 years at 430. I looked at this morning.
That's nothing.
Which is down a little bit in the last week.
That's nothing.
But 30-year bond up at 491, and
2 year
that's so crucial, Caroline, because you know, look, on the one hand, there's like this whole like policy Trump kind of euphoria thing that I don't know how we describe as anything other than a bubble or a mini one. Just the valuations in the market, right? It's just they only reach a few other times in history, so it's not like we need much to prick that open. But this doesn't mean the Fed's got to like go on hike and stuff. This isn't the end of the world by any means.
No, I mean, that's certainly not the consensus either if you take a look at the CME FedWatch tool. But I think overall, the tick higher in the 10-year yield is certainly weighing on stocks today. We're seeing red arrows across the board, and even the strength that we are seeing in, energy, healthcare, materials being offset by bigger losses in discretionary and tech and communication services. If you take a look, the Mag 7, Google, Alphabet is the only one of the Mag 7 now. I was going to say firmly in the green, but even that has pared its gains and it's only up modestly right now. Nvidia, which obviously hit new highs yesterday, retreating after Jensen Huang's speech yesterday, not really doing much to inspire investors right now. But as you said, it wasn't a hyperscaler conference. It's the consumer conference. Thought that was a good one. Tesla also lower after that bullish downgrade, if you will. In terms of the best and worst performers on the S&P 500, though, Palantir is actually the worst performer in the S&P 500. It was a huge winner last year. But adding to yesterday's losses, and it's interesting because Morgan Stanley, of course, assumed coverage of Palantir yesterday with an underweight rating and a $60 price target, which implies about $10 downside from current levels. But Palantir didn't care what analysts were saying all last year for the most part. We've talked about that so much. If you take a look at the breakdown, median price target for Palantir, $41.50. So has been trading very differently to that, but maybe tides are turning. We also saw that Cathie Wood just recently dumped about 15 million in shares of Palantir, so could be adding to additional pressure. Other big winners from last year, Constellation Energy, Vistra Energy also under pressure today. To the upside, though, I mentioned Jensen Huang's keynote not giving Nvidia a boost, actually giving Micron a boost today, though. It's charging higher after he called out in Micron, saying that they're providing memory for GPUs for their gaming chips. That seems to be giving Micron a boost today. And Micron, a big winner so far in 2025. Shares up about 24% year to date, if you will, only a few days in. But seeing some strength across some of the other chips as well, Qualcomm, Intel, Texas Instruments, Applied Materials. But the best performer on the S&P 500, Moderna, actually. It's one of the few companies developing a vaccine for bird flu. And, of course, we just saw the first U.S. death from bird flu in Louisiana. And it seems like investors are upbeat on Moderna, which has really struggled to find its footing after declining COVID sales. We saw it a big loser last year, but it's a winner today. We'll see how that plays out. So there are some winners, but overall, red arrows.
Carvana and Moderna, a match made in fill in the blank.
Can't clump
everyone's
them
own
together,
preference.
though, because Carvana was such a big winner last year. Moderna wasn't.
All right. I like the point also, too, that the tech stuff had already faded overnight. That's important to your point about Nvidia, and then also to Tesla, too, which was down. And then Palantir, too, getting hit, which is more along the lines of like some of the policy bubble getting popped a little bit, because that was one, too, that was super like they're just going to get every government contract because they're right-leaning or whatever.
So 2 quick points.
Hit me, Dan, real quick.
Yields highest since November of 2023.
Woo!
And Apple recovering off the lows after the downgrade overnight.
There you go. Nice eyes on Apple there. Again, better to have hot data than cold. Call me a simpleton. If stocks are selling off on that, then stocks have got valuation problems. So nothing to be alarmed of economically. Good numbers. Maybe some sticky inflation. I think we're done. We have to go. Up next, Trading 360 with Diane King Hall.
Join me, Oliver Rennick, alongside Schwab Network's options experts as we explore the second derivative. Gamma On is a brand new limited series to take your trading skills to the next level. Subscribe to Schwab Network's YouTube channel now.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on next-gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Good morning. We are about 90 minutes into the trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. I'm in for Nicole Petalides. We're live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's start out with the roadmap as usual. Coming up on today's show in our 360 Spotlight, we'll look at Disney after its big deal with Fubo yesterday. Today's disruptor is Carvana after RBC Capital upgrades the stock this morning. And in our 360 round, we'll check out Nvidia after CEO Jensen Huang's keynote yesterday at CES. You've seen Nvidia turn lower, not due to the keynote. We've seen just a turnaround in the market action, and really checking out the markets right now at the moment, you've really got a tug of war happening right now. After starting out higher, the S&P 500 is lower now, a little more, off by a little more than 0.25%. This happened after the move in treasuries that you saw with the 10-year. We'll get to that in just a moment. The NASDAQ 100 is off by not quite 1% right now, but it has been under some pressure now. Blue chips have flipped back positive, but again, it's really been this tug of war. You're seeing the Dow right now better by 0.2%, up 91 points at the moment. Small caps lower right now, down by 0.4% on the Russell 2000. Let's take a look at some of the other asset classes that we're watching this morning. We'll start out with the bottom of the list. Bitcoin now turned lower. Remember, it reclaimed that 100,000 level, was above 102 yesterday. Now it's lower below that 100,000 level. You're looking at Bitcoin down by more than 4.5%. At the moment. Crude oil back on the plus side. Crude back above $74 a barrel right now, up about 1%, just shy of 1%. It's been returning to that kind of what does the demand picture look like with crude oil. Gold right now higher by 0.5%. The dollar has been strengthening. Remember, it had come into some weakness, but the dollar right now up a little more than 0.1%, around 108. And I know we're not looking at the 10-year, but the yield on the 10-year had ticked higher, and that is what threw some cold water on equities. When we look at the 10-year right now, it's up 6 basis points at the moment. For a look at some of the top moving stocks in today's market, we're joined by Jenny Horn, a markets correspondent here on the Schwab Network. We're taking a look at Tesla. Shares under some pressure right now. It had flip-flopped earlier in the session, but it's being hit with a downgrade. Take us through some of the details, Jenny.
Yeah, frankly, Dan, I would say this is why Tesla is one of the most heavily traded names we look at, because it's one that always provides volatility, even with just some analyst news, because frankly, we see so much mixed feedback from the sell side that I would say you have to somewhat take it with a grain of salt. I don't think that the downgrade today from BofA is necessarily driving this weakness. I think it's just the momentous swing we tend to see when it comes to Tesla, really. I mean, we saw that huge run up. Shares have surged over 60% from the election. Now seeing this pullback of about 18.5% from highs of around $488.54 a share. But this note today really highlighting that they did highlight their previous upgrade back in April of last year, as well as news flow and investor sentiment, which they believe have shifted more positively around some of these catalysts really surrounding their future growth drivers, which they believe now has been more fully recognized, most notably for the robo-taxi. They said that execution risk does remain high, and that noted the stock is now trading at a level that captures much of their long-term base case for the potential from these core autos, robo-taxi, and Optimus, as well as their energy generation and storage businesses. Also important to note, I do think that last week we did get their fourth quarter deliveries that were objectively disappointing. I mean, they missed consensus. The company did also fall short of its annual delivery target. But again, I think that this name, you have to accept the fact that it trades with frankly, a disconnect from some of the fundamentals. And I think those that are believers and those that still have a bull case intact would say that all of their growth drivers do still remain. But it's just that the amount of, patience that, of course, you have for some of these timelines. And frankly, I think there's a lot more to be excited about when it comes to Tesla than just, robo-taxi Optimus. I think there's so much in the pipeline. But I can understand that there's this give and take when it comes to trading this name, frankly. And so now, unfortunately, we're seeing more of the take than the give to the upside, down 3% today, but again, a name that still remains up about 60% from the election. So I will be curious to see how January shapes up for this name and how a new, of course, helm and new leadership actually translates into all this upside that the bulls still do see. I mean, this is the most split name as far as analyst coverage that we really discuss. And I always think it's funny, you get both sides of the coin on any given news day.
And I think that, that goes to, it's not just about the company, it's about Elon Musk himself and the split views on Musk, the man. It's not just about the mission of the company. So it's not surprising to see this, especially yesterday you had more bullish views on Tesla. So now you see the counter of that. I did find with this note that it was kind of couch because they raised the price target. They downgraded it to a neutral but raised the price target. But we'll leave it there. I'm sure we'll get more analyst notes out this week. It's like the analysts are back to work. The sell-side community is back to work and putting out all of their new targets. Jenny Horn, great insight on Tesla stock right now under pressure, down a little more than 3%. Markets correspondent here on the Schwab Network. All right, let's widen out big picture, get some insights on news that's shaping the markets. For that, I want to welcome in Michael Reinking, Senior Market Strategist here at the Big Board, the New York Stock Exchange. Michael, it's always great to talk to you, both on and off camera.
Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you again.
Good to see you, too. All right, let's start out with, when we think about how this year is setting up and how last year, not just the ending, I mean, overall, it was a bullish year for the markets.
For sure.
The S&P 500, almost a mirror of the year before.
Correct.
A percent difference, right? What is your view on how the markets are shaping up for this year, especially in the context of the performance that we saw last year?
Yeah, so I mean, last year, as you pointed out, right, we had our second consecutive year of over 20% gains, the first time we've seen that since the the 1990s. I think today is actually a little bit of a microcosm of what I expect for this year, and that's just an increase in volatility. And if you just look at kind of what's happening in today's market, it highlights some of the kind of some of the concerns and some of the things that markets are focused on. Right, I think last week we had, or kind of during December, markets started to break down. Last week we kind of bounced really on Friday and Monday. I think largely in part of some optimism heading into CES, right? And we're seeing a little bit of a sell the news on that today. But then, as you rightly pointed out, kind of ahead of me coming on, we've seen this move in Treasury yields that have moved higher. We're now kind of testing last year's highs right around 4.7%, a very key level after that ISM services number showed an increase in the prices component.
Okay, and that puts some worries about the path forward for the Fed. But we'll come back to kind of a conversation about the Fed. I want to talk a little bit more about Nvidia and just the Mag 7 in general. What's your expectation in terms of the leadership? Do you expect to see a market that hinges on what the Mag 7 does in 2025?
I mean, it's hard to separate the market and the Mag 7 just given the amount of concentration, right? So, kind of during bouts of kind of concern around that group over the last year, I've kind of just made the point that these companies are throwing off massive amounts of cash flow, right? The earnings profiles are very strong, so there's no reason to run away, kind of from these stocks. When you kind of, investors have been hoping and looking for this great rotation, as we kind of call it, where there's going to be a rotation into kind of small cap, mid cap, more cyclical sectors. I think that's really just a prove it story, right? So if you go back and look at, and it's going to be very contingent upon earnings, right? So if you look at where earnings estimates were at the start of 2024 for small and mid cap sectors, right? They were looking for very solid earnings growth. At this point, with Q4 ahead of us, we're looking at 2024 earnings estimates that were down 5%. Once again, as we start 2025, we're looking at kind of double-digit earnings growth estimates for the S&P 400, 500, and 600. Those companies, the other 493, we'll call it, need to prove it, right? They need to be able to live up to that earnings, those earnings growth estimates that have been kind of baked into the marketplace. You've seen companies over the last year really start to focus on cost cutting, efficiency to help get through this potentially kind of difficult time period from an economic perspective. If we see that reacceleration that everybody's kind of hoping for in terms of economic growth, they have that operating leverage to do that.
So, but you can only cut so much. You have to grow.
Right.
Does mid-cap deserve a look, though, in, kind of in the context of what you're saying?
Yeah, I think it does, right? And part of, you have to also just understand kind of the index construction, right? So if you look at the S&P 500, like about 50% of its market capitalization is technology, right? It depends, you have to kind of look past just the infotech because all of these companies are kind of spread out across different sectors, in terms of how they're classified. If you look at that mid-cap index, right, it's primarily financials and industrials, right? They're kind of 30, 40% of the market capitalization, right? So, it's a different, kind of construction, but yeah, I do think it is, I do think that there is, kind of opportunity there.
Does 2025, the direction of equities in particular, does it matter more what the Fed does, or does it matter what the Trump 2.0 regime does?
I mean, it's hard to kind of separate. They're all very much intertwined. And I think kind of the first piece of uncertainty, because I think that's one of the biggest questions heading into this year, with markets kind of priced for perfection almost, you can argue, right? We're set up for periods of volatility, right? And I think kind of that first round of volatility is probably going to come from the policy side of things, but I also think that throughout the year you're going to see a growth scare at some point. There'll probably be an inflation scare at some point. Who knows what happens on the kind of the geopolitical front, right? So I think there is there's going to be more volatility than we saw last year, and if you kind of look at with markets kind of priced where they are, and you look at historical returns when you have kind of a PE like we have, you'll notice that there's very little that happens kind of around that zero level. It's at the one end of the extreme or the other.
Let me ask you, for January, will January dictate kind of the rest of this year based on some of the historical patterns?
Right. Yeah. So I mean, there's always a lot of focus on those historical, kind of the stock almanac, kind of Santa Claus rally. We ended down 0.5% this year.
Exactly.
Right. Kind of right now we're holding up for those first 5 days. They kind of have the trifecta of the three. So right now, kind of with where we are, we're up within that first 5 days context, and we'll see how tomorrow goes. But if you see all three. Right, the way those indicators look, if you see all three of those indicators that are negative, that is more telling than if it's just the Santa Claus rally didn't come to fruition. If you look back to last year, the first 5 days in Santa Claus were both down, yet we were up 20%. So I think January is going to it'll be telling, but it doesn't write the whole story.
Are there any worries that should be taken into consideration with the threat of tariffs, especially we saw a report out yesterday from the Washington Post saying the tariffs would be, according to sources, be more narrow. Then we saw a social media post from President-elect Trump, soon to be President Trump, that he didn't say that, that there will be these wide-ranging tariffs. So what sectors are you seeing that could potentially be hit the hardest, especially if you think about, for instance, in the first regime, Apple actually didn't suffer under the tariff. There were carve-outs, essentially, and the expectation there will be carve-outs. But if we have this kind of situation where there are tariffs, where are you expecting to see sector weakness, and where are you expecting to see sector strength?
Yeah, I mean, the importers are kind of where you would expect to see kind of the weakness, right? We've seen a lot of the kind of names within consumer discretionary have already been kind of hit. I mean, this is kind of that Trump basket. Like, there's been that expectation kind of coming in. So you've seen a lot of the companies that are really relying upon kind of imports being hit. Kind of the industrials are kind of on the positive side, right, with the idea of reshoring. But one thing I would kind of like highlight, based on what you just said, is that encompasses the idea of volatility. Just yesterday, once again, just goes back, right, the kind of what we're expecting out of Washington and what we saw in kind of the last time around, right? We're going to get those that headline volatility. That story and the refuting of that story sent massive waves of volatility through kind of fixed income currency markets, commodity markets, and equities. Right? I mean, they were kind of big moves in response to that. And I would just also highlight that if President Trump is planning to use tariffs, he can't, even if there is some truth to that story, he needs to have that out in the public domain that he is standing strong there if he's going to use it as a negotiating tool. Right. So you would really not expect him to say, you would not really expect him to say anything other than what he said yesterday, that this is fake news. But there may be, he does watch markets, he does kind of pay attention. I don't think they're necessarily looking to kind of derail the pretty solid economic backdrop that we're on.
All right, great perspective. Always great chatting with you. Michael Reinking.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, of course. Senior market strategist here at the New York Stock Exchange. Thank you so much. We've got a lot more to come on Trading 360. Next up, it's a big three stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat goes through the technicals, and Jessica Inskip joins us to take us through the trades for Nvidia, Alphabet, and Walmart. That's coming up next on Trading 360 here on the Schwab Network.
He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me, too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and Forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed. All on our award-winning Thinkorswim platforms. So no matter what or when you want to trade, Schwab has cutting-edge tools, curated education and insights, and trading specialists ready to help, however complex the strategy. With a wider range of opportunities, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Time now for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. And here to take us through the trades is Jessica Inskip, Director of Investor Research, stockbrokers.com. It is great to see both of you. Jessica, I'll say Happy New Year to you because we haven't talked yet in the new year. And let's get right to it. Let's talk about your first trade. It's Nvidia. The shares are under pressure today, hit a new all-time high yesterday, popped out the gate. But tell us about your thesis here.
Absolutely, and Happy New Year to you as well, Diane. So great to be on with you. I really think that this year we're going to have a little bit of a narrow rally. That's what it seems. The big theme, of course, is interest rates is what I'm concerned with. But I think the growth side and Nvidia could be resilient to that. I think in Nvidia's CES, the keynote that Jensen Huang gave last night gave me really iteration or this reinforcement of its AI leadership and this inference point that I'm seeing within the AI narrative. What the big concern with the street has been is Nvidia just chips? Is this excessive earnings going to continue at this growing astronomical speed and earnings that it keeps beating? Is that something that is absolutely possible? And what I heard from the keynote, because we have to remember that Jensen Huang is not Steve Jobs, he's going to give us 20 things, is that there's an integration and an ecosystem that's coming into play where it's hardware, software, and data. And I know that's a long-winded response, but just kind of the highlights from that. Essentially, the NVIDIA Cosmos, there's a platform where it utilizes actually Llama, the LLM for Meta, where it's requiring the training. So it's this infra layer that's on top of the chip itself. So you're requiring essentially across all of these things that he announced, it's not just the chips. There's a layer, there's architecture on top of that, where it's positioning NVIDIA to really just be the seamless corporation and the go-to platform for AI. It's going to take a while to recognize, but any downturns are certainly a buying opportunity.
Okay, it sounds like the view is there's buy the dip opportunity. But Rick, tell us what your read-through is when it comes to the chart on NVIDIA.
Yeah, a pretty discouraging morning so far for Nvidia bulls here. And the reason why is because you can see that we had an old high right here. This was our old intraday high at this red line, 152.89. That's roughly where we opened up today. We did wind up making a new high slightly above that level, but a large bearish engulfing candle, today's large red candle, completely swallowing up the previous day's smaller green candle there. So definitely not what the bulls would want to see. We had a break breakout beyond a short-term white trend line here that took us up to this resistance level, but now we seem to have stumbled a bit here. Recently, we also pulled back to a key supportive area. We had this area right here, our green line represented about where we had our high closes, and then we had another set of highs here that didn't quite make it to that level. So 130 to 135 is where we found support several times during the past 6 months or so, and now, you know, that's an area to potentially watch if we continue to move lower. RSI showed a bit of a bullish breakout along with our move amount beyond our trend line here, but we did not really hang on. We are still in the bullish territory here, and we did break through our red downward sloping trend line there and the 50 midline, but for now still kind of struggling here with our moving averages close by. 139 to 135 is our 21 and 63-day EMAs. Now when we overlay our volume profile study, we can see that this is also a key trading area, an area of heavy volume, as well as down here around 124 and 105 or so. And you might say, why would I be talking about this level? Well, you can still sell puts for about 80 cents or 70 cents or so at this level for next month. So 45 days, you would need like a 26% move to the downside. The expected move is only like 19%. So there's some opportunities in big names like this on days like today where you have a significant downward move. But the level to beat's the old highs, obviously, and the levels of support are 130 to 135 is kind of the main area.
Okay, those are the main areas to watch for Nvidia. Jessica, let's move on to your next trade. It's another member of the Mag 7. That will be Alphabet. Right now, shares are a little bit higher today. It didn't perform as well as some of the leaders, but it did have it did beat the S&P 500 last year. But what's your view here?
Absolutely. So this is going to be actually one of my top stock picks of the year thus far. And it goes again with that AI narrative and the AI ecosystem. And the next leg that I see that's going to come is actually AI agents. There is lots of resources and next-gen assistants and even this Vertex AI agent builder that Google has, or Alphabet rather, that is going to lead that initiative and makes it easier for enterprises. So we still need that Nvidia chip. There's still this interconnectivity amongst the hyperscalers, but I think AI agents is what we're going to see transform, and really is my theme from the AI lens for 2025, and I put Google on the forefront of that.
Okay, so the next layer of the AI trade here. But Rick, what do you see when it comes to the chart of Alphabet? I know it's had some headwinds, but what do the charts tell us?
Another stock that's near the highs here. We had a situation where we hit 201.42 just recently. We came pretty close today, but we didn't quite break through that level. Now we can see that price is kind of a ascending triangle type shape. We have a upward sloping trend line, depending on where you begin, maybe from after the gap here, maybe from this low point here. The general idea still is that we have a series of higher lows, but we are also experiencing a ceiling near this 201 level. So the bulls would be looking for a breakout move beyond that level. The bears, would be having their eye on levels maybe around here, maybe around 191 based on these old highs that we experienced here. That was roughly our high closing price. Or perhaps here, we had a low point and then a subsequent high point after a breakdown below it. That was a ceiling and a floor once again. So you can see support and resistance, it all depends on whether you're above or below these key price levels. They remain important. So 182 is another level to the downside to potentially watch here. RSI also experiencing a breakout beyond a red downward sloping trend line here. So now if we were to incorporate our other studies here, volume profile and standard deviation channels, we can see, well, we're kind of stuck right here near our +1 standard deviation channel, 1 standard deviation above our blue linear regression line. So this could be a potential consolidation point right here if we do get that breakout. +2 channel comes in near about 214. So another potential area to watch down the road. And once again, support 182, linear regression line, repeated stopping point for price. That would be a key level to think about.
Okay, there's some key levels to think about, but again, Alphabet on the plus side today, a little bit higher even with some of the choppy action that we're seeing in the broader market. Jessica, let's pivot to your final trade. This is not a member of the Mag 7, but it had a strong year last year, and that would be Walmart. Even it had a strong year, as you know, some wondered about the state of the consumer. But what's your view on Walmart in early 2025?
Yeah, so it's really interesting how this one came on my radar, but it was a TikTok trend. There is this sold out look-alike Birkin bag, and the fact that that's sold out in a consumer discretionary item is incredible to me. So if but that's where earnings surprises come from. No one is expecting that type of thing. So it's a play that I want to hold into earnings. And then of course, backing up with the other data that I like to look at. Even though we had a shortened holiday season, there was a surprise in retail sales that were up from an e-commerce end. Walmart is definitely a beneficiary of that. I think the big headwind for Walmart, of course, is tariffs. If I'm looking at them in comparison to Target, for example, because they're broad-based, that could be an issue, but that's not implemented yet. Whereas this sold-out bag is something that will certainly translate into next quarter earnings. Tariffs is the headwind. Well, I'll wait to see what happens and the market reacts, but that's a shorter-term play, slightly defensive, but an interesting investment thesis based on massive trends.
They call that one the work-in, right, Jessica? I've seen that trend. I mean, it's yes. I mean, I haven't seen it in person, but it's not a bad look-alike, you know. So, and obviously, there's a huge price difference between the work-in and the actual Birkin. But Rick, tell us what the charts signal when it comes to Walmart.
Yeah, sure. So a pretty nice chart. I mean, it's hard to complain about just a steady move from the lower left to the upper right here. A little bit of a slowdown recently, you can see now within the past couple months, more of a triangular type shape. We have this longer term trend line going across the lows, but also starting at these highs near 96, you could say we're trending downward. We haven't made new highs beyond that point. Hovering right around our yellow 21-day EMA, but below it right now, on pace for a lower close so far on this rather weak day. Pretty close to our trend line. The next low point here, 89, that was a small gap up and then a low point and then another subsequent low point there at our green line here. We can look at RSI as well and see that our green trend line, a bit of a longer term upward bias, has been broken, a bit of fluctuation around that 50 midline. Now it's looking like we are staying within the confines of that downward sloping red trend line and once again drifting back below the 50 midline that separates bullish and bearish momentum. So when we look at our volume and standard deviation studies, we can see that actually up here, this area, this period of range-bound activity near about 95 or so was a heavy trading activity area. So 95, 96 could be resistance, then perhaps 103 based on our +1 channel there. To the downside, well, 89, like I mentioned, is where we bottomed out a couple times around that same area. Then we had a similar point here, kind of the top of a range there near about 85.50. That could be another, notable point of interest.
All right, 95, 96, that resistance level makes sense, especially when you think about the 52-week high. All right, great insight from Rick Ducat, the Duke of Data / Chart Master, and Jessica Inskip, stockbrokers.com. Thank you both. Coming up next, we're going to spotlight Disney after its big deal yesterday with Fubo. We'll find out what it means for the streaming world and more. That's next on Trading 360.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab Investing Themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Time now to spotlight Disney after its deal yesterday with Fubo. Joining us now is Ken Leon, Global Director, Industry and Equity Research, CFRA. Ken, thank you so much for joining us today. Let's talk about overall the deal. The Disney shares still higher today, up by 1%. What does this signal now about the landscape of streaming, this deal between Disney and Fubo?
Well, it's great to be here. And what this means is trying to create some sanity from a fast-changing industry, one where there's fragmentation. There's always questions in terms of who's going to be the winners and losers as we move from the traditional legacy networks to streaming. What we had with this announcement, and I cover Disney, we have a buy rating, is how to address some non-core assets where they can get some return and value. And that's Hulu Plus Live. I think Bob Iger and the management did a very smart deal where they're able to take off their kind of income statement results that will now be on Fubo that they'll own 70%. What is this? A lot of investors are saying, well, how is this different from a Netflix or traditional players like Fox? This is called a multi-channel video programming distributor. In short, what this means is Fubo is a very smart aggregator of different types of live sports and news for streaming, similar to Comcast Xfinity, Spectrum, or Verizon Fios. So it does two things for Disney. One, I think financially puts it in a much stronger position to win in this category. Two, it gives Fubo certainly the position where they can now compete. So it's quite interesting, but again, I would emphasize for Disney, this is a non-core asset. They still have Hulu, where they have an option put clause to buy out the minority interest from Comcast. And they're also still trying to figure out for their sports segments how to have ESPN Plus and perhaps with other partners. So it's interesting. It got a lot of attention. For Fubo, it was a big move in their stock we don't cover, but for Disney, it was smart business.
So for Disney, you mentioned that you have a buy rating. You previously had a hold rating. You boosted your price target to $128 a share now. What's the view on what gets there? I know that's your 12-month price target.
Yeah, so we did that several weeks ago, and it speaks to more visibility for Disney executing on its strategy. You know, the really cornerstones for Disney is having success and experience, which are the theme parks and cruise lines, also their ability to drive profitable growth for Disney Plus, which is beginning to happen. They even gave guidance. It was quite interesting over a month ago for 3 years. I think they did that. It's the first time I've seen that in decades, just to speak to their confidence that they can now manage that massive change from broadcast to streaming. Likewise, cable's not going away tomorrow. It will over time. And I still think they still have very good cash flow generation from areas like ABC and other networks. So I think Disney's in good shape, and I think the market recognizes that.
I want to ask you, you mentioned obviously at the top of our conversation about Iger and some of the changes. I mean, when he came back in, he had to do a lot of cleanup. His role will end again in 2026. Is Disney being positioned better now in your view than it was, especially when you think about just how rocky things have been for Disney?
Yeah, it's a great question. And quite honestly, for Disney and Iger, there's just a little bit more clarity about the tremendous changes that are going on in the industry. Turbulent, yes, but how can you manage great franchises through this? And that really speaks to what Disney's been doing, including the announcement for Hulu Plus Live with Fubo. So I think what investors want to know from Disney, of course, is future leadership could be announced certainly maybe by mid-25 or sooner to who will be the next CEO in 26. You always want to go out as a winner, and I think Iger, along with his team, are putting themselves in a position where Disney will succeed. We can't say that's true for all of Disney's competitors, but when you have monolithic competitors such as Alphabet, Google with YouTube or Meta and Amazon Prime Video or even Netflix, it's a tough game, and it's one where I think Disney can compete.
You mentioned earlier cruises. Another big piece, obviously, of Disney is their theme parks. I mean, they've been, revealed plans to invest billions into theme parks and cruises. And the experience economy has been sticky. It shows up in the numbers we see from the cruise liners and the airliners, et cetera. How do you expect Disney to, operate in this new experience economy? Do you expect them to be a beneficiary of the stickiness we've seen there?
That's right. And for investors, that means these are more defendable businesses with great franchises. They're investing $60 billion over 10 years into experience, particularly for parks and new cruise ships. First week of January, I was up in Orlando, and I can tell you the parks were crowded. The worry that analysts have with theme parks is any hit to the economy or recession. And I would say at least U.S. economy is expected to grow over 2.5% this year. And that's good for parks. And, there is discretionary spending, at least for, those that are, in the middle upper incomes. And we're seeing it in traffic.
Okay. All right. Something to pay attention to. Shares of Disney still higher, even when we're seeing some weakness in the market today. Disney up by 1%. Ken Leon with a buy rating on Disney CFRA. Thank you so much. Coming up next, we've got the disruptors. Alex Coffey joins us to take a look at Carvana, which was upgraded this morning at RBC Capital. He'll break down the call and tell us what's behind us, plus an example trade. That is next on Trading 360.
cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. I'm in for Nicole Petalides, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Time now for a look at developing stories this morning. I want to bring in Caroline Wood, senior markets correspondent here on the Schwab Network. We're taking a look at Apple after we got Alex up right now. We're coming back to Alex. I know you've got Carvana covered. We'll come back to Alex in just a moment. We're looking right now at Apple. Shares under a little bit of pressure. This after a downgrade this morning. What is the latest?
Yeah, this is a notable downgrade because MoffettNathanson is turning all out bearish on Apple, downgrading shares to sell from neutral with a price target of $188. If you take a look, Apple's currently trading around $243, $244. So that's more than 20% downside from current levels. Now, reasons for bearishness: too much bad news, according to this analyst. They said, despite the steady melt up in Apple shares over the past few years, there has actually been a steady drumbeat of bad news. And then in addition, a lukewarm response to Apple's new AI features, Apple Intelligence, saying not only have we not seen any sign of an upgrade cycle, something that would have been concerning enough on its own, but we have seen growing evidence that consumers are unmoved by AI functionality, not just Apple's, but indeed everyone else's as well. So going back to some of the bad news as well, highlighted the fact that that judge decided that Google's payments to Apple to be the default search engine were illegal. Apple's position in China, they say, is steadily weakening. And then, of course, the Vision Pro, they said, having disappointed even the low expectations that had been set for it. Now, tariffs are another potential headwind for Apple. This analyst does think that Apple will likely be exempt from those tariffs,
like they were before,
but said that there's genuine risk of retaliatory tariffs actually impacting Apple from countries that are negatively impacted by those tariffs. So all of that has led this analyst to rate Apple as a sell. And then said the company's growth rate is by far the lowest of the Mag 7, and yet its multiple is the highest. The outlook for Apple shares, given this challenging backdrop, is unfortunately decidedly unattractive in our view. So Apple shares picking up a little bit of, the losses are picking up a little bit of steam, down about 0.6% right now, but largely shrugging off a pretty negative downgrade. And, if you take a look, it is down about 3% so far in 2025. It's about 6% away from the highs. So, it is lower so far this year, but 70% of analysts almost still rated as a buy.
That's why I noticed that, more analysts than not are still bullish on Apple. And I mean, and there's a few things that seem to be supportive of that. I mean, once you're in they've got more than 1 billion users. So once you're in that ecosystem, it's difficult to get out, even if you're not a big fan of the AI.
True. It's just how much of that is already priced in. And if you take a look at the median price target, it's $250, and it's currently trading around $244. So that's only $6 upside. So potentially fairly valued. We'll have to see if other analysts kind of weigh in. There are only 2 sell ratings on the street. So this analyst very much in the minority.
Yeah. But the valuation argument that it's, where it is now is stretched, that makes sense. You know, so it'll be one to watch. We'll see if it continues to be a momentum play. Caroline Woods, thank you so much. All right, time now for the disruptors. We've got Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor, here with today's company. That would be Carvana. Shares are higher. Now, it's been facing a lot of news of late. It had that Hindenburg, the short report on the stock. There were, a lot of things baked into that report, including something about its relationship with Ally. But today, it's got an upgrade helping the shares. Tell us about this call.
Yeah, and also this stock too, Diane, as you recall, also made it back from sort of the brink of bankruptcy. Not many companies actually usually make that kind of recovery. So it's been a fascinating name to monitor over the last few years, and it continues to be just that. RBC Capital's analyst Brad Erickson upgraded the stock to outperform from sector perform, providing a price target that is a slight raise from their previous price target of 280 up from 270. They talk about after the fact that the stocks made this remarkable turnaround last year, They actually see this, what they're referring to as a controversial pullback, probably in the light of what you described with that short report that came out in these shares as an opportunity. RBC's bottom-up cohort analysis implies retail unit upside at Carvana, particularly as supply improves. And they believe that the gross profit per unit levels are largely sustainable despite recent concerns, and is intrigued at Carvana's marketplace opportunity. They expect marginal balance sheet improvement going forward as the company illuminates a clearer path to real free cash flow. So positive view, seeing this pullback in light of recent news as an opportunity to get a little bit more bulled up.
And then you've got an example trade when it comes to Carvana. Can you take us through it, Alex?
Yeah, so going out to the February monthly cycle, Diane, what we're looking at is a neutral to bullish vertical spread. This is a name with volatility very heightened at the moment with all the uncertainty and the fact that this is already just a relatively volatile stock. You look at its performance over the last few years, you'll understand why. Selling a put vertical below the market using the recent lows of around 175 as the anchor point for this particular trade. That's the short strike. It's the 175, 170 put vertical in the February 21st expiration. Looking for at least $1.50 credit. That would be 30 cents for every dollar in risk. And that creates a relationship of risk to reward of a little bit worse than 2 to 1. You'll risk 350 with a chance to make 150 and a break even of 173.5. Stock right now trades just below 200 at about 198 a share. So you do have a little bit of cushion down below, down to that break even.
Okay, a little bit of a cushion there. You're right. We're looking at it. Although it's higher today, it's around 198, up nearly 5% at the moment. That was an example trade for Carvana. Alex Coffey, senior equities contributor here on the Schwab Network, also co-host of Next Gen. Coming up next, time for our 360 round. We'll be talking all things Nvidia after CEO Jensen Huang's keynote at CES yesterday. We'll get all the details on Trading 360. Stay with us.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please.
But there's a...
Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we?
No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
It's time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen investing.
Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. He's Alex Coffey. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. Time now for the 360 round. For that, I want to bring in our panel. Today, we've got Ali Mogharabi, Senior Equity Analyst, Weston Capital Management, and Nick Patience, Vice President I practice, the Futurum Group. Thank you both so much for joining us. Ali, I want to start with you because you've been at CES. You're over there. Let's talk about the keynote. All eyes were on Jensen Huang's keynote. What are some of your takeaways?
Sure. First and foremost, we like that they said that Blackwell chips are in full production. Major cloud providers are using them. They require less power, cost less. So, all of this we think should help maintain strong demand for the current state of AI that we're seeing, which is pretty much inference, and keep their big lead over the competitors. And then of course, we like the new chip, the RTX 50s that they talked about, the gaming chips that they're coming out with. Hopefully that will actually strengthen that gaming segment in the short and in the medium term. And then regarding the full stack, they talk about the chips and the software when it comes to autonomous and robotics technology. And we think that also provides further upside for the company in terms of top and bottom line, especially with the software involved. And then surrounding all of that, the announcement, of course, partnership with Toyota. And of course, they're working with the Teslas and the Waymos of the AV world. So all of that we thought was pretty positive.
Tesla, Waymo, and then there was some announcement about working with Uber as well with regard to some of the technology. Nick, I want to go over to you, and let's talk a little bit more about the products that we've heard coming out from Nvidia, develop more chips, even when it comes to the laptops. What are your thoughts on the trajectory for Nvidia in 2025? Do you see it as the continued leader of the Gen AI development space?
Yeah, I do. I guess I see it as a continued leader, certainly of the GPU market by a very long way. Generative AI is also a really broad space, and that, as Ali said, it includes all sorts of layers up and down the stack, from chips to networking to systems to storage and then to software. And Nvidia plays in most of those. And I think the software story is often the one that's least understood, but it is an incredible story with CUDA going back many years, and now NIMS. These various software layers that it keeps adding. So I think it's an extremely strong position at the moment.
And I want to go back to you, Ali, and hear more about what stood out to you with regard to the development when it comes, especially the Blackwell chips. A lot of growth in Nvidia has hung on that, and they've continued to say the demand was there. There were, concerns last year about supply and meeting the demand needs. Is there anything that you've heard at CES that gives any cause for concern when it comes to holding on to their leadership, especially when it comes to Blackwell?
No, not necessarily. This is very well known, but it was reiterated again, and among the many that we spoke with, which is, listen, the Blackwells are more efficient. They require less power and cost less to do the same that the H100s are doing now, or have been doing. So it's and when you hear that, and when you see that, and also when you see the strong demand continue from the hyperscalers, from the major cloud providers, it just provides even more confidence that these guys can not only maintain, but possibly even widen their lead.
And then, Nick, speaking of that leadership, what's your view in terms of the long-term view, even beyond 2025, in the further integration of chips and, say, the autonomous vehicles, and just more integration in other sectors when it comes to NVIDIA's positioning? Do they stand to be the leader much beyond 2025?
Yeah, and I think they're a very, very strong position beyond 2025. And I think what Jensen Huang was laying down there were some of the foundations for that future growth in a couple of areas. One was what we call agentic AI, so the use of AI-powered software agents to perform tasks without necessarily any human intervention. And the other one was what he was calling physical AI. So this is, and then the launch of the Cosmos platform there was a really key announcement, and that's to speed up the process of testing AI in the physical world. And physical testing is expensive, it's dangerous, it's difficult. The more you can do from simulation using AI models, and that's what they announced, quite a lot of those models. The more you can do in that kind of environment, the better place you are to accelerate the development of that. And then, of course, all of that will run on the Nvidia infrastructure, both the chips and then the DGX cloud environment that they have. So those two things, agentic AI and the kind of physical AI. I think the agentic AI is very much a 2025, 26 thing. The physical AI stuff is probably further out. But in order to, you need to lay the foundations for the success in the future, and I think that's the key to what he was announcing.
Ali, are you hearing anything in terms of the competition for Nvidia over there at CES, especially when you think about, the AMDs of the world, et cetera? Is there anything that seems to be the potential for increased competition and growth within the AI space?
Not necessarily. I mean, AMD had some pretty good announcements yesterday, also much earlier yesterday. But in terms of basically, trying to narrow that gap that we're seeing with Nvidia and AMD, I don't necessarily see it happening within the next at least 2 to 3 years. Again, that full stack offering that Nvidia has had has really created not only a barrier to entry, but also a network effect among its clients, whether they're the hyperscalers, whether they're enterprises, or whether they're various governments. So I think that strengthens the moat, that strengthens the competitive advantage, and it could last, certainly longer than this year or next year.
All right, well, certainly something to watch. Shares of Nvidia under pressure today, but we've seen some flagging in the broader market in general. That was Ali Mogharabi, West End Capital Management, Nick Patience, the Future Room Group. Thank you both for joining us. And thank you as well for joining us on Trading 360. Download the free Schwab Network app. It's available in the Apple App Store. And of course, tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. I'm Diane King Hall. I'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern for the watch list, but stay with us. Fast Market is up next.
Join me, Oliver Rennick, alongside Schwab Network's options experts as we explore the second derivative. Gamma On is a brand new limited series to take your trading skills to the next level. Subscribe to Schwab Network's YouTube channel now.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors. Named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage and insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. All so you can trade brilliantly.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. I'm Tom White. We've got a great lineup for you today. We're going to cover market moves as they're selling off right now, and then we'll have some discussions on option strategies. We're going to cover Tesla, which is under pressure after a downgrade, and Apple, which rose 30% last year, but was also downgraded this morning. And Likefolio has sentiment data on Lululemon, which struggled last year, but was upgraded this morning. Now let's take a look at those major indices, which are near session lows as we speak. Some data causing some red across the board. The S&P 500 down nearly 0.7%. The Dow is only off fractionally, about 35 points, but the NASDAQ down 1.35%, and the small cap Russell 2000 down 0.9%. To help me break all this market action down and the sell-off that we're seeing, bringing my co-host, and that's Kevin Hinks. Kevin, it looked like the data was the main cause of the red that we're seeing on the board today. And I just highlighted one thing. Prices paid surged 6.2 points to 64.4. That's the hottest since February of 2023.
Not so fast, Tom.
Okay.
Because here's where it started. It started with German CPI and Eurozone CPI. Overnight, were higher than expected. Then it came here, and we've got jolts higher than expected, an 8-handle on jolts again. And then ISM services higher, and you mentioned the details of ISM services. But it started overnight, and then everyone thought Nvidia was going to bail this market out today. And
it tried, yes, Kevin.
But welcome to the new phase for Nvidia. Kind of like the old Apple, where it gets excited into an event and then it's disappointed after the event. And Tom, look at, I've got December 20th up. This stock closed at 134, but it was in the 120s in mid to late December. So this stock rallied a long way in the last couple weeks. And so Nvidia is a little worrisome here because a lot of the market is feeding off Nvidia, or has, and takes its energy off Nvidia. And look at that alligator coat. That is not, come on, dude.
Yep.
Alligator.
Little Tom Ford leather coat.
Sorry, not my bag.
That's his shtick.
Well, black leather is his stick,
yeah.
But that one, he went a little too far, I think, on that one. But I digress. It's still the data that has got the dollar higher, it's got yields higher, it's got crude oil now over $74. There's a couple worrisome things going on out here, Tom. And like I said, a lot of these stocks have run a long way, and a lot of them were hoping that Nvidia would bail them out, and it's not.
Yeah, you got to remember, this is a consumer electronics show. This isn't
Right.
like an investor day. This isn't an earnings event. He highlighted some of the new gaming chips. They're trying to get into laptops and PCs more a little bit. So you've got to take that. The CFO's been coming out with comments, and he says, demand is outstripping supply.
Still pretty positive coming out with that smaller chip.
Yeah.
I thought was interesting. Remember, you use two chips to one, two GPUs to one. Now they're doing one where it's 1-to-1, so it's a smaller version. I mean, he had positive things to say.
Yeah, and the CFO's been positive on his commentary. That continues.
Stock down 5%.
Yep, down 5%. It hit a all-time high of over $153. Settled at a record yesterday, but some weakness there leading that semiconductor, the SOX down pretty significantly after over 3% gains yesterday. Let's expand this conversation. Bring in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here. KG, give me your take here on the reversal. I'm blaming it on the data here at this point. You see in yields up at, let's see, the 10-year yield now sitting, it's up there, 4.685 at this point. So the yields causing some headwinds, and the dollar kind of reignited from lows that we saw earlier in the day.
Yeah, I would say I am leaning towards more the economic data as well. I mean, when you're kind of looking at the ISM services print, I mean, we did have an expansionary print, came in at what, 54.1 for the headline number, which is good. It was better than what we saw last month, but the rate of change when it comes to prices is obviously going to scare the markets here a little bit. And it's starting to kind of remind me of what we saw when ISM manufacturing data started to turn like this a little bit, where the prices started to get a little bit hot. And maybe you can make the case that it could be a little bit stagflationary fears in the market. Now, I think that's why we actually did see that sell-off. But if we look under the hood, 56% of the stocks are still in the green here today. This is a defensive rotation that's taking place. You're having a lot of traders selling out of their winners in tech and kind of getting into these underloved sectors. Healthcare is doing a pretty decent job here today. You can look at industrials catching a little bit of a bid. Utilities was catching a little bit of a bid earlier, but did kind of fade here a little bit. And staples, for the most part, is pretty much flat. So I think we have a little bit more of a rotation rather than a sell everything type of environment right now. And we have an elevated VIX that's sitting at around 17 and a half, which actually, if you kind of look at the reaction that we had today, you would think that the VIX would actually be up a little bit higher. It's not. Let's see what's going to happen for the remainder of the session here. I get a little bit concerned about yesterday in that technical setup, though, and this will be the last thing I will say. We had like the shooting star candle on the 1 day on the daily chart for the S&P 500. We tried to look above that 20-period moving average. We closed below it here. Just a lack of momentum towards the latter part of the day yesterday. And then given this morning's events when it came to semiconductors, seeing that buy the rumor, sell the news event that you guys all talked about here, just kind of shows that we're still kind of stuck in this range or in this consolidation pattern. And until we break below 58.65 or break above 6,000 and close above those levels or close below those levels, I think we're going to remain in this area right now.
Yeah, one of the areas that have been leading the market for the last few sessions has been semiconductors. We saw rallies in Nvidia into the keynote from Jensen Huang last night. AMD was up over 3% yesterday. Saw some of those names. We got the SOX chart here. Big, if you look at this on a tick chart or candle chart, big engulfing candle here in the SOX. Bearish engulfing candle. I got that from Rick Ducat, our lead market technician. He gave me that little bit of note. But the SOX is down 1% today, so lending some headwinds. But Kev, you know, you look at the JOLTS report. Yeah. You look at the weekly jobless claims numbers that come in under estimates. The job market's still robust. The economy's still growing 2.5 to 3.5%. So should we be able to absorb the 10-year yield at 4.68%?
Should it surprise us that JOLTS came in higher than expected, or over 8 million? We've been getting strong jobs data all throughout the last month. So not really surprising that some of this data is coming out a little stronger, especially when it applies to the labor market. And by the way, ISM services, positive business activity, positive supplier deliveries, and lower supply chain disruptions is what they reported. So pretty solid number there too, over 54, and I don't think that helped the situation at all.
Yeah, and Kev, with that in mind and prices rising, that's not good for any Fed rate cut hopes, along with that CPI, PPI data that came in a little bit hotter than expected. Also, then, you know, this kind of throws the market into this, you know, maybe idea that, hey, maybe 2 cuts aren't in place for 2025 and maybe we get none. Is that part of the concern that the equity market's having right now?
If they're having that concern and it's only, 4 trading sessions into the new year, we got a big problem on our hands for 2025 here. I think it's way too early to be able to make that call. I think right now it's the volatility within yields that's really putting some pressure here on the markets, especially when you're looking at the longer end of the curve. Now today we will have a treasury auction for the 10-year. And so that's also going to provide us a little bit of price discovery when it comes to yields. If we have a weak auction there, that could be a really big problem. But I think the market's really just kind of focusing on I think they are focusing on the rate cuts. What I find very interesting, though, and maybe you guys can opine on this as well, it seems like we're starting to get back into that we need a rate cut regime in order for markets to go higher. And we kind of got out of that towards the latter half of last year, where we kind of had yields up, equities up, kind of that early cycle behavior. And now it seems like we're getting a little bit more thirsty for rate cuts. And I don't think that's a good environment for us to be in at this point in time, because you brought up the commodity side of the equation. I mean, services inflation has been very sticky over the last couple of quarters, you can say. But commodities themselves, or goods inflation, actually has been, for the most part, deflationary. That's going away. Egg prices are up 60 to 70%, almost on a month-over-month basis. You got, energy prices moving to the upside, utility prices moving to the upside. There's a lot there that if we see these elevated levels for commodities over the next month and a half, the Fed's going to be in a very big problem. They're going to have a rock and a hard place type of decision to be able to make here. Hopefully, we're just seeing kind of weather events that are taking place in the commodity space, but. I think the market right now is trying to figure out, is good news or is good news bad news? And I really don't like the good news is bad news type of markets. Those are really tough to trade, and I don't think it really does us justice here as the.
That's an interesting point about good news becoming bad news.
Right, and think about that. I mean, you would think like a services number like the ISM being better than expected. But then there's that couple components within there that kind of throw a wrench into it. 10-year at highs that we haven't seen since last April. We get a breakout above there. People have been talking, Kev, about the 5% level for the 10-year. That's not going to be good for equities. And then you still got the dollar, 108.5. So that's not positive either.
Because what a 5% yield becomes when you think about stocks at a valuation like this, it's competition. Right? I mean, remember, you've got stocks that are not cheaply valued, and you've got a 10-year that's getting yields higher and higher. It's going to start becoming competition.
Yep. KG, you look at that. You mentioned the fact that we've got some sectors within the S&P 500 that are still positive. There's about 5 of them. But you look at consumer discretionary, information technology, communication services, all leading to the downside. Those are the major components within the index at this point. So to that mantra where, tech led us the last couple of days, off some weakness into the end of the year, I mean, you've got to take that into consideration that if they're pouring out of those and not fully going into other parts of the market, that we're not seeing a broadening, at least, of the rally, right, or the weakness.
I mean, we are. Today's a broadening of the rally, a broadening of the market. I mean, the market's down, right? Because the market kept waiting. But I think the S&P 500 equal weight, if I'm not mistaken, was actually still positive on this. It's flat on the session right now. If you're looking at the equal weight S&P 500, look, this might be a value, type of rotation taking place in the market. You can look at each and every one of these sectors here, and you can go on a weekly chart. Bring up your RSI, look at your MACDs. Bring up energy, what do you really see? Oversold territories, stochastics crossing. You may look at, some buyers probably stepping in or maybe stepping in. Healthcare, same type of oversold environment. You have the same thing for materials. Financials hitting the 20-week moving average, which has been a really reliable indicator over the last 3 years for it. So I think you are looking at some technical structure that's taking place in some of these underloved sectors, selling out of the big names. And we kind of talked about it on the Future Show, I believe, yesterday. If this is a 4-year bull cycle here, first 2 years, you have mega cap tech leading the way. The next 2 years, you could actually have value leading the way. I mean, that's kind of what happened in the dot-com boost or leading up to it. 98 through 2000 was more of a value play than, obviously you had the internet sliver there, but this might be, value kind of is perceived to be cheap right now if valuations are going to hold up and the market's willing to pay a multiple of a 23 or 24 multiple for the S&P 500.
Yeah, it does kind of equate to maybe not fully rotating out of the market, but they are, as KG mentioned, going into healthcare, materials, industrials. Those were really big underperformers in 2024. Maybe a little bit of a safety play. Also, staples flat all there. Also, you see the heat map there. So there is quite a bit of green on there, even though we've got equities at or near session lows at this point. All right, guys, let's take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Tesla. The EV maker stock has rallied over 60% last year, but it's been under pressure since hitting those all-time highs in late December. Stick around. Fast Market's coming right back.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hit maker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. It's time to talk Tesla. Stock got downgraded, and this comes after a day after the stock was actually upgraded. Let's bring in Caroline Wood, Senior Markets Correspondent here. Caroline, I'm looking at this downgrade, and then I'm seeing the price target actually went higher. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, and actually the price target is higher than yesterday's upgrade from over at New Street. So this is sort of a bullish downgrade, but it is weighing on shares. Tesla, the second worst performer of the Mag 7 today behind Nvidia. Shares down about 4% right now. B of A downgrading Tesla shares to neutral from buy with a price target of $490, which is actually up $90 from its previous price target of $400. So that's still more than 20% upside from current levels. But this analyst, decidedly moving to the sidelines, points out that since its previous upgrade back in April, news flow and investor sentiment have shifted more positively, and they say some of the positive catalysts around future growth drivers have become more fully recognized, especially as it relates to robo-taxi. So the analyst said execution risk is high, and Tesla is trading at a level that captures much of our base case potential from Core Autos, robo-taxi, Optimus, the humanoid robots business, and energy generation and storage. So moving to the sidelines, but still potentially more room to run. The analyst did say there are catalysts ahead which could support the stock, but execution risk is high. So in terms of some of those potential catalysts, the analyst broke down some of those, including the introduction of a low-cost model in the first half of 2025 and then a second in the second half of 2025, which could be key drivers of volume growth, the launch of robo-taxi in mid-2025, Megapack production ramp at Shanghai Assembly Plant starting in the first quarter of this year, and then updates on FSD subscribers. But when it comes to the risks, which could offset some of those catalysts, increased competition from other OEMs and also low-cost competition in China, of course, which we know is a key market, weakness in demand for EVs overall. We've seen that. Product launch delays, change in regulation and incentives for EVs. We know some of those incentives will likely be rolled back under the new administration. And then new government policies that are less favorable than expected for robo-taxi and FSD. Obviously, right now, the hope is that under the Trump's new administration, it will be positive for FSD. So it seems like this downgrade, it could be what's weighing on shares of Tesla. Obviously, we're seeing weakness overall in terms of big tech, but shares down about 4%, almost 4% right now, and now officially negative in 2025, down about 2%.
Whiplash, Caroline. It feels like I'm getting whiplash from these. It's up one day, it's down the next. That's okay. We love volatility here, but there's a lot of opinions on this name, and you're right. They have risk of, full year 2024 earnings. They have risk of EV 2025 guidance. They have all these other, and by the way, we should probably start every show with whatever we feel about a name. If there's a global sell-off, names like this are going to be involved in a global sell-off. That said, full self-driving and robo-taxi and all these things that he's working on, at least from a regulation perspective, are probably getting closer and coming to fruition faster, Caroline.
Yes, and I think the question is how much is that already priced into shares at these levels now? And it seems like maybe B of A would sort of take the case that it's, as the analyst said, becoming more fully recognized, although there's still more than 20% room to run. So it just seems like maybe this is kind of a cautious call from B of A. I mean, if you take a look, Tom mentioned the upgrade yesterday. That was from New Street. That's with a $460 price target for a buy rating. So that's $30 lower than B of A's price target. And they are looking very much at the same catalyst in terms of growth reaccelerating with the lower cost model, FSD progress accelerating. And, you know, they think that the opportunity will be continue to be reflected in share prices. It's hard, though, when you take a look at the analyst breakdown for a name like Tesla, because as we've seen for so long with Tesla, analysts are very much split on this name. If you take a look, I mean, there are 23 buy ratings, 17 holds, 14 sells, and the median price target is $285. So that's almost 30% lower than where it's currently trading. But then if you look at the discrepancy between the street highs and lows, the street high is at CFRA at 530. Street low, of course, Gordon Johnson, and sub $25, very much looks at it as a car company. But then, above that is $120 a share. So the price targets are all over the place. I mean, Tesla, obviously, since late last year, has been a name that's been hard to bet against. And, we've seen it really on a pretty impressive run higher. So I don't think some potential profit taking should be seen as anything too out of the ordinary. I think it's just a matter of where it goes from here, based on the risks, but also the catalysts. And that's what we have to see, who's right in terms of these analysts.
Welcome to the world of 1.5 beta.
Yep, 1.5 beta and high implied volatility, as you mentioned. All right, great breakdown for us. Thanks to Caroline Woods, senior markets correspondent here. But let's bring Kevin Green back in here with this one. Caroline sedated the obvious, KG, was the fact that, there's diverging opinions about this stock, whether you value it as an EV maker. Obviously, it's not right now with the stock trading just below 400 at this point, but implied volatility levels still pretty elevated. The IV percentile risk rank still above 70%, so it's in the upper half of what we've seen in IV over the last year.
Yeah, I mean, and we continue to see a lot of volatility within this name. Over the last 24 to 48 hours, I think what you have seen, actually, this was last week we had the report when it came to the production numbers, if I'm not mistaken. But what you're seeing is there's optimism regarding this business, and Elon has really hyped it up a lot when it comes to the vision. But when you're looking at that bar that they set in the last earnings announcement when it came to production and delivery numbers for the current quarter for Q4, that's really why you saw the initial move to the upside for the stock here. And I think now we had a little bit of a dose of reality when it comes to this name. Also, when you're looking at the announcement from Nvidia yesterday and their partnerships, working with Uber for autonomous driving, working with Toyota to be able to potentially put some of this technology in their vehicles, that's a little bit of competition. You're seeing a little bit of some pressure for Tesla right now. But you have maybe a couple of weeks, if not more, months, where you could probably still get a little bit more of this Trump trade to kind of be built into the stock. And then probably after 6 months or so, probably the reality of the actual business itself, the nuts and bolts, is probably going to creep back into the market. But you have seen the 360 level hold here as an area of resistance. It seems like the market really wants to test that as an area of support right now. And if you kind of believe that wave theory, we're in that third selling wave since the peak here. So kind of interested to see how this is going to develop over the next couple of trading sessions.
As little as I know about technical analysis or care to know, I see the 360 level that Kev's talking about there. It's pretty significant.
50-day moving average right there. KG, as I mentioned, implied volatility levels elevated in the top 1/3 that we've seen over the last 52 weeks. How do you want to look at this from an example trade in Tesla?
Yeah, so actually looking at next week, or January 17th expiration here, is trying to sell a credit put spread, selling the 370, buying the 360 put spread, doing this for a credit of $1.90. The max gain on this trade is going to be the credit received, $190. Max loss is going to be $810. The difference between that $10 spread minus the credit received here, with a break-even point at 368.10. This is trying to capitalize on the high IV that we are seeing in the stock for right now. I mean, if we do see maybe some stabilization in prices and implied volatility kind of goes a little bit lower here, trying to look for that credit to really kind of juice, be reduced and be able to buy it back at a cheaper price. You have to be aware of that 360 level for an area of support. So if it kind of blows through that 370 level, probably risk management before the time of expiration is probably going to be key for this particular trade. But you're still trying to say that maybe some buyers are going to try to keep this up at least up until January 17th, and that's where the trade could be maxed out if it's above 370.
All right, yeah, let's break this down. The stock has pulled back 19% from those all-time highs that we saw just at the end of December. Also, so it's had a pretty significant pullback, nearly, in correction territory, bear market territory if it gets down 20%. Let's take a look at this one. Jan 17th, so just 10 days to expiration. Sell the 370 put, buy the 360 put short. $10 wide neutral to bullish put vertical, collecting roughly about $1.90 credits. What we got on there, probably collect about $2.10 right now, so a little bit more because the stock has moved down. But if you collect that $1.90, $386.10, Kevin, is your break even to the downside. So you've got that big cushion you're taking advantage of, high implied volatility, and the move down that we're seeing today.
Right. This is Kevin using technical analysis to try to look at a place to enter or a fade point on Tesla. And he goes to the 370 put, collecting about $1.90. It's probably trading closer to $2 or slightly over now. So this is one of those, Tom, it's collecting data, it's risk defined, it's high probability, doesn't mean it doesn't have risk. And the risk is the width between the strikes minus the credit. Whatever that is, that's where your risk is.
Yep, just about $800 on that one. KG, when you look at that, you mentioned, maybe try to buy it back cheaper. You've only got 10 days, and it's short-term positioning. So time decay is going to work in your favor here on this one as it contracts in value on a daily basis. But, I mean, the key is, hey, if it remains above 370, you just want it to go out worthless, right?
Exactly. But what you would like to see leading up to that expiration is prices kind of stabilizing for a little bit, right? If you continue to see implied volatility moving to the upside, and you're seeing wide-ranging intraday swings, that's where you get a little bit more cautious around the trade and maybe you have to take some action here. But this is trying to capitalize on a crush or IV crush over the next 10 trading sessions here. And if that does not happen, once again, you have the ability to risk manage. And once again, this is risk defined as well. So the most you could lose is going to be the difference between the spread minus the credit received.
Yep. Probability of that short 370 strike finishing out of the money about 73%. So you've got that higher probability of success, but that's why you're only collecting roughly about $2 on that short $10 wide put vertical because you do have that higher probability in this position. All right, great stuff. Great look at the Tesla trade. Thanks to Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent here for joining us. But coming up after the break, we're going to be joined by Landon Swan from Likefolio for a look at sentiment data in Lululemon. The athleisure stock struggled in 2024, but it's rallied 75% from 4-year lows that we saw just about 5 months ago. Stick around, that's up next.
Wrap up the trading day with me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's Market on Close. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Carl.
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. It's time for cash tags. For that, let's bring in our next guest. It's going to be Landon Swan. He's a co-founder of Likefolio. Welcome back to the show, Landon.
Thank you, Tom. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. It's been a roller coaster for Lulu investors. Saw some weakening foot traffic sales in the U.S., especially. That's their big market. Overseas are still growing pretty significantly. But we've seen quite a snapback rally over the last 6 or 7 months here in the stock, up 75% from those 4-year lows that we saw. Do you guys have the data that backs up this rebound?
Yeah, short answer, we do. We actually called this one as an early holiday winner about a month ago, and the data was strong then. It's actually gotten a little bit stronger. In fact, when you look at the web visits on Black Friday, just Black Friday, it was up 71% on a year-over-year basis, which is obviously really strong. Overall, their general web visits are up about 30%, which is good. It's, there's kind of the haves and the have-nots in this chart. You can see them clearly, who are the winners and who are the losers. Lulu's in the winners category, kind of at the bottom, but still in the winners category. And then sort of the ones we talk about, especially Nike, really struggling in the lower category, but overall doing really well in that stronger group. And again, the holiday was very strong for them. But you're right, the stock, was almost 500 a year ago. It went down to I think 225, something like that in August, and now we're basically we're just under 400. So it's made a nice run back. Still not where we were a year ago, but they had a pretty strong quarter last quarter, gapped up on earnings. They reported plus 9% on their revenue, international revenue up 29%, really strong. They added 28 stores up to 700 revenue. That's one of the reasons that I think they're doing really well. Their China sales are up 39%. And while most of the Western brands in China are lowering prices to attract customers, they actually raised prices 20% and still increased their sales. So they're doing really well. They're the third largest sports wear retailer over in China behind Nike and Adidas. And I think they're gaining on them. So really strong numbers out of Lulu. And I think a lot of it for this quarter has to do with the whole gift giving thing. I mean, apparel was the #1 thing that people gave as gifts this year. About 54% of respondents said that they gave some kind of apparel as their gift. And so, Lulu's benefiting from that significantly. So they're doing really well. I think they're on their way back. They've got, we every time we talk about Vuori, we talk about, every time we talk about Lulu, we talk about Vuori. That's one of the competition that I think we've got to watch out for. They're small, but they're coming. But here you can see what people gave as gifts. The #1 was clothing. And so that's Lulu right there. And they did a great job. Like I said, 71% year over year on Black Friday is an incredible number, really strong. That just seems to be the gift that people love to give, and Lulu's benefiting there. But I do want to talk a little bit about Vuori. They're coming on that, they're on that halves chart, the winners chart. Again, it's a much smaller company, but they are doing a great job of attracting customers. 90% of their stores are within a half mile of Lulu. They are coming right after them. So I think that's on the radar for them. Of course, they've got to compete with Nike, but they're doing a great job differentiating Lulu is from Nike. And just overall, I think they're demonstrating that they've turned things around, and the stock is showing that.
It's funny you mentioned that. I live fairly close to a pretty affluent mall with a Lululemon store that upgraded and got bigger space, and now very close to that Lululemon is a Vuori store. But you're right on that. They are going right into the belly of the beast and competing with them. You know, the question though is this: a lot of people, Under Armour, you can name the list of people that started out in apparel, tried to get into shoes, and it seems like it's a pretty tough business to try to get into shoes or try to go from women to men. How am I supposed to? I can't wear something named Lululemon, Landon. I just can't. I mean, the logo looks like Laura Petrie's hairdo, and now I can't unsee it. Okay, how do I can't wear these things, but I can buy them for my daughters, and I do all the time.
Kevin, I got to tell you, look, I'm a convert when it comes to Lulu shirts. I love the shirts. I mean, I've got, I don't know, probably 20 or 30 of these things. And for me, they're like workout shirts. I play, you know, I play basketball or tennis, whatever I'm doing, that kind of thing. Every once in a while I'll wear them out. But man, once you try them, they're unbelievable. Very, very comfortable. I haven't tried much else besides the shirts, but yeah, and actually I'm on that gift giving thing. I mean, I received a lot of that from on Christmas, and that's kind of a standard ask for me. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it is tough to transition into shoes and things like that. I think they've nailed men so far. You're going to be the barometer though moving forward. So you let us know once you start wearing Lulu. I'm buying calls.
Landon, when you look at this, and I'll put it out there, I'm a Vuori convert. I only wear that now. I don't even go to Lululemon. First year for holidays, I didn't buy one thing Lululemon. So that tells you maybe that things are changing a little bit, Landon. But when you look at this, the rebound that we've seen, foot traffic slowing in North America, which is still a concern moving forward as tastes change. Now you've got all these companies who are saying you got to come back in the office 5 days a week. Somebody, JP Morgan just came out today with that. Amazon's making people do it. It's coming down the pipeline, and that's probably.
Yeah, I guess you're right there. I mean, you know, if foot traffic is down, I think obviously that's a bad sign. But you know, the mentions that people talk about, the happiness, both of those are up very, very much, and the web visits are up again 30% year over year. Very strong. And again, contrast that with companies like Nike, Athleta, Under Armour. They're getting crushed. So Lulu is at least on the correct side of that. They're on the lower tier, right? If you remember that chart that we had up earlier, they're on the lower tier, and some of those other companies are doing better. But I still think that they're on the right side of things, and the data that we've got just shows that people consider this an exclusive premier brand. Long term, I think they've got that brand loyalty sort of baked in. They had some product flubs, I think, in the last year or so where they missed. They didn't have all the sizes, colors, and whatnot. They're going to miss here and there, but overall, I think that the concept that consumers have in their mind about this company is that it's a premier brand, and it's so that's going to benefit them moving forward. As long as people continue to demonstrate on the sources that we track, social media, web visits, app, things like that, then that it's a premier company. They're
are huge to not just focus exclusively on that one strategy.
You want to engage, Belsky?
I sure do. I love you with all my heart, Josh. I do, but I completely disagree with you because I think that when you take a look at dividends, you can't look at dividend yield. You have to look at dividend growth, which we've shown through the way that we manage money. In fact, Dividend Aristocrats, the DVY, was up 12% in the U.S., up 15.5% in Canada. The respective portfolios that we run were up 20% in Canada and 17% in the U.S. Here's why: because we focus on dividend growth. 60% of the portfolio should always be those core names that have never cut a dividend. 30% should be the names that are growing the dividend, and 10% should be the names that are yields above that. If you're buying companies just because of dividend yield, you can, will, and should underperform. That's what you're looking at in terms of the factor, Josh. I don't disagree
So it sounds like you
in terms of. I don't disagree with respect to the yield part of it and paying the dividends, but we reinvest the dividend. It's a longer term fact. And oh, by the way, too, we've had this amazing run in momentum. And as we normalize, again, I've said it before, we're going to be involved in different types of strategies, one of which is going to be dividend growth. Another is going to be value. Another one's going to be small cap. So I think now's not the time to be leaving dividend growth at all.
Josh, I'll give you the last word and we'll move.
I didn't say a word about dividend growth, so I don't have any data on that. I'm talking about the dividend factor, which weights toward high dividend.
Correct.
That's the data that I have.
Companies pay a high dividend for a reason.
We don't disagree.
Companies pay high dividends for a reason, right? Because they're not growing. And oh, by the way, you don't want to buy those anyway because fundamentally they're not working.
Well, companies pay a high dividend for the most part because their share prices have collapsed. And
correct.
And usually that's indicative of a disruption risk or a fundamental problem at the company. A lot of companies pay high dividends on their way to slashing the dividend entirely in order to survive. Brian, I think the key thing that I want to get across, when I say dividend...
I wouldn't worry so much as to the why. You know, we talked about it this morning on Nvidia. This stock just 1, 2, 3 trading days ago was at $1.30, and I think you're just having some profit taking. And I mean, that's a 15% move in a trillion-some dollar market cap. It's a lot of money, right? So I just think buy the rumor, sell the news type of deal. What I also had mentioned, I want to finish eating really quickly, was this flat top resistance up here. You know, we tried to turn it into support, broke down, you recaptured it, got back below it, rejected. You came up, tested it, pulled back, boom. This was, you know, this is pretty much an ABC pattern right here. A, B, pull back, break out through that zone with the volume. And now you're holding it. So I wouldn't worry too much. I'd actually look for a bit of a reversal. But one thing that is concerning is that you have been sitting here ever since I left down at this zone. And I did mention, like, you know, I would not long Nvidia, you know, right at that spot. If you're going to be on options and you want to, like, buy it, you're going to buy the stock, or if you want to trade options that are a few months out, sure, you could more than likely probably get another bounce back, you know. You know, I wouldn't even say that, because look here at the bottom left of the chart, and look at this bottom left here, and you're turning last Friday's low, this little, like, support zone right here. Look at that. You're turning it into resistance. And then the next, your next line of support's down there at 135. So I just think it's profit taking, right? Because at the end of the day, it's not yours until you take it. And what this was a pattern of a, you know, a failed break higher again. So, and there was no catalyst. It's like, it would be different for this to hold if there was a catalyst. You know, I just think, you know, that's really it. I feel like, because I'm not going to talk about a PE, this or that, or earnings, but you're right back to where your earnings was, and I just think it's profit taking. There's been so much money made on this. You know, I just think there's profit being taken, and what they're doing is putting that money into something else. And that's actually what I'm going to get into. That's actually what I'm going to get into here in the next 10 minutes after I'm done eating, is I want to show you guys something, and it's a chart, and it's not like a stock chart, but it's like the Mag 7 versus the equally weighted, okay? And I want to give you guys my thoughts on that, because I still think there's a sector that's still waiting in the bushes to climb with the rest of the market. All right. And we're going to get into that. All right, and we're going to do that. We're going to go through some charts here while it's lunchtime, see what we're looking at for the afternoon, and then also as well as tomorrow. That's what I was going to say. So give me just a minute here. Fubo's back down to 5. All right, it tried to bounce. Now you are at 5 during 9:34 o'clock hours. We'll see what happens if that changes anything. If it doesn't extend higher here, I feel like it pulls back. All right, it pulls back. I'm already in puts. Doesn't look like there's anything on the bid here, which isn't cool. There's still a decent amount of volume, but we'll see. So yeah, give me just a couple minutes, and we're gonna go over some charts here. I just think Nvidia was just a bit overdone. The market's pulling back, and you just failed to attempt our. That was a massive move to the downside, though, on Nvidia. Like a serious move. I don't think that thing is put in, not this year, but last year. I can't even remember the last time Nvidia put in that big of a move. So I would just take it for what it is, you know? So now, any bounce backs, you look for, you look to get short. Because it's pretty damn clear what the market's doing. All right, I'm going to let my cat out real quick. And then, you know, this is such a level that I don't think you're going to break. All right, give me 1 second, guys. And just so you guys are clear, this wasn't just a 5% drop. This is a 10% drop. This ain't 5. This is 10 from where we were this morning. Now, I understand you're going by prior day's close. You know, this is a big move. And, you know, I'm okay missing this move because more times than not, when I try to fight the trend, I lose money. And then it makes me miserable. And then I, you know, for whatever reason, my trading just, it can just be this, you know, this lingering effect when you do something stupid and it doesn't work. And then you see days like this, when it does work, it's all good. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with not trading Nvidia today because I would have not, I mean, again, this morning, I came on here and said, I personally wouldn't be shorting Nvidia or, you know, TSM. I would wait to see if there's a consolidation, maybe a low volume consolidation, a small pullback, but I did not think that this was going to happen. You know, you never know. You know, if you could predict the future, if anybody could predict the future, you'd be a millionaire if you knew how to use it correctly. But, you know, when the real volume came in, which was here, it was already too late. Like, you just sliced through that level, and then, like, the trade was already gone. So it's not like you could have said, okay, we tried to bounce on low volume. We had a shit ton of volume up at highs, and then you were able to get in. The trade happened, and then the volume came in, and then it was just like, that's kind of near the bottom. There wasn't much left on that trade. So if you didn't trade it, don't feel bad. We're going to get something going here. Okay, we're going to get something going. So again, like I said, I'm going to finish eating real quick, and then we're going to go over some charts so we can get ourselves ready for the afternoon as well as the week. Okay? If you guys have questions, put them in the chat. If you could, hit that like button for me. Subscribe. All right, we're on our way to 1,000 subscribers. That's really, we're just trying to get to 1,000 subscribers, and really that's it. If you guys want to contribute to the stream and continue to make this free for everybody, contributions, the link is in the description for contributions. Any contribution or donation over $50, you self-enroll yourself to a one-on-one if you would like it, or you could give it to somebody else, whatever you want to do. One-on-ones working on how can you be more consistent, how can you make money, how can you stop losing so much, whatever it is that you're having trouble with, we'll talk about it. All right, or if you want to donate one to somebody else, all the money that is donated, contributions, it all goes to the stream, just so you guys understand that. There is an end game in mind with this, and I don't care how long it takes. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and beat a dead horse, but, this is the year where you go out and get what you want, okay? You have one life. Live it to the best of your ability. Be happy at the end of the day. Help others. We're not here for a long time. So, the 2025 for me is get money year. As hood as that sounds, as trailer park trash as that sounds, is get money year. That's it. And help others. All right? I want to be able to pay more in taxes next year. I want my tax bill to be higher, because if you are not paying taxes, you are not making any money. Okay? Of course, it comes to a point where you want to be tax efficient. I'm not saying that. I'm just using it as a metaphor, some of my goals. Okay? All right, so I'm going to finish this. I'm going to work on something here with the stream. And yeah, hit that like button for us. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. We are working our way to 1,000 subscribers. And if you have any questions, tickers, anything like that, post them in the chat. Let's get ready for the afternoon as well as this week. So give me 5 minutes. It's 12:50. Give me like 5 minutes. Let me get this down, and then we will get right into where we can find our opportunity.
Can only be considered one of the biggest treasure troves of user-generated data anywhere in the world. 19 years.
If you guys see Fubo break, I will more than likely. I will get short Fubo. I will be taking profits. I'm going to tell you right now. I probably should already be in this, but I will be taking profits in front of 450 and aiming for like a wick down into like 417 or so.
In here because of how much it's gone up, but I do think this will be a good story going into 25.
Hey, Sarat, Pepsi, new 52-week low.
No dividend, by the way. Sorry.
Thank you.
Pepsi does have a dividend, again, close to 4%, multiples compressed. Again, one of these high-value branded companies that has great distribution. You've got salty snacks, but you've also got the sodas. I think you have to have this as part of a diversified portfolio.
Quickly on AbbVie, they cut their outlook.
We like it relative to the other big pharma, but we like the dividend. We love the value in the name.
All right, good stuff. We'll do finals next.
These hot Italian sausages are packed with flavor. And it's not like crazy hot where it's just like unbearable. It's a beautiful thing. So if you look, there's really only like one. There's a couple, but there's really only one name that I see that's really still continuing to the upside, or that even has provided continuation. Amazon was a nice move. I'm not even going to deny that, but DATS. This one. This one. Boom, boom. Let's see here.
50% off.
So remember, if you guys have questions, if you guys have any tickers you guys want to cover, just throw it in the comment section. We'll go back and look at Snow and a few other ones. Has anybody bought Nike down here? I wish there was a way I could get this thing to speed up. I'm going to have to go get a new PC. I don't understand. Maybe I'm going to have to look and see what's going on, what my settings are. But there's no reason why this should be doing this. There's no reason.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan, and if approved, get
There is a bit of a level here.
your loan is on deck.
Oh, shit.
Like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using Quicken. Quicken pulls all your financial info together in one place and updates it automatically. How easy is that?
At Enterprise Mobility, our experts always see another road. Because when there's no limit to how far mobility can go, there's no limit to how far businesses can go.
All right, I'll see a closing bell today. 3 o'clock Eastern, Liz Young-Thomas, Jeff DeGraff, Rashawn Williams, Ayako Yoshioka will take you through the final.
All right, I'll see a closing bell today. 3 o'clock Eastern,
All right,
Liz
I'm gonna wash my
Young-Thomas,
hands.
Jeff
I'll be right
DeGraff,
back.
Rashawn Williams, Ayako Yoshioka will take you through the final stretch, see what happens. I mean, we've had a significant role, especially in the NASDAQ today, and some of the biggest tech names within the market. So I'll take you through that. Josh Brown, final trade.
Remaining long shack, long-term holding.
Thank you. Brian Belsky.
Financials. Synovus Financial, SNV.
Man, there was a call today. Wall Street's pretty bullish. Earnings next week, by the way.
Yeah.
Don't forget about that before we get started here. All right, Surat Sethi.
Comcast, 9 times earnings. Catalyst coming up, spinning off cable. I think you got to own it.
Are you still on it?
Still own it. Good size.
Big stock.
Big stock. Big
position.
Big position.
All right. Stephanie Lake.
Morgan Stanley, I think when they report on the 16th, it's going to positively surprise on the fee growth. Could be 70% for equity capital markets.
All right, good stuff. See you on closing bell.
We were all just checking the charts on the 10-year. Thank you, Scott, and welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead on a busy hour. Zuckerberg almost fought Musk in a cage match. Remember that? Now he's taking a page from his playbook. Meta eliminating fact checkers in favor of community notes, much like X. It's just the latest step away from the left and toward a more Trump-friendly future in big tech. We have the details and a look at the bigger battle that may be brewing. And there's been a lot of Apple news lately. A lot of it has been bad. That comment courtesy of analyst Craig Moffett, as is a rare downgrade to sell the stock. Moffett joins us live to make his case. That'll be just ahead. And Morgan Stanley called CyberArk a major beneficiary of the Treasury hack. The CEO joins us exclusively with how they're hoping their footprint will expand with the tax on the rise and a new administration in the White House. Before all that, though, let's check on today's markets. Dom Chu brings us the numbers. Dom?
The reason why, Kelly, you and I and everybody else talking about that 10 years, because the highest levels since going back to, I think, around April are one of the reasons why you see markets under pressure right now. Those rising rates certainly not good for growth-oriented stocks, not good for valuations. So take a look at the Dow Industrials, currently down about 0.2%, 70 points. 42,641 is the level for the blue chip index. The broader S&P 500 is now back below that 6,000 mark, 5934. It's down 40 points right now, 0.2% decline. Keep an eye on 5950. That, again, is that medium-term 50-day moving average for the S&P 500, below that level. And just to kind of give you some perspective here, at the highs of the session, we were actually up 25 points and down about 56 at the lows. So keep an eye on those particular ranges today. And the NASDAQ composite, the tech-heavier side of things, down about 1.5%. The real laggard, that's 289 points to the downside. 19,576 is your trade on the composite index. One of the big things that we're watching for today is also the opposite move in the positive side of things for vaccine makers after the U.S. had its first death linked to bird flu and that H5 strain that we saw from an elderly patient who may have had pre-existing conditions down in Louisiana. But Moderna, remember, they got a huge grant from the U.S. government to help develop a vaccine for bird flu. They're up about 10%. Novavax and CureVac, a couple other companies that have early-stage bird flu type product vaccines in development right now, they're up big as well.
Oh, wait, he's talking about some gainers and stuff.
Healthcare general makers doing pretty well today on bird flu concerns, though the CDC says, again, the risk to the general public right now is still relatively low. And then the 10-year note yield, I mentioned it because it is a huge point right now for a lot of traders out there. 4.679%. It's up about 6 basis points, but again, you got to go all the way back to just around April over here when we saw some of those levels. So again, keep an eye on the 10-year note yield. A big move there. We'll see whether or not that has lasting impacts. And by the way, remember all those bonds that banks hold? I'm going to have to look at those held to maturity assets once again. Back over to you.
That's right. That keeps coming back to the fore as well, though they've made some adjustments. Dom, for now, thanks. We're less than 2 weeks from Inauguration Day, and the Trump 2.0 agenda is starting to take shape. As we just heard a few moments ago from the president-elect himself, renaming the Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America may be part of that agenda. We're going to talk about all of it. Emily Wilkins is in Washington with the latest on what lawmakers plan to tackle in the first 100 days. One bill, two bills. Joining us with the policy implications, Joe Livornia is chief economist at SMBC Nikko Securities and a former chief economist for the NEC under President Trump. Tobin Marcus is head of U.S. policy and politics at Wolfe Research, and he joins us to talk about these macro impacts as well. Emily, let's start with you, and what's the latest?
So we are getting more details right now about how Republicans are planning to tackle their first 100 days. We are now hearing that there is going to be one package, one giant package. It's going to have tax, it's going to have energy policy, it's going to have border security. And yes, it is also going to have that debt limit. So the breakdown at this point, because House Republicans have a very ambitious agenda on this, in February, so just next month,
I was just getting some stuff set out if you're talking about me. Let's get it. Again, so I'm gonna say this now. You know, as I'm going, like what I'm doing now is for possibly the rest of the week, looking for opportunity. And if we find something to trade today, cool. But oh shit, you know what? We have the 10-year. We have this 10-year at 1 o'clock. What was it? So 4.68. So that's obviously on the rise. But what was the demand for it? So the SPY really did not care. Let's look at TLT. It's a nice invert. It's a nice bottoming pattern there for a trade here on TLT. It's a nice little inverse head and shoulders. Inverse head and shoulder. Just a rounding bottom there. All right.
So they're leaving this in Trump's hands. Basically means that Trump's going to be the ones to go ahead and set what tariffs they want to see. Of course, when Congress passes these bills, they talk about, you know, what can we do to pay for things like.
All right, so I'm going to check in on Micron. See where that's at because, and you guys can see here, Micron is still up 4% in the green. So if we get a shot, we get another opportunity. I'm going to raise this. I'm going to raise this. Oh my gosh, come here. Come here, you. Right here to 102.50. I'm going to raise that. So if we are able to either... See, this would be the level here at 104. I was going to say, see if we could run a test back to 105 and look for a pullback. They're talking about the 10-year auction right now on CNBC. But I think this is actually probably it right here. You guys will see like 104. It's a zone. You can see this previous resistance extends from 105. My shit is just acting up so slow right now for whatever reason. It's right there. So that whole zone right there from 105 to 104, it's about $1 wide. I would use that as a you know, as your rejection area. And look here, you're seeing we're getting ready to tap right into it. And if we reject this, watch Nvidia, TSM, QQQ, SPY. If you start seeing some things start to roll over, then that would give us the opportunity for a possible break here. But I'm going to tell you guys right now, you don't want to go after Micron for the short. Like, that really wouldn't be in your favor because the stock is green while the overall markets are red. This thing is green, so you would want to look at Micron for the bounce. But this is what the chart is showing us, right? It tried to break out. It tried to get up there to 110. It tried to get above 105, and it couldn't. It got above it, broke down, turned it into resistance, pulled back down into that support at 102, rallied all the way back, ran another test back up there, got above it, held, broke. So that's twice. 3 times, 4 times. You tried 4 times. All right. So, American. Okay. Let me see here. So that's that. Let me see something real quick. I could cover it, but damn. Okay. Nice resistance of it. You got to get through $3 MBOT. Got to get through $3. Look at that. Look at that Nice rejection zone there on Micron. I'm going to go to MBOT just to show it. All right. And you have a level here where you got 264, 264, bada bing, bada boom. You know, I mean that's 100 million at $2. It's not too bad. I've seen worse. I will say that as far as liquidity. $3. Gotta get through it. Any pullback longs, I'd be looking down there at $2. $2 looks like a wonderful spot to possibly find some support and see if you can't catch a bounce there. It's actually turned out to be a nice setup. Look at this little double bottom here. You rallied a couple days ago, Friday, really nice day. Came in on the pullback yesterday. Right now, what are you doing off the rally? Right, you rallied, and what are we doing? You're consolidating. That's healthy. That's what you want to see to make moves higher. You know, you don't want to just go higher, bang, takes it right back, and you're like, fuck. I just went long, now I lost all my money. Or, so because it's just in and of itself, right? Think about the psychology of that move, right? Something rallies, like with Nvidia, Taiwan Semiconductor. We said we wanted to look for a little consolidation, because all your indicators are all overbought, oversold. So all of your algorithms, right? They're seeing exactly what we said this morning, and what happened? They sold it off. Because they don't look at the market with eyes, right? They analyze the market for what the chart is. It just is what it is. If there's no news to deviate from the technical analysis, you're overbought on 1 minute, 5 minute, 15 minute. MACD's negative on all time frames. You're pushing up to new height. Chances are it's going to take it back. It's just overdone. It's exhausted, So, with this 240, I don't remember what I said. I said look for pullbacks into like the $2 zone. But $2. Yeah, 220. I would look into this zone here to hold. You want to see like this whole zone hold. You want to be closing above 250. You want to try to extend, Let's see here. And that was MBOT. All right. Gotta hold $2. $2 is a perfect area. Perfect area. It needs more volume. This is a low volume consolidation. You had a lot of volume yesterday. Need more volume. All right. If you guys want to sponsor the stream, that link is in the description. Send a contribution. Let me know, what you guys want me to shout out, whatever, what have you. And we'd be more than happy to do it. Let's see here. All right, Nvidia's bouncing. Watch this 145 zone. 144, 145. Let's go to the daily chart. And I actually want to look at snow. I mean, I know it's not trending or anything, but... So there's a pullback into the 50-day. So far, we are coming on like 1 o'clock. And you've already... Dude, what... It's just frozen, guys. I'm sorry. Bro. Trying to zoom in on the volume for you, but alright, either way, it's just frozen. So half of the day, we've already taken out the volume from yesterday. We talked about these two tails up there. Nvidia, you're at the 50-day moving average. I would there we go. We're good. We're back.
Onshore and offshore exploration and drilling, that'll help. And to get that extra 3 million barrel per day output, which to me is very doable.
I would use 140, 145, 145 as the zone for a possible entry short if you think you're going to break 140. If you think we can break 140, by all means, that would be the entry point up here at 144, 145. Okay? AUR, Intel, DATS, DATS, NVX, come on, let's see here.
All that recklessly expanding production.
I don't know why in the hell this thing is getting so slow. Yeah, guys, you guys can see this zone right up here on Nvidia. Man, I want to move this up, but I can't because intraday there's a zone there. Up here at 145. Check mic, check mic. Check mic, check mic. What do you hear? The TV? You guys hear CNBC? If it's bothering you that much, I can turn it down. If we get a couple people that really want it turned down, then I can turn it down a little bit. All right, I don't want to get off track here. I want to get something going. So, Nvidia 145. All right, Nvidia 145, 144, 145 to like 145.25, 145.50. All right, so these bounce backs, look to see if we start to reject this zone here on Nvidia. Okay, that's what I'm going to watch for. Just when you turn. Oh, okay. All right, that's what I thought because I wanted to make sure my AirPods were in. That's why I turned it on. Turn this over here. Here we go. All right. Let's go. I'm trying to hurry this thing up. It's crazy. Like, I don't have this issue. Then as soon as the bell rings, I don't know if it's just like level 2 or what. If there's like just way too much stuff going on here that it's trying to remember. Just got slow. So you guys see this little zone from from like last Friday, I guess it would be. Last Thursday or Friday, whenever it was. The holidays kind of got me messed up. I don't remember what day this would have been. But this is the area right there. That's kind of what I'm watching for to see if we reject. I don't think we break this level on the first try. This is a massive level of resistance and support. Like a massive level. There could possibly be a trade off of 144, you know, back down into it. I'm not sure, you know, if you do break it. I mean, really, if you guys think about this, look at this, right? If you end up breaking this, where does it stop? You know, part of me was going to say 137.50, but you don't really have like support there, right? It's all blocked by that up move you really don't have support until you get down into this zone right here. Down at 135. So part of me, I'm going to look at the markets right now. Like the Qs and stuff. If we can get like, if we could go out like a month, get a swing trade and look for Nvidia to try to get back down to 135 and see if this weakness can continue. This could be a nice move here. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Let me look and make sure. Let me see what we have going on tomorrow. So what I'm doing is I dragged the economics calendar over like a while ago, and so it probably took 3 seconds for this whatchamacallit to get tossed over. All right. So we have just job quits, current accounts, consumer confidence from Japan, economic sentiment, industrial production. All right, so ADP employment change, Fed Waller, initial jobless claims. So nothing crazy in the morning. I mean, unless we get like a huge jump in the initial jobless claims. But it was previously 211. So even if we get like a 220, 225, 230, I still think that like, yeah, the market will probably make that like initial move. But when it's all said and done over the course of a couple of days, it should just like not even matter. Like the only time I think that the initial jobless claims would matter tomorrow is if we hit like a 235, 240. And I don't think we'll get that this week. I can't remember of any. There were some storms, but this snowstorm, we could start to see that next week. So keep that in mind. So as far as like positioning today, the SPY, look, the SPY's trying to get back above 592 right now. It's trying. All right, and then we're closed Thursday. I'm sorry it's taking me forever, but this shit is just so freaking slow. Just putting the tab back. I'm going to work on tonight seeing what I can do to clean this up a little bit because this fucking thing shouldn't be that slow. It should be able to handle everything I throw at it. I mean, I do have a Ryzen 7, so I mean, I know I wouldn't put much emphasis in the 7, but the series, it should be able to handle like tabs and like different things. Like it should be able to handle it, no problem. I'm not like, I don't have a bunch of stuff going on or opened and running. All right. So we're down 4% on Nvidia. Wonder if we can get this day 2 continuation and what that would take. Fubo still at $5, you guys. Keep an eye on the volume down there at $5 on Fubo. If you start to see the sell side volume soften up and you start to see an increase in the buy side volume, you'll probably try to run another test back into $6. And hey, you could see this thing possibly come in with a gap up tomorrow. It's hard to say. I do have puts, so I may look at that. Hold on. Look at Nvidia. Why didn't I see this? I didn't see this level, guys. At 142. I didn't see that. 144, 146 would be the possible reject. 146. I'm gonna I would wait. If the market gives me 146 on Nvidia, I'll take this short. Wait, it already rejected it, didn't it? Look at this. It already rejected it. So when I like to look at a chart, right? I like to go back like through the move and make sure, okay, like what levels weren't tested, which ones were, is there a level not tested? So we pulled through 152, broke, it's like an area. This, I guess you could say this is the support zone. But 150, you bounced off of it, and then it just sold off. So you never really had sellers at 150. I mean, technically you did, but it's not like you went down to 149, bounced into 150, then those buyers that were there flipped to sellers. They turned, got turned into sellers. But there are wicks there. I guess I could consider. I would just I'd be cautious of that zone. I would keep 148 on watch, but we pulled back. We rejected 146, so we broke it, bounced into it. So anybody that was a buyer at 146, it bounced back. Those buyers then turned into sellers. We pulled it all the way back down to 140. Now we're bouncing back. What areas? The only area I can think of is like 144. 144 and 148 are the two areas that I feel like you could get a bounce back into and reject. All right, so that's that. That's Nvidia. I'm tired. I feel like I've been talking about it for an hour, so I do apologize. We talked about Micron. A little bit here. And there you are. You are right up into that zone. Let's look at AMD. So you're at the entry point where you're going to find out if you make a new low. Look at AMD reversing. You see what AMD's doing? It's exactly what I'm talking about. You had this pullback, bounce, and what's it doing? It's going right back to that zone where you had buyers, and now see if these buyers, right, anybody that was a buyer here, see if you get those buyers that lifted the stock up, see if they start turning into sellers here, right? See that rejection? Because anybody that was a buyer there that, they haven't sold, they have a chance to get out scotch-free. Wipe your hands. It's a flat trade. Very, very small loss. That's how you remain a winner in this game. And that is the core principle of why support and resistance is, like, when support is broken, it becomes resistance. Or when resistance breaks, it becomes support. Because all those sellers that were up there, right, they just saw the stock break through and went higher, and they were a seller. They do not necessarily that they don't own it, but as a trade, those sellers just saw the stock higher. So they say, okay, if the stock comes back to where I sold it, I then will be a buyer. So you just have a seller flipping into a buyer, seeing the stock go higher. It goes back to where they sold it. No harm, no foul. They flip to being a buyer. That's why. There's a psychological effect. I do it. You do it. Most people do it. Most retail traders don't even know they do it. So it's just, it sounds stupid, but just to even be cognizant of it is like, it can really help you out on why things, why you're doing what it is that you're doing. So, like, let's just say AMD, right? Watch 130.50. I guarantee you, if AMD breaks through 130.50 and you get that pullback, you'll have all these sellers that were up there flip to turning buyers, and you should get a decent move off of that level. It's a nice double bottom. I was wanting to look at some names like J&J. There was so this is what I wanted to show you guys. Let me finish with this. I just wanted to see where AMD was. 130. So look, so my levels are sticking that I have here. 132. That would be your next area. Let's go to AMD. Boom, 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 boom. I would like to see. See, you have this level up here at 132. I have 130 as well. Where did I get 130 from? Let me see something. Oh, 130 is the previous high. So 130 is your previous pivot high. If I go to a 4-hour chart here. It's a nice break retest. Boom, boom. It's not gonna pan out all the way. Shit. You know, that's up to you. If you get the entry at 128 and want to look for a long, cut your loss below 128, because then chances are you're just going right back down into like 120, 124, 125. You know, the risk to reward has to be worth it. Like a nice trade, in my opinion. See, even if you got above 132, it's like, I don't know. What I'm trying to say is that the risk to reward on like even a long side, I just feel like all right, it's 1:30. I got to speed up. I'm not going to waste my time on AMD here. So that was the massive sell-off. Boom, support, boom. It broke. Boom. Got back above it. Boom. Sold, sold, sold. Buyers. Okay, so let's see. Right now we have buyers or sellers that could be turning back into buyers. I wouldn't mind like another test here on AMD. Back down into this zone somewhere. This is a tough one. But it's got an alright setup. You just have to, you know, you have to decide whether or not the risk to reward is worth it for you. Alright? You have resistance up here at 132. And here's the thing. If you want a good winning trade that makes you money, what do you need? You need other market participants to be behind you on that same trade. So if you're thinking to yourself, like me, hey, I could probably get a trade here on AMD back up to 132, how do you guys think that that's going to turn out? I don't think it's going to turn out very well, or even if it does, it's not going to make me very much money, because I don't think that it's going to get there very quickly. Second, it could go sideways. It could, you know, the market's pulling back. AMD is flat. Sure, it's green, 0.06. So the risk to reward on this trade would have to be very tight, which to me would be a pullback into VWAP. I would look to be a buyer here at like 129.14, but you may not get the continuation you're looking for, or even make good money at this, because no institution or no one else is really thinking about this trade from like a 128. You know, nobody's thinking about going long here, because this is probably like maybe a 2-to-1, maybe a 2-to-1, depending on your time frame and your, you know, sure, you could look for a gap fill or something, but as far as a scalp, you know, I think it's possible to you know, you're looking for a move back to high a day with the low of day as your stop loss if you're looking for a scalp. I'd be using the 15-minute chart here for an entry. And I would look to see if we could start to bounce back. All right. And I'd be taking profits off up there at 132. Not an ideal trade, but, you know, if you got to, you know, if you're just looking to make some money and pull money out of the markets, I mean, we'll see. So you're range bound right now. You do have the 50-day up there at coming in at 135. And you can see AMD is already struggling to get through that pre-market low. Right? You see it struggling up here in front of 130. It's struggling. All right. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to stocks that are trending. Let me refresh this. Myrna. Moderna. All right, look at Moderna. That's a nice breakout consolidation. It looks like you're on a move to move here. Here's a low a day. Oh my gosh. It keeps messing me up because it's so bad. Like it's lagging so bad. I'm gonna use this. And then what we could do. Let's see if this puts us anywhere special. And there's your pullback. Oh my gosh, come on. So 50-52. 50-52. What would that take us? Look at that. That takes us right into that previous low. See that mark there that I put in? That's literally your previous low, guys. Right here. Look, I'm gonna line it right up with it. Okay, I'm gonna pull this down. All right. Top right, bottom right. And then let's go to here. Look at that. Boom. Wait, what the fuck happened? Boom. Right there. So it's, and I was a little off. You know what? You know that little bit right there? That's your gap up. That's your gap up right there. You see, I should have did it from yesterday's low or yesterday's close. And what that would have done, which is, this is the same, a Fibonacci retracement is kind of the same thing. Right there's your move, and then you pull it back, and then 100% of that move, and it's still the same. Still the same. Still right up. Everything's pointing to 152. So I would use high of day, $48, and look for a move back into 42 if you're bullish Moderna. I actually wouldn't mind this one. As crazy as it sounds, if this is going to be a move to move, this is it.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
47. 47.
Got me thinking. Maybe selling our policy could help with our retirement.
I'm skeptical, so I did some research and called Coventry Direct.
All right, let's go.
Life insurance is a valuable asset that can be sold.
All right, so that's Moderna. Keep an eye on 48. I'm actually going to set. I'm actually going to put a. I'm going to set an alert.
$100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-514-7800. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Mark Zuckerberg, the latest Silicon Valley heavyweight, to take a more, let's call it pro-Trump stance ahead of his inauguration in less than 2 weeks. But there is one notable holdout. Could make him a target. Deirdre Bosa digs into that for today's check. Deirdre? Hey, Kelly. So
Bro.
raises the stakes for Alphabet or Google. With Meta and Zuckerberg more aligned than ever, with the incoming administration, Google could be positioned to come under more pressure. Its YouTube policies, they're going to look stringent and ideologically biased by comparison. And so
I'm just going to create it. Fudge it.
chair Brendan Carr, who has threatened broad-ranging actions against what he calls a censorship cartel. Meta's changes are just what Carr has asked for. Now, Google also has the most to lose from an antitrust lawsuit perspective. Its search business has already been ruled a monopoly. Remedies could redefine its core business and help determine its position in the generative AI race. Now, Trump's DOJ, it can steer the case toward harsher remedies or...
All right, 48. Oh, look, Shopify. Damn, Shopify is getting spanked. Holy cow. All right, so here we go. So we have Moderna. Look at the spy, reject, or accuse. God, bro, I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, he loves the attention, and he also recently said that maybe we shouldn't break up Google. So there's sort of maybe signs of hope that that stance is stopping.
Do you guys know of a way I can restart this? So I can restart this stream. So this stuff, like I can just move on from this thing lagging. Is there a way I can keep the stream on with like turning my computer off and stuff? I don't know if there is. I don't know how to. I don't know how to do it. I know there's got to be a way to like refresh my stuff and still have the stream on. I'll have to look it up later, because ever since the start of the market, it hasn't stopped. All right, watch the QQQ down there at 5:15. All right, see if she can hold. The spy broke and is rejecting 592. So I said, So I said 595.
The ATS dad chat hitting $5.80 and pulling back now. The ATS.
Nothing stands still. Not technology, not the market, and not Franklin Templeton. We've been a firm in motion for over 70 years.
So
Always innovating. Today, we are a leader in public and private markets, digital assets, and custom tax management, empowering advisors with solutions to build the portfolios of the future today. Franklin Templeton, your trusted partner for what's ahead.
yeah, 592. That needed to hold. All right, I'm good. I'm just gonna. All right, this would be the entry on Moderna, but look at that 15-minute chart. Look at that volume that's coming in on the sell side. It's not really something you want. You also don't want the SPY breaking down because when you're trading Moderna, because Moderna, at least in the past, loves to follow the SPY. It really does. I've traded Moderna a lot, and it can really just mimic the SPY. I might end up getting short. I missed it. Like, I might grab some puts on the SPY for tomorrow. Dude, this lagging stuff is really getting to me because it's eating up so much time. Like, I want to look at European markets and see where they closed. Let me see something. So Europe. So FTSE closed red, tried to go green. Euro pulled back, so dollar higher. That's yields higher. CACA 40 DAXP.
USIO getting a pop to the highs, $2.21.
All right. Come on.
That's what they said when I first launched into AI is going to be the greatest investing theme in recorded human history a couple years ago. Good thing I got a thick skin. Yeah, I think we're going to get there. The amount of capital worldwide that wants to go to work is still going to look at the United States. We control the dominant share of AI. We control the worldwide
So I was just trying to get a look at, bro, this thing. I'm struggling today, guys. Let's take a look at the heat map. That'll probably give us our biggest, that's probably our biggest clue.
What does it mean to be rich? Maybe rich is less about reaching a magic number and more about discovering magic. The key to being rich is knowing what counts.
Let's see. It's trying, guys. It's trying to get over there. I guess it. Weird. So you guys remember what was strong this morning? Or weak? Energy. Oil was down, but the companies seem to be doing better. Eli Lilly, you have some healthcare. Johnson & Johnson, this was something I was wanting to look at. So let's go ahead and... Like, why is my time in sales doing that? This is crazy, guys. I've never really had these issues like this. Oh, that probably doesn't help. CNBC was on the whole time. All right. So it looks like we're seeing some money being moved. And I commented on this. If you guys don't follow me on Twitter, you guys can. Follow me at Ivy League Trades. X, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to show you guys something. And I commented on this. So Cameron Dawson posted this yesterday. Right here. Didn't do it. So, this was posted yesterday. In the black line, you have Magnificent Seven, and then in the blue, you have Equal Weighted. Now, we've had energy pulling back. All right. You've had banks, large and regionals, bounce, catch up to all-time highs. But what's the one sector that could cause the equal weighting to be flat? And it looks like it's trying to start picking itself up. It's the healthcare space. And it's one of the biggest sectors. Take, for example, Johnson & Johnson. Take, for example, UNH. Look where Johnson & Johnson is. So I feel like we could start to see this pullback. And if we do, we start to see some profits being taken. You guys want to know what I wrote yesterday? Look at this. I'm going to show you guys what I wrote. And what's funny? Look what the market's doing today. Markets need the healthcare sector to get off their butt and join in on new highs. It could be a sign. This is what I wrote right here. Right? Again, because we've had banks, we've had regional banks, all catch up. You've had tech catch up. You've had, there is like healthcare and like that large to mid cap tech areas that haven't caught up, but you've had like your Ubers was at highs, like the majority of them have. But I think why that is the way that that is isn't to do with a few names and a few energy names down, right? You also have gold and stuff that have been rallying. I really think it's the healthcare sector. I do. I think it's UNH consolidated for 2 years minus the bear market. You know, if we go look at this, like look how much time has been eaten up off the clock. This thing, and it tried to break out like it was going to go do something. Look, here's your rally, right? Nice, boom, nice, beautiful rally. Consolidation, 1, 2, 3 years now. Is this, can we get these things going? Granted, UNH is at, you know, around near, you know, all-time highs. But if you look at like J&J that we were just at, that's finding a lot of volume today on the day that yields are rising, on the day that, you know, they're selling the shit out of Nvidia. Where do you guys think that money's going? It's right here. So get with the crowd, which is the institution and big money, and let them bid your shit up higher. Knowing where you need to be so you don't get stomped on by the elephants and continue, you know, to just stay alive. Not only stay alive, but thrive. Know what's going on. So I wrote that yesterday. That was yesterday. And what do we have today? The healthcare market up on its way up. You know? At least parts of it. You know, I'm not going to say that this is going to continue, but you're seeing the first, you know, this is a nice little double bottom here on J&J. You're starting to see the first part of institutional money get put to work. This could take weeks. It could take months just for one institution to get their money, you know, to build a position that they want. You know, you or me, you know, for somebody that works, you know, and has a portfolio, it could take, you know, a person working, putting in a check, with a check, you know, 6 months to a year to build a position. You know, it could take an institution a week to a month. You know, putting a lot of money to work. So, J&J 150 looks like it's you know, it looks like it's headed in that direction. I would be careful up here at 150. 150 was your previous resistance. So I would like to see J&J get up above 150. You know, so just be aware of that. Oh, this is a good buy. Look at the weekly chart here. This is nice. Beautiful rally. Here's your resistance zone right here. And you're just boom, 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 turning it into support. What was? Literally what I was just talking about. The psychology of the market. Buyers turning to sellers and sellers turning to buyers. What is this? Sell, 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 sell. Buy, 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 buy. And why are they buying? Well, they saw the stock go higher. And now where they sold, they have a chance to just get back in at no up cost. So you're seeing it right here. Why resistance becomes support. When broken. All right. Again, I would still be careful with this. This is not something that I would say. Like, I honestly should buy this for my long term right now. Let me see this monthly chart. I really do, guys. I really think that this is a good zone to like start to buy a piece. It's just my opinion. I mean, I don't know. There could be problems with this, but you have a stop loss. You set a stop loss for a reason. All right, so that's that. I'm actually gonna alert that, guys. I'm actually gonna alert J&J. As a small position. Listen to this.
Thing that I've been saying years now, that elements of the federal government during the Biden administration were coercing and pressuring big tech companies, including his own, to violate the First Amendment. And that's a huge problem. It's what inspired our fund to be created that you alluded to invest in companies that were not going to capitulate to that level of pressure. So I think embedded in this announcement is something even more troubling, which was that the previous administration was violating our rights.
By now.
The headlines, some of the headlines you've seen them, Omid, are basically like, oh,
Yeah, we already missed it.
fact checkers, which the implication is.
So they were saying that, you know, the Biden administration coerced these big tech companies into, you know, doing what they wanted them to do and taking away your free speech. to an extent, as much as they could. Showing you stuff that they wanted you to see, suggesting things that they wanted to suggest you, not what you should be suggested, stuff like that. All right, Fubo 550 here. Go ahead, do it again. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, Carvana. Now, why is this not saving? Let me do this.
But the critics, Omid, what they're going to say is that Zuckerberg is afraid of Trump. He appointed Dana
195.
UFC, who's one of Trump's biggest friends and backers, to the board, and he's facing a lawsuit. I think it starts in April, and that this is just Zuckerberg being afraid and responding to the incoming administration. Hey, look, I don't have a lot of issue with that critique either.
You know, it's so funny. They're talking about Mark Zuckerberg bringing Dana White on the board. Zuckerberg has been in the UFC for a while.
I don't have a lot of issue with that critique either, by the way, because you know what? You got to judge people when things are hard. What did his company do when it was hard to stand up against an administration? He totally capitulated. You know who's vindicated here? Elon Musk and what he did when he bought X. And a lot of the mainstream media said he's going to destroy that company. It stinks. And then guess what? It was the most important platform, just like I predicted on your show 2 years ago during the election. And he stood up against the censorship regime.
Feels like the market. It's 2 o'clock. Market, I feel like, is just chilling right now. Not doing much. So, Carvana here. Let's see, we got above it, pulled into it, pulled back, boom. putting in a lower high.
did occur in our economy is that you started to have these alternatives. Like we think of
I might try to get short Carvana, guys.
because YouTube was conducting themselves in that way. Rumble came around, and now you have
Hold on.
We want to keep presenting
Hold on.
those options through every part of the economy. People
It's either going to be a long, which is probably what I'm going to go with.
ultimately, if people start using these free speech or Second Amendment oriented businesses, then naturally the incumbents will have
Longs up to 205, 210.
I think that's about as capitalistic as you could be.
Hold on.
To your point, I think part of what we've done, not only the change in the administration, but the fact that there now are options for other customers is changing the behavior if these bigger tech companies want to remain relevant.
So these are the levels I'm looking for. Right there. Oh, come on, man. Let's see here. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Let me see something here. $190 is also on the table, guys. So, if 200 holds, okay, 205, 210 below us, 195, 190. Whether Mark Zuckerberg is doing anything for a politician, he's doing what he's got to do for his business at the end of the day. It doesn't matter what he's doing. His job is to help make that company make money. But politicians have went way too ham on a lot of these companies that they don't even and should not have the right to do. All right, let's take a look at Fubo. So I'm watching closely here. Is it going to start? I'm watching. I just don't really have conviction. Like, I feel like I don't have an edge with this. That's the problem. I feel like I don't have an edge. All right, look for a low volume bounce here and see if we can reject and get a pullback on Carvana. That's what I'm looking for. Watch this bounce back here if it's, you know, considerably lower in volume. Pull it back, pull it back, pull it back, pull it back. It don't make no sense. I don't really have a thought on Nvidia. I don't have a trade on it. I would just watch that level. I would watch that level that we talked about. Again, I would watch the overall markets, and if you continue to see the Dow and IWM and, you know, continue to lead us back to the downside, I think you're kind of being told what to do. You know, at least what you should suggest. I mean, yeah, you know, this level here, I think 140 is it. You know, I just don't think there's a trade on it yet. You know, if you want to wait until you get to 140 and look for a long, we could try that. I'm just not sure if you want to do that on a day like today. You know, that was a massive amount of volume, and there's a chance you could come in tomorrow with a gap down. So if you want to try to get long down there, that's completely up to you. I'm watching 140. All right, 140, and if we can get a bounce back, which we kind of did, 144, 146 are the two zones I'm watching as like a possible rejection area. I think today is just one of those days where you gotta, you know, just kind of like, it's just a boring day. I knew it was going to be, or at least had a feeling. Now, I would also say, you know, if 140 does break, then you know, then it's pretty damn clear what's going on, and you'd look for a move back down to 134 or 136. You know, 135, whatever. That mid to low 130 zone. All right, let's go look at GameStop. Let's go look at, oh my gosh, SPY. Look at GameStop, guys, trying to break through that level with volume. GameStop. Fuck, I'm going to miss it. I'm going to miss it. Let's get this pullback long going into the end of the day. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Shit. Remember, there is resistance up there at $34. So if you do not get up through 34 and it rejects again, you've been warned. That's what it's been doing. Oh my God, man. These charts are really pretty. I don't think you guys understand how frustrating this is. It's so frustrating. All right, $40. That's best case scenario. All right, let's do it. GME. GameStop. Let's fucking go.
One of the most important commodities in the world. It's coming up in your Market Navigator.
I need to look and see what's going on with this. We got 1 minute here, 15 minutes. Come on. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Now watch, you're going to start hearing them say it on the squawk box. GameStop, GameStop, GameStop. Fuck. 83. Come on, 83, 83, 83. Come on, bro. Fuck. God damn it. 34. 34. 34, 34, 34. Oh, I don't like that. We need volume. What's 225? 225.
This is life as it should be. We are, for those who know, the difference is Carvana. The pop culture collectibles market is valued at over $5 billion, growing 9% annually. Meet Alliance Entertainment, symbol AENT.
So 41 Delta.
Profitable global entertainment powerhouse with over $1.1 billion in annual revenue, executing on its growth strategy with the acquisition of Handmade by Robots, creators of limited edition collectibles from your favorite movies, TV shows, games, and music icons. Alliance Entertainment, AENT on the NASDAQ.
You know what is crazy? Like, I think there's a sign. Something's going on here where GameStop is still just chilling. And come on, come on, come on, come on. Bust through that high a day. Let's go. Come on, let's go. Look at, watch. Look, everything is being so slow. My level 2 time in sales. Time in sales is really slow right now. This thing should go up. So yesterday's high is up there at 33.50. Gotta keep that on watch. Hold on 1 second. This is $34.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch. Here you go. Here's how your money looks. We were down at the end of the year. We had a nice pop to
Oh
start
my
2025.
fucking god, bro.
Now we're down again. Not down big on the Dow, but do we follow the Dow? We kind of do. But the NASDAQ we know is what you watch. The NASDAQ's down 1.4%, 286.
You motherfucker.
As we said earlier, Dom Chu, of the Mag 7.
Well, I mean, 5950 is the 50-day moving average in the S&P. So we've been coalescing around that level for the last 5 or 6 or 7 trading days. So kind of up or down. 5950.
Not just a Van Halen album.
5150.
Thank you.
All right. Let's turn now to what's happening with copper prices because they rose to a record high last May, June, but then kind of trended lower for the rest of the year, kind of as you're seeing right there. The trade and tariff policy confusion is lingering right now. Global demand for the metal is growing, though, at the same time. So our next guest is here to give us the plan for trading copper in a more risk-managed fashion. So joining us now is Philip Strebel, the Chief Market Strategist for Futures. And Phil, thank you very much for being here with us. We've turned to you for some of the charts and fundamental stories behind commodities, but is copper still the PhD in global economics that we've talked about over decades at this point?
Oh, I think it is, and it's one of our favorite commodities in the metals complex, and it oftentimes acts as a leading indicator for inflation and the economy.
Oh, this guy, he don't even have his monitors on. Did anybody take this breakout? Here, let me do something. Let me get this Let me grab this chart real quick and get out all this shit straightened out. Because I'm going to start, I got to go back. Let me save my time frames real quick.
So everything from electric vehicles use 4 times more copper than traditional gas vehicles. The grid and renewable technologies. We also expect constant traditional demand to pick up in 2025.
All right, save. See, I knew this, I had a feeling this rejection was more than likely going to come in.
Risk assessment, yes, the biggest headwinds are higher rates, stronger dollar, weaker China, but the biggest tailwinds
Because, I mean, we have some volume, but I would like to see more. Like, look at yesterday's price action, and just on a 1 minute time frame, you had double the amount of volume. You had double the volume yesterday, right? You had 200,000 just about consistently. So, I'm sorry, 1.5. But you wicked up into like that 175 million. You know, that 175 million shares. So is yesterday's high right here at 33.50, 33.47 on GameStop.
We should also do aluminum. I'll tell you why. Aluminium? So aluminium, as Prashant was saying. So here's the thing. Yes, copper goes into electric cars, goes into a lot of the electrification theme, but aluminum is what's used for a lot of the really high-intensity power lines. So if you are playing the electrification trend, aluminum might be the quiet winner. Or aluminium, Kelly.
Bro.
Thank you both. Coming up, Lena Khan's exit interview. The FTC chair weighing in.
I'm so tired of clicking on these fucking charts.
What she had to say next.
Market Navigator is sponsored by Charles Schwab. Trade brilliantly.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full.
Watch this level up here. It might end up breaking. We might go higher today, guys. We might go higher.
Not to mention, Schwab is a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Come on, just do it. Just do it. Just break out. Just do it. Just do it. Let's go. Just do it. Just do it. Just break it. Look, man, those options didn't pay shit. I mean, you got 20% if you got in at like 80 cents, but like, that's just too much. Look, there they go. There it goes. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to break out higher?
It's like he's drawn open the curtain on the secrets of Wall Street. It's just a great guy.
What do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. What do you guys think? You think GameStop's in a position to finally break out through this level? I gotta say, it's done a lot of chopping around and it just keeps recovering, so it would not surprise me if it does. It would not surprise me at all. Let's go. That's so funny. As soon as we start putting a trade on, it's like everybody leaves. It's all good. Damn, thought I had it. Never had it.
Anything's possible.
I tell you what, though, GameStop continues to stay up here.
A less robust M&A market. I think there's certainly going to be more M&A over the next 4 years.
We've had a bunch of deals announced already. A lot of them are pretty small, but it feels to me like there's a lot of chatter suddenly about this and that happening, and maybe companies trying to.
This thing's eventually going to do something if it continues to stay up here. It keeps pulling back and breaking down, but then, boom, it just recovers. Just continues to recover. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to take this time, and this, listen, this may be the wrong thing to do here.
Well, the bankers got to eat too. All right. We're going to get a quick check on the markets because we continue to go lower on big tech.
Let me see something here. Let's go to 38.
Headline index talked about. We're seeing big tech, the Nasdaq down 1.5%. Yields also the story. And Rick Santelli's in Chicago. And Rick, yields are on the move.
This could be the first time that we hold that $33. That $33 is the first time we hold it as support. We could look. See, you can't even get them cheap, which is crazy. You can't even get it cheap. That sucks. They're already pricing in a dollar move from a $10. A $10 move, paying $1 for a $10 move, and a stock that's at $30, not $100. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like even if GameStop was $100 and they charged you $1 for a $10 move, that's insane. That's insane. Granted, sure, if you can get up to $40, if you can get up there, sure, you can make some money because you only paid $1. $41 is your break-even price. But that is a big move that, may not happen. I mean, think about the percentage move on that on the stock itself. You know how much that's a 20% move. 20%. For you to pay $1 on a 20% move, that's crazy. That's not even 20%. Isn't even your break even. Your break even's at like 22 to 25%. So, I was gonna say if we could have gotten like these $40 calls for like 50 cents, sure. It's out of the money. I wouldn't mind losing half the value, if not all of it. Buy 10, 15 of them, whatever you're comfortable with, and just have it, in case something does happen. But I'm not paying $1. I'm not paying $1. Like, I'll pay $1 when there's volume, and this thing is actually, breaking levels, and everybody's trading it. This thing is not trending right now. I mean, they're trying to charge 28 cents for a $40 call for this week. I honestly wouldn't mind selling these tomorrow. What's today? Tuesday? Today's Tuesday, right? Let me see. Yes, today's Tuesday. All right.
Fibrous material is twice as strong as vinyl.
mRNA.
Not to mention these
Trending anyway. X, CLOV. GameStop's trending now too.
As we move into the kitchen, take a look at
funny.
what Elise did here. They completely
Clove.
transformed
Damn.
into this.
I haven't seen this thing in a while.
It helps bring in fresh air and offers a
Did anybody see this?
view of the backyard.
CLOV.
These new windows offer improved insulation to help keep out traffic.
So there are some things popping out there.
Way less distraction during homework time. And remember, our windows and doors are only installed by certified master installers. They're one of the many reasons Renewal by Andersen has the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. Look at that. Time to spare. So when you're ready to upgrade your windows
Watch the spy. It might break here.
in-home assessment. And now, here's a special offer we think you'll love.
It's Renewal by Andersen's New Year sales event. Buy one window, patio door, and get the next one 40% off with minimum purchase of 4. Plus, get an extra $45 off every window and door with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. Call before our sales event ends January 31st. 1-800-918-0808.
Every day, I'm reading extensively, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phones, talking to sources, and doing my own reporting to share insights, information, and all of the details that you need to be able to make money.
There's a chance we might break, you guys. Look at the Dow. You have this level right here at low a day. Resistance, support, support, resistance, support, resistance, blah, 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 blah. If that breaks down, you can see the Dow back at 424. Where's the IWM at? IWM. So nothing's really selling off. SPY looks the weakest, in my opinion. Come on, I want to get this. I want to make some money today. Come on.
Brian, this story is exactly that kind of battle. It's rare, the story is, because it was exposed in court, captured on camera. The characters are probably going to be new to you, but insiders tell me the plot that's unfolds in this battle, all too complicated. At the center of this battle, the startup TopTop, short for Top Talent. It connects companies with highly skilled freelancers. In one corner, founder Tasso Duval.
I started PopTalent in 2010.
In the other corner, financial backer Dennis Gross.
I was also giving them $1 million at a very fragile point in their history.
More than a decade ago, the two men were on a mission together to turn the tiny startup with less than 50 employees into a powerhouse.
All right, y'all. Sorry about that. I just had to take a little snag break. You know, today doesn't surprise me. Today's just a little bit boring. There were some opportunities. You just had to be there and for some reason, you know, do things you shouldn't do, and that's fight the trend. You know, even if you thought that Nvidia, hold on. So they're late on GameStop. We were pretty early. That's going to help bring other traders in. You got rewarded for doing stuff that you shouldn't do. You know, and that's, you know, fighting the trend on one of the leaders. Damn. All right.
Yes, you can. And thank you so much for having me here this afternoon. It's a real honor and privilege. And all that work is done up by our family, not just me. So my cousin Ron, who's my partner, we got Joe, Dino in the kitchen, and Tommy and everybody out there who's dedicating to deliver.
There goes GameStop. She's going. Congratulations if you are on those. Those are up over 40% now, 40, 50, 60%. You're up 60% on that trade, roughly. Shit.
What's it been like running a restaurant post-COVID? How have things changed for you, even at Rails?
Well, one thing has changed remarkably. The new 8 o'clock reservation is 6 o'clock or 7:30. And that's a trend that we've seen in every region that we're in, whether it be in Los Angeles, Miami, and especially here in New York. Now, in New York, that helps us out a little bit because then we can squeeze in an extra little table here or there for dear friends like Kenny and, of course, yourself.
So, Ken, will you quickly tell the story? Because I think people think, well, Ken he's on CNBC. Of course he'd get a table here. No. And I think Jada said, he's like, that's not how this works. How did you become a regular?
So I was lucky enough to go one time with Frankie. I was at the bar, and Frankie sat us like he said they were able to fit somebody in.
How long ago was that?
This was in 1998.
1998.
And we had a great time. It's like you're getting served by family. Yes. Frankie had said, come to the bar and, we'll see what we can do. And we ate, and it was just incredible. And we thanked him the next day, and, we were invited back, and we just made friendships. It's just a genuine.
Frankie, is this not a handwritten, hand-kept list of some kind? Like, how far in advance? Are you already booked for the entire year for 2025?
Well, I think the true reason for the success of Rayo's on 114th Street and Pleasant Avenue is that it has remained the same since the turn of the century. And what is of paramount concern to us is our guests and their satisfaction and their well-being. You got to keep in mind it's 10 tables. The kitchen is wide open. When you walk down those first 4 steps, you see Dino in the kitchen. Back in the day, you saw my Uncle Vincent, my Aunt Anna, or even my father and myself. And so it was a small little team. So my dad would go take the order. I was the busboy. Order gets passed to me. I go make the appetizers for the guests who've been coming there now for 50 years already, and I'm 13.
They have set tables.
Yes.
Not that I would know. There's not like a reservation. It's like you have a table and a time.
Yeah, yes, that is correct.
I'm told.
Yeah. So, like, Kenny, you do what, quarterlies now?
Six.
Yeah. So He's
Because the most
I know my
powerful,
reservations for next year already.
the most powerful people in the world watch this network. And a lot of them, I mean, these are women and men who are used to getting what they want, and what they want to do is to go to a restaurant, Frankie, and they can't get in. What's your advice to them?
Patience, perseverance, and persistence.
And come sit at the bar.
And goodwill. But there's another alternative here, and that is the sauce. I
They're
mean,
not going to go
it's-
buy the sauce.
But Brian, one thing that I think is getting lost here, we talk about exclusivity and billionaires that can't get in, and it's more out of loyalty than exclusivity.
That's right.
They're loyal to the people that have been eating there for 50, 60 years and their families, and they're not going to let the billionaire or the celebrity in and kick one of those people out.
Buy their way in.
Love that.
I like that. That's great.
It's perfect. It's why you should be. That's how it should be.
We will never displace our guests. Those are the people who made and helped us make what Rayo's is today. And that same philosophy applies to our food products as well, and the sauce.
And you're going for the indefinite future? I mean, there's no end line to this insight. Right?
We've been so blessed to be here for 130 years. We're hoping to be here for at least another 100, if the heavens so deem it to be. So,
well, maybe sometime in the next 100, maybe I'll show up. I don't know. Anything.
well, hey, in a worst case scenario, you can come over to my house and I'll cook for you. I'll make you Rayo's at home.
You make it at my house. Now we're talking.
Yeah, we might be able to do
Frankie,
something.
thank you very much.
No, an honor.
A pleasure.
A privilege to be here. Thank you so very much. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Well, meantime, the ability to pay players has changed college sports forever. Maybe. Alex Sherman sat down with Eli Manning. We'll talk about what they talked about next.
Let's go look and see what Wall Street bettors are talking about. They're probably all up in roar over GME. Let's see here. Again, forgive me, I am getting tired. It's just this market's putting me to sleep. It's not doing anything. Make sure I don't hit anything. Look at that tail. Watch what happens here at 33. Okay, so you've already wicked up here, guys. You've already had a wick up there before. So 32, 33.
Nvidia has been the most talked about stock in the market, and for good reason. It's led the AI revolution that has taken the U.S. stock market by storm. Since they announced their AI-powered computer chip in 2023, Nvidia's stock has been on a history-making tear, officially surpassing Microsoft to become the world's most valuable company. Today, however, many investors are worried the tide is changing. Nvidia's day in the sun may soon be coming to a dramatic end. And as a result, I predict a different under-the-radar stock is primed for big potential gains from this moment on. To get its name and ticker 100% free, simply visit the website below.
I could take a nap. I really could. Part of me is just like, hey, just go lay down, take a little nap. We got 2 hours left. We got an hour left. Watch this pullback here on GameStop. This sucks. Dallas, Texas could get a foot of snow.
Storm aside, this new college football playoff format bringing millions more dollars for these schools and new rules allowing the players to make their cut changed everything. Maybe not for the better. A new CNBC Sport videocast changing face of college sports.
A little bit worried, and I'm fine that players are getting, paid, and this is a big business, and college football is making tons of money, and the players, deserve to be rewarded. But just the fact that, the easy transferring and basically that, each player is a free agent twice a year and can negotiate it. I think it's, I feel that there's not a whole lot of loyalty to your
All right, let's see what these D-gens are doing. Hey guys, I was out all day. How are my calls doing? MMM ripping on N95 mask expectations. Close it now. Jarvis, you don't shit my pants. Good afternoon. Oversold as always. Nvidia poot are cheap. Look. Like, Miskabacha, come on, bro. Somebody let her know to come on over here. Let me help her stop this, like, beating your head up against the wall, getting the same result, doing the same thing, getting the same results. That's not what we do. Literally, do something different. Just do something different. I don't give a shit what it is. Just so you get a different result, and you might be surprised that, if you're not getting paid, maybe you do get paid on that different result. I don't know. I'd have, we can always find out what it is you're doing wrong, but this sucks. Playing how poor can I get? This is getting old. Just like the trade idea that I gave you guys this morning, or just, that playbook trade, that pullback to the 15-minute chart off the bell, or, on a spike or whatever, coming in on a gap up or a bounce into it on a gap down, that literally is, that could change it. That could change your whole entire account consistently. And you'd be like, damn, I can just do this every single time, risk about the same thing, and I don't have to worry. I don't have to worry about losing money. All right. What else do we got here? So, I got the absolute top of OKLA. I said close the... It's not in casino, bro. All right, GameStop. Let's see what... I feel like this is going to... Should break it, but... I feel like GameStop now... I feel like GameStop could go for a run. I do. Unless, like, the market, the NASDAQ, or whomever is literally holding this thing down, I think you could get a nice little run out of this. What the hell's going on here? Come on. I want to say thank you guys for the likes. I'm sorry that I chew on a cracker at the same damn time. Alright, let's see what happens here. Let's see if we get something. I doubt we will, but might be able to get something going into tomorrow. Come on. I literally almost got rid of 135 because I said, nah, we're not going to get close to that. And I almost took out some of these. So what I'm doing right now is I'm watching the cues here. Okay? Watching the cues and the SPY. Watching the markets here where you guys are. Man, this... These charts look like shit, guys. I'm sorry to curse, but for anybody that's at work or religious or whatever, I just... I don't know what to do. You know, I just got to be honest, guys. This is nice volume. I just don't know if we're going to come in with a gap up or a gap down. So names like Fubo, GameStop. Just got to stay disciplined and realize it is what it is. After the market closes, I'm going to go back and see. Oh, look at that. There was the trade right there, guys. I never took it. I never took it. So you did get that. I pointed this out when I got back from the store. That 104, 103.85 or so. That was ripe for a possible pullback if the markets continue to be weak. Where's Where's the 10-year at? Let me see something here.
Uncertainty. I don't know that that relationship between rates and tech really matters as much anymore.
So what I think, where I think it does matter is what we're giving back is some of the multiple expansion that's occurred over the last year or 2 years, in especially those bigger names. And that's the part that is the most fragile, especially in a yield environment like this. So what we've seen is the yield curve has steepened for 6 straight weeks in a row. Over that same period, the S&P is actually down 1.5%. So we've given back some of the froth, we've given back some of those really expanded valuations, and the performance of the S&P, although broadly down 1.5%, cyclicals have outperformed defensives, which is, again, something that should rationally happen, especially if our expectation for 2025 is that we'll have this pro-growth, pro-cyclical environment.
All right, you know what? I might just go for
Fall out of bed. It's that there's probably opportunity in a yield
a short on
environment like this
Micron.
for other sectors to do better. So tech
Come
maybe
on.
will still be held.
Even if in a yield environment like this where yields are elevated, because I would suggest that that's not going to happen. If yields continue to rise, how's the broadening of the market going to happen?
Well, it depends why they're rising. If they're rising because we're engaging in some really detrimental trade wars that are limiting supply, that are limiting...
So I'm just watching Micron here to see if I can get this rejection. What time? It's 3:09, and look for a possible pullback if the market... It just sucks, guys, because like I feel like I'm trying to force something. Look, SPY broke down. SPY's breaking down now. So are the Qs. Okay, there it is. There it is. Fubo still consolidating. Come on, let's go. Hurry the fuck up. No, we don't have time to sit here and play with you. All right, we're going to look for more downside. Shit.
So, for example, what's happening today, yields did spike in response to that ISM services prices paid component.
We're almost 5% on the 30-year, by the way.
Right, which is that's a big move, and it was a big move in the 10-year too. So yields spiking on that expectation is an inflationary response, right? The expectation for Fed cuts went down quite a bit afterwards, but still the main pain in the market is in tech, because that's where the discount rate hurts the most. So as the discount rate stays elevated, it hurts growth stocks. But if this is, again, a pro-growth, pro-cyclical environment, if you're worried about valuations, there are some cyclical sectors out there and industry groups that look pretty attractive at these levels, even with elevated yields.
All right, let's bring in Michael Bappas now of Bios at Rockefeller Global, and Ayako Yoshioka of the Wealth Enhancement Group. It's nice to see you both. Michael, it's good to have you on our set today. What do you make of what Liz had to say about this market?
Thanks, Scott. It's great to be here. I think the markets are struggling with two main components that really matter. We're going from a rotation of 7 or 8 names that drove the markets for, let's say, 2 years.
So tired.
Into some of these value names that have really traded at...
I can't go to sleep, though, because if I fall asleep, my ass is not getting up on time tomorrow. I'm going to fall asleep this afternoon, then I'm going to be up all night. I'm not doing it. I need to get up and do some push-ups or something. The market's starting to move now, so should be able to...
see how much technology really changed our world. And so there is a rotation from the growth to the value names that are paying dividends in this environment. At the same time, everybody in every household, in every office, everywhere you go, the main focus is technology. I mean, think about how many Apple devices.
Sure, but you have that rotation.
Dude.
Environment where yields are going to remain more elevated than maybe we thought, and the Fed's going to be cutting a lot less than we expected.
Yeah, I think we try to separate.
Carvana ended up breaking down also. I should have kept watching that one, but it's all good. No big deal. Damn, that's crazy, guys, because we were watching this for the breakdown there. QQQ 513. So I'm watching 513. What do they want for a daily 513? Like a 514 or so. Something I could just scalp real quick. What do they want? 30 cents? That's kind of expensive for only 40 minutes to go.
Especially in the value companies, think about it. These names haven't moved for whatever 3 years. At the same time, you still have 12% growth. I think you mentioned on Nvidia, And so everybody's trying to figure out, the markets are trying to figure out, the environment is in such a unique place and an abnormal place.
So it's trying to get down to 512. That would be the next logical area. 515, 512.
I think so, Scott. You know, in terms of the overall market outlook for 2025, I think you're still going to have positive returns in 2025. I think most people believe we're somewhere in that 8 to 10% kind of return year. Nothing like the 20% plus returns we've seen in the last 2 years, but I think you're still going to get decent returns. I think the other thing is that the path to get there is just going to be very different than the last 2 years. It's probably going to be more volatile.
This might be it for me, guys. I might be getting up off of here because there's nobody here on the stream. And yeah, we're almost at 1,000. That'd be really cool if we could get to 1,000 viewers. I'm sorry, 1,000 subscribers.
Because, I mean, Mr. Trump, President-elect Trump, he's just more volatile. I mean, right? Social media this, social media that. This is true, that's not true. Things can change in an instant. Right. But the overall story is deemed to be very positive. Yeah,
All right, you guys, I may end up just getting out of here. Listen, follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. Anything I do, I will post over there. I doubt I'm going to do anything right now. There's just there's nothing really going on. I mean, I was just getting ready to look at energy and excuse me.
Do you think, Michael, we put too much of the cart before the horse? That everybody got, as I said, all bulled up about what's likely to happen in their minds, and maybe it's going to be a little more choppy, maybe it's going to be a little more volatile, maybe 2025 is a two-half story. One is good, one's bad. You just have to decide which one is going to be such.
I think it's a great point. I think the market's got a little bit ahead of the horse in this scenario. And, you know, like
you guys, I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. I think I'm going to get up out of here. I'm just not seeing anything that entices me. Maybe you get a move back to VWAP. I don't even think GameStop returns back to where it was. That's another failed break higher. We could look for some puts, possibly. Understand that you could come in with a gap up, and those puts could be at zero. You could lose all of your money. You could wake up and it could come in higher. I just think that I think this was the time to do something, and it's not doing it. So I think you see GameStop pull back into like $32 or something, right around in that area. So yeah, let's see here. Let me go to daily chart, even though let's see it though. Let's see. All right. So there's my daily chart. All right. So there's that. Damn, this is crazy because this is not like this is oversold. MACD's going positive. Like, this is actually crazy. Look at this hourly chart, right? Look at this. Watch if this holds. It may not, but I don't know. It's just funny to me. It's just funny. Because it feels like it wants to. It's just like, when is it going to do it? All right. What was the other one? All right, Fubo. I already am short this from yesterday. I was also long, so I've made money. I like this is it has and could still go back to zero, and I wouldn't care. It's just a small position in case 5 does not hold. I still have that. So we have Apple. What am I missing? I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing something. Oh my god. All right, TSM's starting to break down, guys. Let's check out TLT. So I'm going to get up out of here, guys. I am tired. I got to get up. I got to do something. I can't just continue to sit here after drinking a Red Bull and just like watching this market be this slow. Oh, I forgot about CRM. I forgot about CRM. Uber. Micron. Damn, JP Morgan's down. That can't even hold. It's been a long day, guys. McDonald's, poop ass food, down. Walmart, the beast himself, down. FedEx, American Airlines, AL. If you can pull back and hold this like 274, 275 zone, could look for a move back into 280. That could be possible. All right. So American Airlines is also back up to that resistance point we talked about. We talked about a short a while ago on that area. So good luck today, guys. Good luck the rest of the day. I'm going to get up out of here. Fubo is not extending off of 5. I already have a position on that. It's already opened. I'm just going to keep that on. Watch GameStop, I guess. What else? I don't know. I got to go through the news, guys. I got to see some things. I just got to look. And right now I'm too tired to do so. I got to get up and get moving or do something. Just tired. It's been a long day. It's been a long day. We'll take a quick look at Moderna. Let's go look at my notes that I have written down from the day. Micron, Uber, Moderna, MNSTR, CVNA, Qualcomm. What is this? mRNA. So Myrna is still trying to hold, oddly enough. Damn, the Q's are SPY's really falling, guys.
course, familiar with that deal. It's a $2 billion financing being led by Lightspeed. I'm also told it's ongoing, so those numbers, especially in private markets, could shift throughout. And this is
All right, 587.50 could be a possible support zone for the SPY. But
was started by OpenAI founders. It's backed by Amazon as well, which has invested roughly $8 billion into the startup. It does compete with OpenAI, as I mentioned, Google, Meta, and others. It's known for its Claude chatbot. And then
all right, y'all, I'm getting up out of here. I'm tired. I'm falling asleep, so I gotta go. All right, you guys have a great rest of your afternoon. I love you guys. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being, for hitting the like button. Don't rush it. Don't rush the process. Let the market come to you. If you guys made money today, let me know in the chat, comment down below. I'm happy for you if you did. If you didn't make any money today, if you lost money, if you lost a lot, if you lost a little, let me know in the description, please. Write it in the comment section. We're all here to grow. We're all here to get better. You can do this. The markets are not a scam. I have not put on a trade today. All right, I missed a few. I saw a few. I was a little hesitant, like Moderna here. There's only a few minutes left. I don't think Moderna is just out of nowhere just going to start ripping while the market's selling off. So outside of that, I think you just got to you have to let the market come to you. Let those setups come. Let's look at Google and Amazon, see where they are real quick. Google was, in my opinion, one of the names that was staying a bit bullish as the markets were selling off. There was one more. I think it was Micron. Micron was green all day, practically. All right. Okay, so listen. We do have initial jobless claims tomorrow. And I don't think that we're going to get a crazy number that's going to be like real high, like a 230, 240, 225 to spike, unemployment might be kicking up, just talks of it. But I think the snowstorms could do something with that next week. Maybe it happens tomorrow, but I don't know of a scenario that's.
Do you see an endless runway for valuations in sports, and do you think it's
I'm just gonna have to just come in tomorrow and see what news we have, guys. I just don't think it's not worth just trying to put on a trade just for the sake of putting one on. Here's Google at 196. So yeah, you guys have a great rest of your day. Let me know how your day was. Hit that like button for me, subscribe. Remember, any contributions to the stream, that link is in the description. Donate, contribute, continue to help make this free for everyone. If you contribute anything over $50, you are you are automatically, I do a one-on-one or whatever you want to do. And if you want to pass that on to someone else, you most certainly can. I gotta say, follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. I'll post my charts, trade ideas there. Let's see what type of news we get tomorrow. I love you guys. You guys have a great rest of your night. Again, hit that link in the description, guys. It shows that you guys appreciate, the time that I take to do all this. Not just that, but, my main goal is to help you guys get an education or start looking and seeing things in the market maybe you didn't before. And a lot of people charge thousands of dollars for that. So, I'm willing to help you guys get to wherever it is that you want to be in your journey. Help me get to mine, okay? Links in the description. I appreciate you guys. I will see you guys early in the morning. I will post trade ideas tonight, throughout the night, going into tomorrow. I'm gonna do my work. All right, I'm gonna get up, wake up, do some. I'm gonna work out a little bit, and then you know, see what tomorrow brings. Stay safe. See you guys tomorrow.